So in case you don't know, Vince McMahon was never the biggest fan of tag team wrestling. In fact, he mostly put people together so he could split them up and get his commentators to ask, how are they going to coexist? It's also a good vehicle to throw superstars together when you just have nothing else to do with them. So yeah, strap yourself in, my friends, and hit subscribe. And here's the 10 most obscure WWE tag teams ever. Number 10, the Pitbulls. So such is my limited memory with these guys, I had to YouTube them. And even then I was like, no, it doesn't ring a bell. So it turned out it was Kid Cash and Jamie Noble who had been thrown together. And actually on paper, that don't sound like that bad of a deal. I mean, both guys could go. And then that's when I read they were together for a grand total of 2 months. Born in May 2006 and then retired in July 2006, surely they must have taken inspiration from the ECW Pitbulls. I mean, they came out with like chains around their necks. They also barked. How else are you going to win a tag team title? The big reason they were disbanded is because Cash was released, and you can't have a tag team with a wrestler that doesn't work there. And actually, in 2023/2024, if you had these two guys in NXT, well, they would absolutely smash it. Number 9, Scotty 2 Hotty and Albert. You already know where we're going with this, and obviously it happened a few years later. But Albert was going to become the hip-hop hippo. It kind of started here. It was so transparent as well, because clearly WWE looked at Albert and they looked at Sky Too Hotty and they're like, we don't have plans for any of you, but we did like that Too Cool team when Scott was like mucking around with Rikishi. So listen, Albs, you go out there and do the same. As we know, this never works. It's like when you put the word new in front of a tag team. Oh, here come the new rockers. Well, I don't want the new rockers, I want the old ones. A-Train was also told to dance until he just turned on Scotty Too Hotty and whipped his ass. But we didn't even get the feud because Mr. Hotty had to go and get surgery. He was properly injured. Awfully too, in April 2002, we even called them the Zoo Crew, and nobody should be called the Zoo Crew. And soon after this, Albert would become the A-Train. I guess that was all right. I don't have much to say about it. Number 8, Lowdown. This was so bizarre. It all started rather innocently when D'Lo Brown and Chaz, or the dude from the Headbangers, were put together. And yeah, why not? They were decent workers. Let's see what they can do. Now, the original plans for this were all based on the fact that the fans loved D'Lo's head wiggle, so they would both wiggle their heads. But when, surprise, surprise, that didn't really help, WWE looked around the locker room, they saw Tiger Ali Singh, they said, look, you can be in there too. And all you need to do is look at the image that is on the screen now. As you can see, this was in very poor taste, and it was basically offensive. You can't imagine Tiger was happy with this either, because he was meant to get a mega push. And as soon as it started, it was done, and we killed it. Because of course we did. What the flub was going to happen with that? Number 7, Techno Team 2000. In 1995, people were already obsessed with the turn of the millennium, because they thought within 5 years, we were all going to be spacemen living on the moon. And look, the WWF thought this too, because they introduced us to Techno Team 2000. It just meant that Travis and Troy walked to the ring wearing these like spacesuits as if they were in a really bad B movie. And just to make it worse, after a few weeks, Vince McMahon went, nah, they're not good enough. Send them back to USWA for more training. I mean, good grief. And that definitely wasn't the problem, because even in the mid-90s, nobody was going to buy this. And we did try and give them a round 2. Do you know what the results were? They were exactly the same. Eric Watts, who was part of this, would later claim that they were promised a tag team title run. That's when my eyebrow goes up. I'm not sure that's entirely accurate. Number 6, Kenzo Suzuki and Rene Dupree. Oh good, another team that kind of defies taste. Excellent. It was late 2004 though, and I think what the writers did is they got a hat and they pulled a bunch of names out of it. When they saw Rene Dupree and Kenzo Suzuki, they thought, well, why can't there be a tag team? We gotta go get pizza. Now, of course, the gimmick was sold as, oh my gosh, one of them is from Canada and one of them is from far away lands, which does make you go, I don't want to do this anymore. And on SmackDown, they did the grand total of 9. But even when you do watch some of their matches, even the commentators are going, man, who cares? Why do we have to sit through this? And it's not like they had any kind of bond, even behind the scenes. But basically just co-workers. So we literally just threw them out there to see what would happen when somebody got bored. I mean, this was a waste of life. Number 5, Roddy Piper and Sean O'Haire. No, don't adjust your YouTube devices. I did say that. In 2002/2003, we actually had a pairing of Sean O'Haire and Rowdy Roddy Piper. Now, of course, the idea originally was that the Rowdy one was going to be Sean's manager because O'Haire did have a lot of potential. But one day, they got challenged by Eddie Guerrero and Tajiri, which was another odd team. They all just had a match. I think the WWF was a little bit worried that when people saw Shawn, they just saw a WCW guy, hence why he was teamed with Roddy. But the problem is that O'Haire had this amazing devil's advocate gimmick, and as soon as he was with Piper, well, it kind of took away from that a little bit. Ultimately, they had to drop this because Roddy's personality was so big, nobody was thinking about anything else. That's why I will never complain about today. I would much rather have stories that go too long than ones like this that just go poof and they're gone. I would highly recommend that you check out Shawn O'Haire's work from this era too. My word, he had potential. The fact he passed away was pretty damn tragic. Number 4, Shoguns. Now, I like the show WWF Superstars from 1995. I think you can sit down and watch it and just go, this is ridiculous. But I tell you, I do not remember the Shoguns. This was even more crazy because it was Hakushi and Kwang. I even heard Vince McMahon telling me, like he gave me a reason, they have come together because they share a love of martial arts. I mean, why not? It's also the ultimate proof of what we have discussed because it went like this. They didn't win any matches, then they fell out, then they had a feud, and all of this happened on Superstars, and all of this happened around about 8 weeks. Kwang would soon become Savio Vega though, and Hakushi would go on to feud with Bret Hart. So really, when you look at the Shoguns, they actually did alright. They were on to bigger things. Number 3, the Shoguns. Oh no, it's got confusing. We can make it very clear very quickly though, because in 2001 we had the Big Show, and we had Billy Gunn, and once again Creative was like, I don't know what we should do, so we just pushed our hands together. Now it was actually Paul White that suggested this, because he was trying to get something going for him, but you already know how this works out. It just meant instead of not pushing them as singles, nobody pushed them as a tag team. I mean, trying to do this in the Attitude Era as well was always going to be a failure because things just happened so fast. And Billy Gunn was kind of struggling at this point because the fun times around DX had died down. And as for the Big Show, well, he'd fallen into the bad old backstage politics. I think this topped out after around about 2.5 months, and amazingly, it would take Gunn 22 years before he did make a unit like this work, because today he's in the Acclaimed, and the Acclaimed are absolutely brilliant. Number 2, Matt Hardy and Tatanka. I mean, what on earth? And this actually starts quite nicely, because basically when Tatanka was a surprise opponent for Eugene in 2004 on Raw, everyone looked at him and like, oh man, Tatanka's still pretty good, we should keep him on. So we did. They then realised, oh wait, we don't have anything written down for him, and because it was the same for Matt Hardy, they did put them together, but here's the twist with this one, I actually thought this was a pretty decent team. I mean, not only did they challenge M&M for the World Tag Team Championships, they actually beat them at No Way Out 2006. And the real shame is we didn't capitalise on this. Again, I think something was here. Of course, it didn't go further than this, but when people see this picture, they think it's been photoshopped. But no, that is Matthew Hardy and Tatanka, I don't know where I'm looking here, and they were the best of friends for about 10 minutes. Number 1, Jim Duggan and Super Crazy. So here we go again. I have zero recollection of this. It did go down in 2007 and mostly happened on Sunday Night Heat, so maybe that's why. But here's another surprise for you. The fans, at least live, absolutely loved them. And this went all the way into 2008 as well. It's not like Jim Duggan wasn't working his ass off. He did 65 matches one year and 45 matches the next. He had his boots on. I mean, the split actually came from nowhere too, because someone just decided, oh, Hacksaw, we don't want you around anymore, and they fired him. This was doubly bad, because just before that, they had finally decided on their name, and it was Crazy Duggan. Man, I'm sad I missed this. There is really something joyous to this, though, because while they are an insane tag team, it's one of those things that would only work in professional wrestling.
WWE through the 2010s could be pretty rough watching. The alternative to Raw and SmackDown booking the Authority's Big Show and Kane against 2 equally bland baby faces every week was actually WWE's developmental. The black and gold brand was the punk rock to the main roster's family-friendly radio. It was cooler, it was edgier, and it had something to prove. I'm Sai for WhatCulture.com, and here are 10 times NXT Black and Gold was better than literally everything. Number 10, NXT TakeOver Brooklyn. SummerSlam 2015 was actually pretty solid from an entertainment perspective. The booking decisions, less great, with The Undertaker needlessly getting his win back a year and a half after Lesnar broke the streak, and talk show host Jon Stewart getting inexplicably involved in Cena versus Rollins. Even as a show that most agreed was decent enough though, NXT had made numerous huge statements at TakeOver Brooklyn the night before that would put it above SummerSlam quite easily. How does a match of the decade contender from 2 young upstarts called Sasha Banks and Bayley grab you? Because the boss had already moved moved up to the big time, Bayley's championship victory was inevitable, but no less impactful. In some ways, it was a true end of an era moment and the beginning of something new, as very soon WWE would have to start doing more than the bare minimum with their women's division. After all, SummerSlam hadn't even booked a women's title match and instead had 3 arbitrary teams duking it out for an underwhelming 15 minutes. Brooklyn also saw an incredible ladder match main event between Owens and Balor, the debut of Apollo Crews, and incredibly featured Jushin Thunder Liger in his only WWE match. Number 9, tag team wrestling mattered. There's a reason that Brooklyn needed to be mentioned right out of the gate because it was such a statement of intent for how WWE could do so much more with its women's division. But NXT didn't stop there in doing what the main roster wouldn't. Vince McMahon's inconsistent interest in tag team wrestling had long been an issue in WWE, and so NXT felt like it was a breath of fresh air. It presented something to WWE fans that they hadn't felt for a very long time by making its tag division as valuable as its main event scene. Teams would often close out weekly episodes of NXT and have plenty of time to establish their characters and feuds. You didn't have to like their style, but giving the Ascension nearly 400 days with the belts was a huge setup for the prestige that would follow. In that same time in 2014, WWE passed the main roster tag titles around 4 times. In the 200 days that they held them, the Usos defended the belts a paltry 6 times. But from the Ascension's reign, a division was born. NXT had a slew of teams coming through, all interacting with each other and almost always having show-stealing matches. Often opening takeovers, the likes of American Alpha, The Revival and DIY were putting on clinics that most mainstream WWE fans didn't realise tag wrestling could even provide. Number 8, NXT TakeOver London. WWE's Clash at the Castle was a big deal for international fans as it was the first major premium live event the company had run in Europe for 19 years. But sometime during that dark period, NXT was doing what WWE wouldn't, and the crowd was red hot for it. This, as it often does, fueled the in-ring work of the hungry black and gold roster. As the third brand of the company, there was always an underground element and a palpable air of sticking it to the man. The London crowd in December 2015 embraced NXT, and NXT fed off that energy, delivering a very solid night of action. Results-wise, this wasn't a show of big surprises. Bayley, Finn Balor and The Revival retained their gold against their challengers. Corbin continued his NXT mean streak. But it was live WWE of more consequence than the biannual episodes of Raw in the UK, and fans were more than happy to eat it up. The event was so over that it can easily be assumed that it is in part responsible for the idea of the UK Championship tournament a year later, the arrival of the NXT UK Championship, and all of the good that eventually comes with it, like Butch and Gunther. Number 7, the formation and crowning of the Undisputed Era. Long before the Bloodline became the hottest stable in wrestling, there was another. Before Roman broke records with the world title, Adam Cole became the longest reigning NXT champion. Before the Usos stood alongside their leader with tag belts, the Undisputed Era was draped in gold. When Cole, O'Reilly and Fish debuted, they could have gone the same way as most groups in the company, being used to put over already established stars. After all, the era's black and gold colour scheme bore a striking resemblance to the Nexus, and their eventual fate is infamous. So it's with praise to both the NXT booking team and the Undisputed Era themselves that they did something few groups have ever managed to do by capturing all of the prizes in the company. Their cocky frat boy behaviour, which often crossed the line into outright idiocy, see Roderick Strong's therapy session skits, didn't detract from their ability to get things done in the ring. Capturing all the gold in NXT, as well as plenty end-of-year awards, made sure they defined the brand. The closest WWE had to the UE at this time, in terms of quality stables, was the now defunct Shield. And despite their own brilliance, these are things the Hounds of Justice simply cannot say. The Undisputed Era punched up to the heights of DX and NWO when it came to having total control over the territory they marked as their own. Number 6, War Games in NXT has never been topped. In its best moments, NXT felt like the show that Vince McMahon forgot even existed. Head booker Triple H did some of his best work when he could pull the reins in ways that surprised fans that were used to WWE's very defined edges. Some of this was the usage of the catalogue of copyrights the company had acquired in 2001 from WCW and left dormant. The most pivotal of these, of course, was the return of best Regal impression at the ready, War Games! NXT's revival of the 2-ring cage structure was refreshing after 17 years away, and even more so against the backdrop of the tired formula of Hell in a Cell. More than this, in terms of the modern era, it's never been bested. WWE adopting the gimmick for Survivor Series 2022 created some fantastic storytelling moments for the Bloodline. AEW's own Blood and Guts bouts have been entertaining in their own right, but production issues have stopped them from achieving their potential. But NXT knocked it out of the park every single time from the word go, utilising the space and teams involved to run stories through the match, as well as create a series of incredibly incredibly memorable spots. Io Shirai diving off the ropes with a trash can on her head, anyone? Number 5, NXT TakeOver Chicago. When it comes to takeovers that show roster depth, few do it better than 2017's Chicago show. The women's title was defended in a triple threat match between Asuka, Nikki Cross and Ruby Riott, which seems totally star-studded in retrospect. The men's championship, meanwhile, was contested in a particularly interesting pairing of Bobby Roode and Hideo Itami. Perhaps the gem of the entire show was the masterpiece put on display by Pete Dunne and Tyler Bate, arguably righting the booking mistake of the UK Championship tournament by having the Bruiserweight take the title that was rightfully his. This began not just an incredible reign, but kicked open the door for the expansion of the Black and Gold. Regardless of its ultimate outcome, it was an attractive advertisement for the NXT UK spin-off. The whole event closed with the first time the NXT Tag Team Championships had been defended in the main event of a takeover, with DIY being crushed by the Authors of Pain. This, of course, led to their memorable dissolution. And what about Backlash, also taking place that weekend? Largely not memorable. Does the Charlotte Flair hating stable, the welcoming committee, ring any bells at all? But absolutely tragic where it was, as it saw Jinder Mahal capture the WWE Championship to a general reaction of, "You've got to be kidding." Number 4, Gargano vs Ciampa. Wrestling storylines come in all tones and length, but there's something truly special about the long play. A rivalry that takes place over several years, ebbing, flowing and evolving, is often remarkable. If done right, it can make for the most effective and memorable stories in the sport. Gargano vs Ciampa has a case to be one of the best rivalries in WWE history. Not only did it deliver all of the above, even surviving and eventually reigniting through several unfortunately timed injuries, but it also delivered in ring, with every encounter outdoing the previous, perhaps with the exception of the empty arena one final beat match. This feud began in a strange era for WWE's main roster. As previously mentioned, Mahal was WWE champion and Lesnar was embarking on his 500+ day Universal Championship reign where he was barely seen on TV. The company struggled with putting over any major babyfaces, let alone creating new ones. Gargano and Ciampa's story through its runtime proved that they could both work different ends of the spectrum. Ciampa was a versatile baddie and sympathetic anti-hero, whilst Gargano made for an unorthodox heel when he wasn't the beating heart of NXT as a face. The storyline weaved in ways that allowed them both to shine their brightest over the 3 years, constantly subverting expectations and making sure that, regardless of whatever else was happening, NXT was still worth watching. Number 3, NXT TakeOver R Evolution. Despite being a contender for one of the worst pay-per-view names WWE have ever used, TakeOver R Evolution is perhaps no better example of NXT as a statement. The first 2 events were decent fun, but 2014's was where NXT stood up, looked at Raw and SmackDown and said, "We are not the same." At first glance, the card seems quite quaint, and there are only 45 minutes of action in 2 hours. Corbin smashes through Dillinger in less than a minute, Charlotte defends the title against Sasha Banks for the first time in a swift 12 minutes, but she does so kicking off a 5+ year rivalry. Exciting New Japan signees Finn Balor and Hideo Itami team together against developmental stalwarts The Ascension in a minor grudge match. Also of note, Corey Graves starts his commentary career this night. But the turning point that takes place at R Evolution is super babyface Sami Zayn reaching the peak of the mountain, gaining the NXT Championship and embracing his longtime companion and new signee Kevin Owens. And in the last 2 minutes of the show, the inevitable happens with Owens wiping Zayn out with a powerbomb on the apron. Conversely, that weekend WWE had run TLC with a stairs match between The Big Show and Eric Rowan. Woohoo! Number 2, NXT wins Survivor Series 2019. This one is a bit more kayfabe than the rest, but it would have been silly to disregard the night that WWE put over NXT in the biggest possible way. Survivor Series brand warfare as a concept is typically easy to mock, because who has a particular stake in Raw over SmackDown or vice versa? Adding NXT into the mix in 2019 changed that attitude completely. Simply put, NXT fans really cared about their show as the little underground runt of WWE's brands, and it was suddenly trading blows with the established TV shows. It was one of the rare years that Survivor Series kept proper score across the board, with the show going off the air alongside a startling image of a victorious Shayna Baszler and the final standings of 4-2-1 to the Black and Gold. The night got off to a hot, intriguing start when Lio Rush overcame cruiserweights on the other 2 brands. The NXT ladies won the 5-on-5-on-5 tag match, and Strong beat Nakamura and Styles to give NXT a heavy lead. At this point, SmackDown could only hope to tie, and shockingly, that wasn't the case. Tribalism in wrestling may be stupid, and it was all booked this way to improve NXT's profile for better TV rights deals, but for this one night, it wasn't just shown as on equal footing as Raw and SmackDown, it viciously stomped on their feet. And number 1, NXT TakeOver Dallas. When it comes to the best singles wrestling match of 2016, there is a very easy answer. Nakamura's jump from New Japan to NXT NXT was a hell of a thing to witness, and he kicked it off in style with an unforgettable bout against Sami Zayn. But whilst this was the show stealer of the entire year, never mind that evening, NXT TakeOver Dallas was a card that showcased everything fresh and exciting about WWE's developmental brand. The emotions of Nakamura's arrival and Zayn's fitting departure landed in the middle of a card that kept the crowd on their feet all evening. The show opened with Super Over American Alpha securing the NXT Tag Team titles to huge elation. Elsewhere, Asuka submitted Bayley to be crowned NXT Women's Champion. Times were changing, but the future was no less thrilling. NXT felt like essential viewing in a vacuum that night, but this was only elevated by what was to come that weekend. WrestleMania 32 is commonly believed to be one of the worst in the history of the show of shows. It was an overlong mess with stale booking and WWE at the height of their total delusion about Reigns as a babyface. Meanwhile, NXT had put on a match with Zayn and Nakamura that people still talk about with reverence 8 years later.
While we all do lose our cool or focus at our own jobs, wrestling is a little bit different. Your number one goal is to protect your fellow human, otherwise bad things could happen. I suppose in many ways it does all come down to being a professional, so yeah. Today let's have a look at 10 times when maybe, just maybe, we didn't really get such needed behavior. Number 10, Drew Gulak vs Dante Chen on the 26th of September 2023 Level Up. The story of Drew Gulak has become quite the interesting one. For a while, he was sort of a guy just to beat on the main roster when he was moved to NXT. He was fine there too, but there wasn't really much to report. When 2024 rolled around, this changed hugely as Ronda Rousey accused him of inappropriately tugging at the drawstring of her sweatpants before walking off like this was totally cool. In the essence of fairness, Drew said this was not how it all went down, but still felt very odd. Triple H then confirmed in a later press conference that Gulak had left the company after his contract expired, when Fightful Select seemed to get all the news. They had talked to many a wrestler who described Drew as a bully, and that one person claimed during a match with the man, Gulak went after his finger simply because it had recently been injured. If that is true, it's absolutely terrible. Other reports stated that Drew would then make sure to intimidate people so they wouldn't pass this information on to management, which brings us to the mentioned episode of WWE's Level Up. There, Gulak was facing Dante Chen and seemingly slammed him so hard, poor Dante landed right on his head. Reckless was the word, and again, it was said that Drew was verbally reprimanded for this. People have also come out the woodwork and stated that quotes said by one Cody Rhodes about veterans who have done nothing but abuse their status were about Drew Gulak too. So yeah, if we take all of this as read, it is not good, dare I say not good at all. Number 9, The Undertaker and Kane vs Kanyon and DDP at SummerSlam 2001. I mean, this could go for the entire WWF versus WCW invasion angle, but I suppose as a piece of evidence this works well. It was a bloody massacre. It is a shame, as DDP especially had foregone his WCW contract to give the WWF a proper go, but that didn't help him at all. Here within the confines of a steel cage, he teamed with Kanyon, and my gosh, these two were murdered. If you think I'm exaggerating, you can go and watch it today, but you have never seen two credible opponents get so little offense in a match. And the ragdolling, sheesh. Taker and Kane also used the steel to such a degree at times it looked like it's going to break, and it is crazy to see. I get that Vince McMahon was desperate to highlight that the World Wrestling Federation was the superior brand, but this was way too much. Halfway through, you're just desperate for it to end. So I suppose the unprofessional nature comes in the fact somebody like The Undertaker surely should have known better, although again, you gotta do whatever your boss wants you to do. I do implore you to go and see it with your own eyes though, and then get back to me. It truly is the only way. Number 8, Triple H vs Booker T at WrestleMania 19. So we do have to get a bit hoity-toity here, but stay with me. The storyline between Triple H and Booker T was not good. The racist over and undertones were so out of place for 2003, and it was not good television. We never should have done it. With that said, if WWE were insisted on it, the end was already written. Booker T defeats the bully and takes his World Heavyweight Championship on the grandest stage. Doesn't justify any of it, but at least it teaches people a lesson. Don't be a dick, you'll pay the price. So of course we went and did the opposite. It's not even that Booker didn't win the title, which by this point he had earned from performances alone. It's the fact that after Hunter hit the pedigree, it took over 20 seconds before he made the pin. So essentially, he had just killed the guy. None of it made sense because it's the opposite of what wrestling is meant to be. Bad guy goes bad guy, so good guy shuts him up. Nope. It's only fair to point out that Booker himself has defended this, and no one is allowed an opinion on it more than him. But still, as a fan, this didn't feel right. And even as we look back on it today, well, I don't think much has changed. Number 7, Team WWE versus Team Nexus at SummerSlam 2010. Well, we all know this one. Even the likes of Edge and Chris Jericho questioned the finish in the years after. It certainly was a choice. The Nexus had a great WWE debut on Raw, however, as they destroyed the ring and John Cena, so it instantly sent a message. WWE was taking this seriously. It got so out of control, Daniel Bryan was let go for choking ring announcer Justin Roberts with his tie. While that was all kinds of ridiculous, it did sort of help. A man was fired because the Nexus were totally unhinged. It all led to the Team WWE versus Team Nexus at Hot WrestleMania, and I tell you, if John Cena had been victorious, I think mostly people would have been okay with it. It was the manner of it all, though. Because despite being the last man standing, facing the threat of Wade Barrett and Justin Gabriel, John won. That's right. It got more stupid because before this he had been DDT'd into a concrete floor and still kicked out at 2. I get we're supposed to be suspending our disbelief, but this was way too much, even more so as he instantly eliminated Gabriel. What about his brain? I think the impact hurt Barrett more because he then fell into the STF and tapped out. It was a lesson learned for us all. Cena had some sort of magic skull. There was no pain whatsoever. There was just no going back after this for the Nexus because they had been exposed, and yep, before long the whole thing was dead. This was not good, and really of all people, Cena should have known. Again, we've said it once, we'll say it twice. Maybe he was just following orders, but those orders were wrong. Number 6, Goldberg versus Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania 20. Once again, this one requires a lot of chat. I think we can sympathize with all sides. But before a current dream match at WrestleMania 20, when Brock Lesnar and Bill Goldberg were going to trade off, we learned that both were leaving the company. Whoops. Now we all knew this when it came to Bill, because the word was out that his one-year contract had come to an end, and neither side was very happy. Best just to let things be. With Brock, though, as his nickname suggested, he was the next big thing. A lot of time and money had gone into pushing him to the top of the card when he decided he didn't like the lifestyle, so off he went. You can't get mad at that either. People are allowed to make such decisions. Rumoredly G'd on by Shane McMahon, though, the New York fans knew what was happening, so just went crazy at these two. Quite a spectacle to watch. It is just booze and good riddance all around. It really got to Lesnar, as you can see when watching the thing, even more so because Goldberg is quite clearly trying to calm him down. It is just all totally crazy. And sure, I suppose any wrestler has to be ready for any sort of reaction, but it meant the whole thing fell apart and nobody had any smiles on their face afterwards. You also get a lot of jaw-jacking and hand symbols towards the audience, so it's fair to say this got totally out of control. Number 5, Charlotte Flair literally drops the belt. Charlotte Flair will surely go down as one of the best wrestlers ever. I know she gets a lot of hate online, but just go and watch her without any of this crazy stuff in your head. She is really, really good. She also had a long-time friendship with Becky Lynch that at some point did go sour. Can you believe it? It all culminated on TV after the 2021 draft. This is also one of the reasons why WWE finally saw sense and stopped having a Raw Championship and a SmackDown Championship, because both Charlotte and Becky had been traded to the other brands, meaning at some point they had to switch their titles because one was blue and one was red. And yes, that does sound like some sort of TV kids program. Because of all the animosity that had built up between them, though, even though the story called for Becky to grab both of these titles and wear them over her shoulders so she could be Becky 2 belts again, Flair, I suppose, felt like that was going to mug her off, so instead of passing it over, she just threw it on the floor. Ruh-roh. Now, Lynch had no idea that she was going to do this, and you can see it in her eyes if you do go and watch this. She is so mad, you can see the smoke coming out of her ears. It also meant when they got backstage, there was an absolute row, with Becky Lynch admitting in her book that she may have called Charlotte Flair a runt. Now, of course, she didn't say runt. It's a word that rhymes with runt. I will let you figure it out. The point is that even if you do fall out with a colleague, as soon as you are in front of the cameras, you have to go with what the plans say to do. Otherwise, you get situations like this. And sure, as a fan, it was incredible to watch, but I also think it's just a wee bit uncomfortable. Thankfully, these days, these two have made up, so we need never worry about it again. And once more, it did give us a huge positive. They are no longer called the SmackDown Championship and the Raw Championship. They're just the WWE title and the World Championship title, whatever the flub it is. The point is, don't color code your championships. It's absolutely ridiculous. Number 4, Shawn Michaels versus Hulk Hogan at SummerSlam 2005. While I'm sure Shawn Michaels knew what he was doing, he has made a good point about all this. Go and watch any of his older matches against bigger guys. This is just how he sold their offense. He's not wrong. Still, though, it certainly seems like he was sending Hulk Hogan a message here, who had gone out of his way to make the potential long-term feud between him and the Heartbreak Kid harder than it needed to be. It was meant to be a trio of matches until Hogan just decided, that doesn't work for me, brother. I mean, this is so overplayed today, it's become a meme. As it was going to be a one and done, Michaels decided to get all his shtick in, including impersonated Hogan on a fake version of Larry King Live. This guy's taken no prisoners. It all led to the SummerSlam match, and I tell you, this is still hilarious as Shawn oversells everything. Even when he gets hurled into the turnbuckle, he flips over like he's been shot. Actually, quite the performance. I actually think it did the world of good as it has serious rewatchability, but there is no way you could suspend your disbelief here. It is totally over the top. If wrestling does exist to entertain, though, this ticks that box, but yeah, I doubt he ran this past Hulk, so it is technically unprofessional. I have a gut feeling, though, that maybe, just maybe, he definitely deserved it. Number 3, Triple H's comment. Chris Masters has spoken about this, and in hindsight, it ain't great. Fans listen to the top guys far more in-depth than maybe we realize. After Masters had arrived in the WWE for a mega push, though, things didn't go to plan. He likely jumped in too early with all of this, but when it didn't click, Vince McMahon sort of gave up on Chris as he started to encounter his own personal issues, and it's not a fun time. It meant he vanished from the product for a while, and when he returned, yeah, the man was smaller than he had been. Given his departure had been health-related, we should have just accepted this for what it was. Nobody needs comments on their physique. It would have been one thing too if it had just been some random fan, but no, it was Triple H of all people, who at the time was right at the tippity top. So during a backstage segment alongside DX partner Shawn Michaels, he outwardly questioned if Masters had shrunk. Given he was quite clearly a body guy, this was worse than just being squashed in the ring. Look, a green light for all of us to laugh away. Now, we don't know all of the details, but still, it must be hard enough to maintain a gym regime on the road, and you would guess if anybody would understand this, it would be Paul Levesque, and I bet you in 2024 he totally does. You need to support each other in such moments as opposed to this. It does not help. Number 2, JBL at One Night Stand 2005. It was made very clear JBL was not a fan of ECW. It meant anybody who walked through the doors of WWE who had worked there was going to get it, as the Blue Meanie did during this pay-per-view. It all happened during the close of the event as WWE and EC wrestlers went to war, and you can see this today. Bradshaw makes a beeline for Meanie, and man, he just goes off on the guy. It is crazy to watch. The Blue one was properly busted up afterwards, as this was not a worked attack. JBL had kicked his ass for real. That's never cool, even more so because at one point, Bradshaw pulls Meanie's t-shirt over his head to inflict even more damage. It's awful. The pair have long since made up, but on the evening, it is bad, bad stuff. If you entrust your body to somebody else, there has to be a degree of safety. Otherwise, it's just open assault. Now, JBL did get his comeuppance in the ring eventually, but again, we shouldn't be in this situation to start with. No matter what your personal feelings, they gotta be left outside. I don't want to be that guy, but I think sometimes we all forget that wrestling can be genuinely dangerous. Number 1, Chronic versus the Brothers of Destruction, Unforgiven 2001. This match falls off the radar so badly, I was listening to a retro podcast the other day where one of the hosts had to take a day off before going through this. That is how unsuccessful it was. Other reviews, such as the Wrestling Observer at the time, rated this negative 2 stars, and yeah, you can't get away from it. It is not good. For some reason, Brian Clark and Brian Adams of Chronic just can't find their feet, and Clark on one chokeslam attempt is so late, it's as if he forgets how to speak English. It makes no sense. Paul Heyman on commentary seemingly can't control himself either, as even he shouts at Chronic to turn around at one point. I don't think he's singing Bonnie Tyler songs. Eventually, Brian is even missing turnbuckle shots because I would imagine he was probably freaking out at this point. Absolutely nothing was going well. It then infects The Undertaker and Kane because the panic then gets them to go awry. One of those matches that totally falls off the rails. After the fact, Clark and Adams were even told they had to go back to developmental, and when they said no, they got released. Let's all do it together. It is one big whoops. Do careers in wrestling really ever end? Nope. No, they don't. Even when John Cena recently announced his retirement run in 2024 at Money in the Bank, CM Punk was talking about getting him to do one more match in 15 years' time. This is just the way. That doesn't mean sometimes wrestlers aren't given the most ridiculous of things to do, though, which does significantly hurt their careers. Let's take a step back and look at these things with me. Simon Miller, let's go. Number 10, Gary the Goat Garbutt. This was so weird. It all happened in 2019 when Roman Reigns needed a partner to take on Shane McMahon and Drew McIntyre.
Despite being the guy at the time, he went and found the local janitor who was indeed called Gary Garbutt. I mean, that just screams of Vince McMahon. Of course, this man from nowhere was also a high-flying machine. This is because behind the mop was indeed Cedric Alexander. He didn't win, although when he was defeated had a smile like, well, I almost got him. And look, if that had been a one-off, fine, sure, it's wrestling, have fun. The bigger problem is that Cedric has been with WWE since 2015, and this is what we did for the man. Doesn't really scream of confidence. Alexander himself has to feel it as well, because at one point he did ask for his release, but he didn't get it. So WWE knows he is talented, but still, they never do anything proper with that guy. Even in early 2024, we had that video with the Charlotte the Adonis, which is why I'm pleased to be talking about Cedric right now. Him and Ashante recently returned to NXT, so even though you can't see my fingers, know this. I am crossing them so damn hard. I like these two, and I finally want them to get their due. Number 9, Vince McMahon doesn't get the revival, which is mad, really. The revival in WWE became FTR and AEW, and look what they've done since. They're an all-time tag team. This was true in NXT as well and was accurate on the main roster. As we just said, Vince McMahon don't get it. It's likely due to the fact that the then boss wasn't into tag team wrestling ever, with many a wrestler saying he sort of looked down on it from an old school mentality, or at least a business one. Why would I pay for 4 guys when I can pay for 2? It meant even though the now Cash Wheeler and Dax Harwood were super good to go, they were even more lost on him. I mean, they were a classic tag team trying to revive the scene, hence the name. It meant soon we had them doing ridiculous stuff like falling over or having hot stuff put on their crotches. You do have to give them credit in the sense the revival always did everything to 100% of their ability. There's a reason they wanted to leave. This isn't what they wanted to give back. Much like before, at first WWE refused this until they were able to get out, and I think this is a thank goodness too. They're just so good. They deserve the best platform to show it on. Number 8, Hideo Itami. This one just didn't work out. It's a shame today because, man, it would have been a different story. It is important to remember that this was Kenta we're talking about, somebody who genuinely changed the wrestling game. A lot of your favorites right now were inspired by this guy. I mean, who came up with the GTS? The real issue was Kenta had given so much to the industry before he arrived at NXT that he was pretty beaten up. And some of his matches were brutal. When he did make the jump to WWE, he then suffered a horrendous shoulder injury that kept him out for a year. Can't pretend that hasn't played a part in all of this. It has. The two eventually parted ways, and while Kenta is still having a good run in New Japan, it's not the same guy as before, and sadly that's how the world works. When you set your own high expectations, you become under even more scrutiny. You cannot take anything away from the man, however, because he is a trailblazer and a trendsetter. Basically responsible for why everybody does kicks today rather than punches. That was Kenta. Number 7, Nathan Jones is out of WrestleMania. So this is a true story, but trust me, Nathan Jones wanted nothing to do with wrestling. He quickly worked out it wasn't for him. I'm not surprised either because he got Vince McMahon, or when the boss saw how big he was, they called him up to the main roster long before he was ready. That's never fair. It's basically a death sentence, you only get one shot. To try and get him up to speed, he was paired with The Undertaker, which was indeed smart. Here was a big man who also had mad longevity. If you can get any of that magic to rub off on you, you're probably golden. Sadly, the opposite happened and the planned tag team match at WrestleMania was scrapped with Nathan doing a run-in instead, and then he fell over. Poor boy. The bad experience coupled with the travel saw Jones leave wrestling entirely and get into movies. If you keep an eye out, you'll actually see him a lot too. He has done quite well for himself. Number 6, the Bart Gunn KO. I'm still mad about this. I've got to get over it. It's just so stupid. It does go back for the Brawl for All, which means we have to discuss that again. Because yes, in 1998, the WWF thought doing a shoot fighting tournament was a good idea, even though it told you that the rest of the show was predetermined. So dumb. Even worse, the hope was Dr. Death Steve Williams would win the thing, and if that's the case, just work it. Then he definitely will be victorious, but no. We took the risk, and Steve got knocked out, good grief. Bart Gunn was the guy who smacked him, and when all was said and done, he'd also finished off Bob Holly, the Godfather, and Bradshaw. That's quite a good run. Instead of just going with it, management basically punished Gunn too, because he vanished from TV, until he returned at WrestleMania to face Butterbean, who, yes, was an actual boxer. Guess what happened? Bart got rocked. It only took about 10 seconds, and the knockout is horrible, and that was that for Gunn. He was never given another chance, and soon was released from the company. So let's never do this again. Talk about being dealt a bad hand. Number 5, Buff Bagwell. So this one was a big whoops. When WCW was bought by the WWE, everybody was on tenterhooks because we didn't know what was next. That went for the wrestlers too. Vince McMahon's big original plan was to revive Nitro, mostly to prove he was the best. Hence why on the July 2001 episode of Raw, we got a World Championship Wrestling main event. It was Buff Bagwell versus Booker T. Now, admittedly, this wasn't very good, but the other issue is that the WWF fans crapped all over it, but of course they did. For years, they had been told that WCW sucked. That was a real kicker. The match really was actually kind of passable, but this reaction killed it. Instantly, the powers that be were worried, and it got even worse when Kurt Angle and Steve Austin ran in to stop this. It just confirmed everybody's bias. The following week, Buff went about causing a right scene backstage, even no-showing an event when apparently his mother called in to tell WWE. Then he got into a big old fight with Shane Helms. It's hard to know exactly what happened here, but most agree it was Bagwell's fault. He was let go. It does seem like he had somewhat of an attitude, and as there wasn't many other options, we didn't really see much of him after this. Who does kind of feel like a wasted opportunity. Number 4, Hawk falls off the Titantron. This was offensive. I'm not sure there's another way to put it. But Hawk from the Legion of Doom was going through some very real personal issues at the time. So what did the WWF do? They made it into a story. I'm not sure that's a good idea. It got so bad in November 1998 as the man in question was teaming with new LOD partner Droz that, yep, due to his addictions and not being balanced, he climbed up the Titantron. Why did nobody stop it? We even treated this as some sort of must-see TV as Raw then cut to commercial as manager Paul Ellering begged him not to do it. Then when we did come back, Droz tried to save him, which somehow resulted in Hawk falling to the floor. This was horrible, especially because, again, the real person was dealing with addiction issues, and now we were acting like Droz pushed him. Who was this for? It really did mean the story for a while was, did Droz try to kill somebody? And poor Hawk. He never recovered from this, mostly because everyone should have been trying to support the guy instead. He never really found his momentum again, and even worse, passed away 5 years later. We really shouldn't have done this. Number 3, Mark Merrow's big contract. So there is a lot of chatter about this. Mick Foley has summed it up many a time. Basically, Vince McMahon was a big fan of Mark Merrow, and to get him away from WCW, offered him a guaranteed contract. These are commonplace today, but in the 90s they didn't exist in the WWF. When Mick and the likes of Steve Austin found about this, they felt slighted. They'd also been brought in at a similar time, but there had been no mention of it. You can't get mad at Mark for accepting, but man, this did not work out. While he was presented as the Wild Man, the Attitude Era was slowly creeping in, meaning gimmicks like this weren't clicking anymore. And actually what was clicking was things like his wife. Now that sounds way too crass, and I don't mean it to, but it's just the truth. Sable at Merrow's side became a fan favorite instantly, which was the same for The Office. As the audience got younger and younger, it was basically an attempt to turn it into wrestling's Pamela Anderson. It worked. You could even say too well, because it meant Mark became second fiddle in this pairing, and before long, Sable was a megastar. There was no going back. It was a shame for Merrow because he still had something to offer, but this was such a shift, his career basically came to an abrupt halt. Because he is the best dude, he spent his post-wrestling life trying to help others, and that really is what's important. All things considered, Mark sounds like a truly awesome guy. Number 2, Muhammad Hassan's last ride. If you do want more context about this, go and watch Muhammad Hassan's interview he did with Chris Van Vliet in 2024. You get the whole story. The short version is WWE just started pushing the boundaries of poor taste because, man, this was not good. It didn't start that way, as Hassan was meant to be a somewhat nuanced character that reflected people's own biases back on them. It did feel a bit too heavy for WWE, and yep, there was a reason for that. Simply put, as soon as they wanted to increase the booze, we just made Muhammad stereotypical foreign heel, and it was not good. Then there were those horrible incidences in 2005, which felt like we were trying to do a full-on terrorist angle. It's terrible. What made it even worse is that WWE aired these the same week of the 7/7 London bombings, and that was that. Everybody of note told WWE this had to stop. They were right. It brought us to the Great American Bash, where Sam was already scheduled to face The Undertaker. We basically used this pay-per-view as his funeral. Muhammad was chokeslammed through the stage at the end of it, and it was sold like that was it. He was gone. Over. He never returned to TV, and while Mark Kapani, who played the character, deserved a round 2 playing somebody who wasn't this controversial, it never ever happened. Instead, he took all the heat, was released from the company, and unsurprisingly, decided he wanted nothing to do with the industry anymore. I wonder why. Number 1, the Public Enemy get tabled. The Public Enemy were ECW's most over team. While a lot of people deserve credit, they were certainly two guys who helped establish the new wave of wrestling. Rock and Johnny Grunge were also big fans of using weapons, and so did so as often as possible. Eventually led them to the WWF, and let's just say maybe they weren't ready for the backstage environment that awaited them. It all began in March 1999, where it was going to be the Public Enemy versus the APA. Rock and Grunge told Bradshaw and Farouk they didn't want to take a table bump because that was their gimmick. They'd gotten over doing the opposite. Given that they had only just come through the door, the acolytes couldn't believe these words had come out of their mouth, so they went out onto Sunday Night Heat and killed these guys, almost literally. You can see it today, and within a few seconds you'll notice this is a real beating. Some of the chair shots. My gosh. Whatever was said, this isn't cool. It is the same with the Still Steps too, and by the end, it looked like we'd witnessed an actual war. As soon as word got back to management, Public Enemy were totally screwed, and yeah, they were let go. They did sort of carry on back in their old stomping grounds, but I don't know. Whatever they had beforehand never returned. These days, most people just don't want to talk about it.
Oh, how different things could have been for future EVPs, tag team legends, and WrestleMania main eventers had they signed contracts at specific times, been turned into a set of silly clowns, or joined one of the most disappointing factions of all time. So I'm Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are those times wrestlers dodged career-killing bullets. AJ Styles decides to say no to Impact's contract extension. On the back of a hell of an 11-year spell under the TNA/Impact banner, the phenomenal AJ Styles was presented with two options in late 2013. Stay with the company he'd called home for over a decade, which would mean accepting a reported 60% pay cut, though Styles himself would later note to Title Match Wrestling that saying 60% is being generous, or bet on himself and explore the rest of the wrestling business. Styles would refuse that disappointing offer in the end, and eventually end up going on to even bigger and better things in the likes of New Japan Pro Wrestling and WWE, winning both the IWGP Heavyweight and WWE Championships in the years that followed. The TNA brand wasn't exactly a hot property at the time of Styles' exit, and only continued to lose more momentum with the likes of Sting, Christopher Daniels, Kazarian, and more departing not long after Styles. Had Styles accepted that rather disrespectful offer, or TNA just agreed to give him the same money he was already earning, something Styles has openly admitted would have led to him staying put, it's hard to imagine this last decade of his career being anywhere near as phenomenal or memorable as it ultimately was. He'd still be the same TNA legend he is today, of course, but one whose career may have suffered by sticking around during one of the company's weakest periods. Mick Foley was nearly Mason the Mutilator, debuting as the utterly frightening and unhinged Mankind. The legendary Mick Foley very quickly captured the attention of folks all over the planet after sticking his hand down Bob Holly's throat back in 1996. However, there was a point there before he first showed up as that masked menace, when Foley's character very nearly went by another far less intriguing name. As Foley would recall during a Hot Ones appearance, he heard early on that his character was going to originally be known as Mason the Mutilator, remembering Vince McMahon's dreadful pitch of, "In this business we've had crushers, we've had destroyers, we've had executioners, but we've never had a mutilator." There and then, Foley sensed that name would have been a career death knell, so he swiftly told his boss that while he liked that cartoonish moniker, a bit of a lie there from Foley, he had another suggestion. What about Mankind the Mutilator? After pitching the name as one that possessed a double meaning, the destruction of mankind, the future of mankind as Foley put it, all those ideas were noted down, and what would have almost certainly been a career-killing name was ultimately dropped, with McMahon just going for the chilling and soon-to-be iconic handle of Mankind for Mrs. Foley's baby boy. The Elite decide not to join WWE before AEW happens. There was talk of AEW's Elite potentially considering a move over to the land of sports entertainment as recently as last year, of course. However, while potentially agreeing to sign with WWE as a unit in 2023 may not have been a move that led to the killing of their careers, the same probably couldn't confidently be said the last time Kenny Omega Omega and the Young Bucks in particular were thinking about joining the biggest wrestling promotion in the business. Before AEW officially became a thing, those elite members were actually seriously close to becoming sports entertainers. Matt Jackson even recalled to Chris Van Vliet how Kenny, Nick and himself all turned to each other after a phone call one day and said, "I think we're all going to WWE." Had Tony Khan not come in with the right offer at the right time, giving the guys a chance to run their own company and hire their own people, it's not too hard to imagine a scenario where the Jackson Boys and Omega simply became another set of gifted stars who were eventually / inevitably mishandled within that late 2010 and rather broken version of the WWE system. The infamously intense schedule was also a big reason behind the Elite's call to turn down a WWE run, and not even the offer of a limited schedule could keep these lads from joining forces with Tony Khan and changing the business forever. Now I've got a question for you. What is your favourite Elite match of all time? You let me know in the comment section down below. FTR managed to leave WWE before being turned into clowns. The team once known as the Revival had already just about survived some rather embarrassing treatments whilst working under WWE contracts, but Uzi hot nonsense and getting completely buried by an aging D-Generation X paled in comparison to the utterly humiliating mess that was heading their way towards the end of their run with the company in early 2020. As Dax Harwood and Cash Wheeler would eventually recall on Talk Is Jericho, the latter laughed out loud when Vince McMahon pitched the tag team a new gimmick involving the pair dressing up in garish costumes, boasting shatter machine chains and silly hats. Ever the pros, after openly admitting that this idea was a bad one, Dax and Cash agreed to go full clown for the remainder of their contract time, but they would then very much be leaving at the end of their deals. You can't really blame them. Wheeler even felt that the plan, on paper, of the two dressing up as a ridiculous comedy act out of spite, angry at the fact tag teams had to become comedy characters to get any WWE TV time, wasn't completely terrible. Whether it would have actually been executed well, though, is doubtful, isn't it? Thankfully, the pair were never put in that potentially disastrous position. WWE pulled them from the product a few days after this bizarre meeting, and the eventual FTR finally departed the company a few months later after dodging said colourful bullet. Kota Ibushi refuses to join WWE during the Cruiserweight Classic, before going on to become one of the greatest and most popular performers New Japan Pro Wrestling has ever seen, lifting the IWGP Heavyweight Championship and putting on 5-star plus epics against the likes of Kazuchika Okada and Jay White. Kota Ibushi actually stepped inside of a WWE ring for a spell in 2016. Appearing in that year's tremendous Cruiserweight Classic, Ibushi joined the likes of Zack Sabre Jr., Tajiri, Johnny Gargano, Tommaso Ciampa, and more, competing to win the tournament and eventually be crowned the new Cruiserweight champion. The Golden Star, in particular, inevitably shined during his contests, and there was even talk of him potentially joining many of the other Cruiserweight Classic participants and signing a deal with the company. Ibushi wasn't a fan of that idea, however, and said there was zero chance he'd join WWE full-time, though he didn't close the door on the possibility of making more of these one-shot deals with the company. With Ibushi never performing for the sports entertainment organization again in the years that followed, it seems they weren't all that interested in only the occasional appearance from the talented worker, and Ibushi's refusal to become a full-time cruiserweight saw him dodging the purple bullets that were the disappointing cruiserweight division on Raw and 205 Live spin-offs that would have no doubt slowed down or even derailed an eventually magnificent career. Thanks for checking out this video today, folks. Hit that subscribe button down below for more WhatCulture on your screens. Stone Cold Steve Austin was nearly Fang McFrost, joining Mick Foley as an eventual icon of the business who dodged a bullet that likely would have resulted in them being anything but, as Steve Austin, before he was Stone Cold, was also rather close to a naming disaster. You see, as WWE were looking to alter his gimmick from that of a ringmaster to something else, a collection of, let's say, fascinating names were suggested. As Austin would also note during a Hot Ones interview, it's completely true that the company offered him the career-killing names of Otto Von Ruthless, Chili McFreeze, and Fang McFrost in response to the wrestler pitching the idea of becoming a villain inspired by Richard Kuklinski, a real-life ruthless serial killer also known as the Iceman. WWE being WWE, they heard Iceman and set about suggesting names that focused on temperature. Brilliant. A perplexed Austin swerved each and every one of those dodgy titles, thankfully, before landing on his legendary nickname after being handed a cup of tea by his wife and being told to drink it before it became Stone Cold. told. The rest was history. Chris Jericho is sure he'd have been the Goon had he joined WWE in the mid-90s. Though he would obviously end up making a splash in the land of sports entertainment just before the end of the 90s, Chris Jericho was actually offered the chance to sign with WWE before that famous Y2J arrival. In the wake of working in Japan, Mexico, Extreme Championship Wrestling and Smoky Mountain Wrestling, Jericho received a call from Jim Cornette in 1996. Here he was pitched the idea of being one of 5 enhancement guys, who were definitely not jobbers. They had gimmicks, you see. Jericho soon decided that likely wasn't the move for him at that point in his career, and ended up working in World Championship Wrestling before eventually arriving in WWE as a potential main event star. But what if he had jumped at the chance to join the company a few years earlier? Well, according to Jericho himself, he feels he would have ended up in the role of the Goon that eventually went to Bill Irwin, a hockey player character who would debut in July 1996 and be gone by March 1997. So there you have it. The bloke who famously said he would save WWE saved himself from a career-killing spell in the gloves and skates. Pumpkin Finn Balor battling against Sister Abigail is scrapped due to an illness concern. While any performer suddenly going down injured or ill is typically an unfortunate thing in the wrestling business, he was actually somewhat of a blessing in disguise coming into WWE's 2017 Tables, Ladders and Chairs PLE. Before the late great Bray Wyatt was pulled from the event due to a reported viral meningitis outbreak, the former WWE champion was involved in a peculiar feud with Finn Balor, and said rivalry had just taken a particularly surreal turn. In the weeks leading up to the PLE, Wyatt unleashed his Sister Abigail character on the WWE audience, with Balor then answering with his own strange pumpkin face demon persona. This one had all the makings of one of the most embarrassing nights of either terrific performer's careers. I mean, Wyatt was set to seemingly wrestle as Sister Abigail. It sounded like a nightmare. Wyatt being forced out of the bout, though, led to both men dodging this incoming bullet. AJ Styles stepped in as a late replacement. The two former Bullet Club leaders put on a much better match than the one that was likely once heading fans' way, and this largely forgettable Balor-Wyatt feud was mercifully brought to a quiet end. All's well that ends well, eh? Jake the Snake Roberts dodged an actual bullet, while the rest of the names on this list each didn't literally dodge any bullets that would have swiftly brought an end to their time within the wrestling business, or on this planet for that matter, to an end. Jake the Snake Roberts actually, well did. Back when Roberts was locking up with fellow icon Sting in Dallas, Texas many years ago, this legend was actually shot at by a fan watching on. You heard that right. As Roberts would explain in an appearance on Derek's Reptiles, a guy on the 9th row taking in that contest suddenly pulled out a pistol and fired off 3 shots towards him. They all ended up missing, with Roberts managing to literally dodge the bullets and get himself under the ring to avoid any potentially fatal injuries. This snake clearly had some serious heat, folks, but was thankfully able to survive this rather shocking, life-threatening experience and continue adding more chapters to his Hall of Fame career. And finally, Kevin Owens was almost in the League of Nations. Another time a real-life illness seemingly saved a star from a rather dreadful, potentially career-killing experience. Kevin Owens was once reportedly on the verge of becoming a member of a quite disastrous faction. That's according to a PWInsider.com report back in 2016, with it being said that KO was going to originally be a part of the League of Nations unit that debuted in late 2015, a team made up of heels from places outside of the United States. Instead of becoming one of the most dominant evil groups in WWE history, however, this team of villains didn't make that much of an impact at all, and were largely just used to make Roman Reigns look strong heading into WrestleMania 32. In the end, the faction did more harm than good for Sheamus, Rusev, Wade Barrett, and Alberto Del Rio, and likely would have hurt Owens' own career had he joined the crew. Why didn't he? Because both the future Universal Champion and his son had gone down ill the same week the heel team arrived in WWE. So the company decided to send Owens home from that week's Raw and SmackDown tapings, meaning he was then written out of those League of Nations debut plans. They never decided to throw him in after that. So Owens was able to continue making a name for himself as a compelling solo act and dodge the potential career killer that could have been his League of Nations membership.
Let's just be honest. Now that WCW is dead, and it definitely is, some of the awful moments are hilarious. They weren't at the time, but so much time has passed you can't help but laugh. Because what the flub were they thinking? It still holds a soft spot in my heart and I'll always want to talk about it. So hello, I am Simon from WhatCulture. Please do subscribe. And here's 10 WCW moments so bad they'll blow your mind. Number 10, WCW goes Montreal. I mean, promotions were still mimicking this in 2007, so it's no surprise just 2 years after the Montreal Screwjob, World Championship Wrestling couldn't help themselves. It just sucks that they made Bret Hart go along with it. Happening during the main event of Starrcade as the Hitman faced Goldberg. It doesn't get chatted about too much because, as you know, this was the night Bill booted Bret in the head and ended his career. I can't say for sure, but I think Bret has most definitely spoken about this. However, the special guest referee was indeed Roddy Piper, and halfway through this nightmare, he just randomly called for the bell. Ruh-roh. Goldberg was in the sharpshooter too, and no, he hadn't submitted. And the worst part was the Washington fans had no clue what was going on. This sort of nonsense wasn't as well known as it would be today, and this was classic WCW management thinking they knew better. They didn't. This was the pay-per-view that was also meant to be as important as a WrestleMania, and they still pulled this. It beggars belief. Number 9, Lex Luger reads Vince Russo's mind. Here we go. Happening on the 15th of May 2000 Nitro, let us set the scene. The opening match was going to be Sting versus Vampiro in a House of Pain, which was basically a massive steel cage. Yes, WCW was that desperate. During this nonsense, Vince Russo also cornered Miss Elizabeth and told her later on that Medusa was going to kick her ass, when Lex Luger appeared disguised as a member of the ring crew. He dropped through the hole in the top of the structure and slapped the torture rack onto Medusa, but how on earth did he know this was going to happen? Nobody had hinted about it, there was no tease, so Lex had just dressed up on the off chance it would actually work out for him. So he was just hanging out. Russo had only just made the match too, so as ever, it was just WCW thinking everybody has to be a surprise, even when it makes no sense. 2 + 2 = potato. The irony of this, of course, is that if all you do is shock TV, nothing is a shock. These guys. Number 8, Hulk Hogan has supervision. Given that Hulk Hogan was part responsible for a huge boom in wrestling, it's amazing he thought it was a good idea to go along with some of this. I mean, even Stevie Wonder could see this was a bad plan. Look at this image, though. It is pitch black, right? You can see some lights, but if I told you to identify the wrestler stood at the top, you couldn't. If you tried, it would just be a massive guess. Well, Hogan was there to witness this and was even further away, and yet when he saw it, he just shouted out, "It's the wall, brother!" I mean, there is no flubbing way. This was the 27th of March 2000 Nitro, and Hulk was in the ring cutting a promo, and somehow could see the wall making a chokeslam gesture atop of this building. Which brings up point number 2. The hell is he doing? That's weird behavior. The fans' reaction makes this because they don't get it either and just start looking around, and it is so stupid, it would have been great if they had meant it. As you've already figured out, they did not. Number 7, Oklahoma's medical exam. Do not watch the 7th of February 2000 Nitro. It is offensive and in poor taste then, and it still is now. For some reason, Vince Russo and Ed Ferrara decided insulting Jim Ross would be a fine idea on WCW television, so they created a character called Oklahoma that even had Bell's palsy. I mean, what are you doing? This was definitely the low point because as the fake JR came to the ring, he was accompanied by Dr. Jeter as the pair laughed at the fact Medusa had breast implants. How nobody was fired for this, I don't know. It is bad people doing bad things. It truly is the worst of wrestling and saw fans tune out in their droves, especially the WCW audience. At their core, they always wanted straight up wrestling, and instead they were given nonsense like this. Like going out for pizza and someone sticking a piece of glass up your ass. What? Move on. Number 6, let's get excited about the script writers. If you want your heart to break, watch this era of WCW and look at Bobby Heenan every time the camera cuts to him. He knows. How could he not? It was awful on the 18th of October 1999 Nitro when the Brain and lead commentator Tony Schiavone had to sit there and lose their minds because World Championship Wrestling had hired some scriptwriters. Yep. That's what they said on air. Now, of course, this was the announcement that Vince Russo and Ed Ferrara are now with WCW, but still, why on earth would you format that into the show? Nobody cares, just wrestle. As ever, this was done for the insider fan, and back at the turn of millennium, that was even smaller than it is now. So this is really bad World Championship Wrestling. Don't even bother with it. Number 5, the Warrior is in the mirror. As opposed to this, which is good bad WCW. I love it. One of the more infamous angles they ever did. The Ultimate Warrior's run in the promotion was rubbish. There's no point pretending otherwise. He was only brought in so Hulk Hogan could get his win back after that WrestleMania loss, and was given so much creative freedom to convince him to take the L that all of this Warrior stuff was nuts. And I mean genuinely nuts. The 5th of October 1998 Nitro is when it fell through the floor though, and let me explain. As Hollywood was freaking out about the return of his nemesis, he saw the Ultimate One growling at him when he looked in the mirror. That's right, Hogan was seeing ghosts. The problem though is that Eric Bischoff, who was with Hulk, could not see the Warrior, so this was meant to be Hogan losing his mind. If that's the case, however, why could we see him too? That's right. Production-wise, the real-life Jim Hellwig was shown on TV, so who actually was crazy here? Was it us and Hulk? Was it Bischoff? And furthermore, when the hell did the Ultimate Warrior get magical powers? The real icing of the cake is that the announcers also witnessed this, so who the flub knows? Classic right hand isn't talking to the left hand stuff, but man, it's so funny. It is so bad. Like watching a cheap-ass B-movie. Number 4, Ric Flair in the psychiatric hospital. In April 2000, Roddy Piper was able to convince a psychiatric hospital to admit the Nature Boy, meaning a week later, we were gonna get some skits, and these were unbelievable. For some reason, the actors WCW hired as extras were told to ham it up too, so it's embarrassing, and the jokes just range from insensitive to wildly inappropriate. During all this, the nurses get perved on constantly too. It sucks so bad. I dare you to load these up and watch them because your head will fall on the floor, and if nothing else, who was tuning into Nitro to see the king of wrestling have to do this? Nobody. That's who. This is the kind of stuff that ruins your fandom because it is totally unjustifiable. You want to kick the TV when you're finished. It is just the worst. Number 3, Goldberg and the script. This may have been the worst WCW storyline, and that is saying something. It was all down to the fact that Vince Russo was obsessed with talking about wrestlers not following the script, which is what he did with Goldberg on the 14th of August 2000 Nitro. For he marched into the ring with Tank Abbott and yelled at Bill, because you gotta use his first name, for not wanting to do his job. Not only did it just tell the audience that what they're watching was all fake nonsense, but it made Goldberg look like an idiot. Once again, fans didn't know what was going on, and the end result was meant to be you thinking Tank and Bill were gonna fight for real. What that says about the rest of the show, I don't know. As ever, the announcers have no clue how to sell this, because if they went too far in either direction, it just exposed the core of wrestling. To this day, it was only designed for one person, and as cliched as it is, it would be like Brad Pitt killing a guy in a movie when he turned to the camera and said, "Hey, don't worry, he's not actually dead." Thanks, Brad. Thanks. Number 2, Vince Russo wins the World Championship. When Vince Russo first arrived in WCW, do you know what he said? "This isn't about me, bro." That was not true. Because not only did he book himself as an on-screen character almost instantly, but on the 25th of September 2000 Nitro, he took on Booker T in a steel cage, and yep, he won the big gold belt. Forget David Arquette, this was bottom of the barrel stuff. There was a dumb finish naturally, as Vince only achieved this when Goldberg speared him through the structure, meaning Russo won on a technicality, but still, why was he even in this position to begin with? He didn't even get beaten for the title as he relinquished it on Thunder a few days later, and his reason was the fact he wasn't a wrestler, so how could he defend it? Well, if that's the case, why the flub were you in a match? Poor Booker T was the guy that had to try and save all of this, and boy does he try. Nobody could have helped though. We weren't writing to ensure we had a good TV show. It was just tricks and swerves constantly. Number 1, Kevin Nash and the missing blood. Right, this is better. It's so funny. Because do you remember when the Brood were running wild in the WWF in the late 90s? The bloodbath was a signature attack, and it was mostly Vince Russo. He loved this for some reason, because he got a kick out of an individual covered in the red stuff. You tell me. He carried this on when he got to WCW and decided his faction, the New Blood, should take up the mantle, and that makes sense. I mean, the clue is in the name. The problem was, World Championship Wrestling was so crazy in 2000 that nothing went right, including here. Because when Kevin Nash was stood in the ring, they triggered this liquid attack, and the blood missed. Yep. It meant Nash stood there in the ring as some red liquid fell from the rafters next to him, and all he could do was just look at it, and then it got even worse. Later, as Big Sexy brawled with these guys, more blood was supposed to hit him, and not only did that miss, but some of it landed in the crowd and hit the front row instead. I mean, this is amazing. It's just amazing. Whether or not such people were compensated, I don't know, when really, if you were going to WCW shows around this time, you should have expected this. I mean, they probably couldn't have even drunk a glass of water, right? Would have just spilled it right on their face. I'm now off to watch more bad WCW moments, and of course, Judy Backwell on a forklift. 20 years later, and I will never ever understand. When you think about it, the WWE title hasn't changed hands that much. To earn this honor is still considered a big deal, and while there have been periods where we hot potatoed it, looking at you, Attitude Era, it is a prestigious prize. Let us keep it that way. On more than one occasion, it has totally baffled us when it came to new champions too, but you know what? These turned out alright. So I am Simon Miller. You've already seen the title. Let's roll. Number 10, JBL in 2004. I think the reason for the confusion is mainly because all of this was in fast forward. We were still getting our heads around Bradshaw becoming JBL when we got to the 2004 Great American Bash, and yep, John defeated Eddie Guerrero for the WWE title. What the flub is happening? Well, I tell ya, it turned out some really good booking. JBL was such an asshole, he was able to establish himself at the top of the card, especially because he always kept that championship by the skin of his teeth. It was purposefully infuriating. In later years, we learned Eddie had requested this too due to the pressure he felt as the man. And what did it all lead to? John Cena beating Layfield at WrestleMania 21 to move his rise to stardom into overdrive. So Bradshaw was just a necessary evil in this role, and he understood the assignment. Get other people over. His crazy long reign only helped with this, and while Cena would have made it anyway, it was a pretty good start. So yeah, fair play all around. Looking back, this was actually a huge success. Number 9, Sheamus in 2009. So the execution wasn't great again. Looking back, WWE may have needed this. Essentially in 2009, the WWE title had become trapped between John Cena and Randy Orton, and as is always the way, fans were getting a bit tired of it. It's nobody's fault, it's just what happens. It meant when Sheamus from nowhere won the big belt at the TLC pay-per-view, people were genuinely stunned. Message boards blew up as always. Such is life. It would have been better if we didn't over-rely on the table stipulation which brought the Irishman the gold, but I'll tell you what it did do, it kept Sheamus near the top of the card forevermore. I mean, seriously, go through his whole career. While there are some lower moments, mostly he was always treated like a threat because he came in with a bang and he beat John Cena. It was still nuts that Sheamus went from ECW to Raw and achieved this so fast, but time has been kind to the decision, and again, WWE did feel a little bit predictable in 2009, so this at the very least was something to chat about. It kept you on your toes. Number 8, The Miz in 2021. A lot of people forget that The Miz basically stole Otis's Money in the Bank briefcase back in 2021, and then successfully cashed in on Drew McIntyre to become the WWE champion. I would assume it was down to the fact individuals were mad. Before this, The Miz had kind of been stuck in the mid-card. The details are super important here, however, because Drew had just won a grueling Elimination Chamber match, so having the A-lister steal away his glory was horrible. Whether WWE knew it or not, this was going to be a crucial act for McIntyre's big heel turn down the line, because it was the first of his many, well, that's very unfair moments. And sure, you can now say, well, that's just an accident, but who cares? WWE still used it and helped turn McIntyre into the beast he was in 2024. I mean, that was going to happen anyway. The fact we moved some of the chess pieces is great booking. Miz didn't hold it that long either because he dropped it to Bobby Lashley, so you could also get over that part pretty fast. I'm gonna say in hindsight, hell yeah, this really did work out in the long run. Number 7, John Cena in 2017. So remember this, a lot of people losing their minds for John Cena's 2025 retirement tour were definitely mad about what happened here, so we've got in reverse. Cena has lived long enough to become the hero. At the Royal Rumble of this year though, John Cena did defeat AJ Styles to win back the WWE title, and do you know why this ruled? Because it brought the man who can't be seen to 16 reigns. If we didn't do this, he wouldn't be in the position he will be during his final run, where, yep, he may actually get to number 17 and stand atop of the mountain. So sure, you may have been upset at the time, but it worked out overall. I think Cena's retirement is going to be twice as fun because WWE at the very least will tease it. I tell you this too, I would pull the trigger. If anybody deserves to have this accolade, it's this guy. He couldn't have given any more if he tried, and wrestling is about making you happy. John doesn't need to hold it that long either. You could probably even change your mind after a week. So yeah, I am totally good with it. Number 6, Brock Lesnar in 2019. Let me make this clear. Brock Lesnar beating Kofi Kingston for the WWE title on the Fox debut of SmackDown sucked. It sucked then, it sucked now. Kofi should still be livid. It's so bad. Which begs the question, why is it in this list? Well, obviously, I'm going to tell you. Because the fact of the matter is, WWE was going to do this regardless. There was nothing we could do. Kingston only got the nod through some mad circumstances, and we've seen that before. Rey Mysterio, CM Punk, Daniel Bryan. They get to the promised land, and then Vince McMahon treated them like idiots. With all that in mind, this was the best way to get it done. Just pull the band-aid off. WWE was never going to let Kofi show any sort of dominance against Lesnar, so rather than see him mauled for 10 minutes, just remind me how stupid wrestling can be. This was also the year of that Hell in a Cell match. It was a bad time. There's also the fact it did get a lot of people talking, which was the idea, so in that sense, I suppose it was a success. By that logic, though, we could have had Repo Man win the belt. The chatter would have been just as loud, especially from me. It also pissed enough people off that they were overjoyed when Drew McIntyre dethroned the Beast down the line, so it did have a payoff. But yeah, I will never forget, Kofi. You are the best. Number 5, The Big Show in 2002. Given we have just chatted about that, let's reverse the mindset because yeah, back in 2002, people felt the same way about Lesnar himself. Time is weird. 2002 was Brock's breakout year though, and the man was a menace. He got over so fast because he was a killer, and he won the WWE title from The Rock at SummerSlam. There was no going back. It's why when he faced the Big Show at that year's Survivor Series, we all thought it was a foregone conclusion. The Giant wasn't doing much at that point, so he could just be a mammoth man for Lesnar to beat. And then Brock lost. Whoops. Thankfully, there was a reason. Firstly, WWE wanted to turn Lesnar face because he was getting cheered anyway, and during this, Paul Heyman turned on his friend and joined the Big Show, which was the main reason the belt switched hands. So yeah, I get that fine. It also allowed Kurt Angle to win the title from Big Show at Armageddon because WWE had already booked WrestleMania 19, which was gonna be Angle versus Lesnar. As they wanted Brock to get the big victory there though, somebody had to beat him beforehand, so yeah. Paul White wasn't the worst choice. That man is huge. In essence, we basically created a buffer zone with this, and actually seeing it play out wasn't half bad. Almost like if you know where you're going, you can go and get away with anything. Number 4, Kane in 1998. This one is hilarious. 24 hours Kane was the WWF champion. That's right, one day. We all forget about this because it came at the 1998 King of the Ring, and yeah, that was the night of Undertaker versus Mankind, Hell in a Cell. Human beings were being thrown off cages. Nothing else was gonna stick. It was a huge surprise though, because this pay-per-view was in June, meaning Stone Cold Steve Austin had only held the gold for 3 months. Think of that. It's not like his popularity was waning either. He was more over than ever. It meant everybody was shocked when the Big Red Machine drew first blood in the First Blood match. Even more so if you were in the know. Kane had only been born to have a feud with Taker, and now he was the man. Do you want to know why we did this, however? Well, of course, it was to keep the fans on their toes, but the WWF also knew they had to keep firing shots in the Monday Night TV ratings war. And what happened on the next week's Raw? The rematch was made very public, and Austin won his gold back. And that match got all the viewers. Kane was such a beast he got away with it too, so this was very smart, and overall likely helped the World Wrestling Federation claw their way back to the top. There's always ways and means. Number 3, Hulk Hogan in 1993. Nope, I am not giving this one a free pass. This is also one of the worst moments in WWE history. Dumb, really dumb. If you don't know, this followed WrestleMania 9 when Hulk Hogan walked to the ring after Bret Hart had been screwed out of the WWE title thanks to Yokozuna, and he had an impromptu match. Hogan then won in seconds and was the champion, and even now I can't believe it. This only served one person. Or maybe 2. Because the reason this happened was down to the fact that WWF business wasn't doing very good. In a panic, Vince McMahon felt like he needed to see if there was life in Hulkamania, a decision he thought he'd already made years prior. He decided the tide had turned and we were done with all of that, but when numbers started going the wrong way, well, I guess you have to try. So we pulled the trigger super early and gave the gold back to Hulk, and you know what it told us? Nope, we are past that peak. By that year's King of the Ring, Hogan was gone again. Now with hindsight, WWE should have used this to turn Hulk Hogan heel, as we know that would have been the secret sauce, but given Hulk's enjoyment of politics, this was actually the best of a bad situation. The championship was always going to go back to him at some point. Doing it this way was the fastest route to tell us it was not the answer. So while as a fan I do not like it, business-wise I can understand it. We still could have waited till Raw though, although that wasn't how the show worked back then. In fact, it barely carried any weight at all. Number 2, Hulk Hogan in 2002. This one was different, however. I don't think we had much of a choice. It was all off the back of that WrestleMania 18 match with The Rock, and we know the deal. The fans decided on that night they wanted pure nostalgia and cheered Hogan like it was 1984. Even with all the awfulness since, it remains very special. It was the timing that was fascinating because on that show, Triple H capped off his big comeback by defeating Chris Jericho to become the WWE Champion. That had been the direction ever since he returned in January, when we got to Backlash and he lost. To Hogan, it was totally surreal. It didn't last long because this hysteria was always going to be short-lived. That's why it was good that WWE capitalized on it when they could. What they should do when young upstarts get over. Why not even when it's the other way around? If you had just ignored it, you would have lost the magic faster, and yeah, within a couple of months, Hulk had lost the belt anyway, and this made a lot of fans happy at the time. As we have talked about a lot, that is the idea of professional wrestling. Number 1, Bob Backlund in 1994. Talk about out-of-nowhere decisions. This was wild. For starters, nobody thought Bob Backlund was even going to return to the WWF in 1994, especially because the tagline was the new generation. Bob was the total opposite. He was as old school as they came. Now, actually, after this, everybody involved smartened up and turned Backlund into a crazy heel that was a lot of fun. But why on earth did we have him beat Bret Hart for the gold at the Survivor Series? Well, once again, I'm going to tell you. Once again, the powers that be will look into the future and realize they needed to light a fire under Owen Hart. Therefore, he screwed his brother over here, which made him into a right monster. And what happened a few days later on a house show? Diesel beat Bob to become the champion, so we are moving the pieces around again. It really would have been risky to have had Big Daddy Cool do this over the Hitman because Bret was so beloved, and doing it this way got Owen heat as the siblings continued their awesome feud. It also told the audience, you should come to our live events, you don't know what's gonna happen. Diesel was also mega over at this point as well, so it was the right thing to try. And while that didn't work out as intended, that was mainly because Vince McMahon instantly tried to turn Kevin Nash into Hulk Hogan. That part was stupid. So the rage of the time was fair, but sitting down with it now, it's actually quite entertaining booking and the type of risks people could take today. It all worked out in the end, and everybody had something new to do. I say, good.
From rather foolish publicity stunts to just rubbing up top stars the wrong way. These are those exact moments wrestlers wreck their own careers in this business. So I'm Gareth from WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are those wrestlers who destroyed their careers in a single moment. Bronson Matthews. Imagine it's your first day in an administrative role for a finance company, if you will. Somebody higher up than you has obstructed a doorway that you want to walk through just chatting away to one of your colleagues. They didn't mean to get in your way, but you right now are annoyed. So annoyed in fact that you send out a company-wide email expressing exactly how irritated you are. You have annihilated your reputation, and because you're pretty much the most expendable person in the company at that moment in time, you're probably going to get fired. Now this isn't a real scenario because nobody would ever be that stupid, would they? Except in wrestling, where this essentially happened. Bronson Matthews won the 6th season of WWE Tough Enough, which was hardly going to kickstart his career and send him straight into the main event. But still, neither was burying the social outcasts as jobbers on Twitter. This apparently pissed off the likes of Kevin Owens and Cody Rhodes and a few other people, and it got to the point where Matthews was eventually barred from the locker room because, well, yeah, that's kind of what you get. Yes, he did say that he was just tweeting in character, but still, just keep your fingers away from the Twitter machine. It's never a good idea, as you will see later on. Now, the 2016 incident didn't directly lead to his release, but it happened like a year before it, and his career was pretty much done as soon as he did that. Jackson Riker. Jackson Riker was nothing if not aggressively generic. A vacuum with a great physique. Sounds kind of familiar. But nobody has ever left a single one of his matches with the memory, really, just nothing. You remember that time he feuded with Elias? Yeah, probably not, but let me just catch you up on it. At that time, he played a babyface with apparent wartime PTSD, which was a pretty bleak development and nobody really gave a damn about it. Nobody gave a damn because it was staggeringly mediocre, and because Riker's career was pretty much a zombified thing by 2021. He was doomed by his own doing to shamble through WWE because he was stupid and just ugly enough to put over Donald Trump amid protests over George Floyd's death in 2020. He knew exactly what he was doing, and so did the locker room that very much let him have it at the time, including Kevin Owens, who was disgusted that Riker even dared to try and get his catchphrase over at this moment in time. Forgotten no more has taken on a razor-sharp note of irony since Riker has only wrestled 5 times since leaving WWE. Jessica Havoc. Like I said before, don't tweet. There is no point, absolutely none. Or let's just be a bit more accurate, don't be a piece of crap. Jessica Havoc ruined her chances of ever making it in WWE when midway through a tryout that she felt was going kinda pretty well, people excavated old tweets of hers. And this was all according to a blog post. They ranged from spectacularly ill-advised to abhorrent in nature. While trying to get noticed on The Independent, she absolutely buried WWE's Divas division, which, while fair, was again pretty stupid. Far more stupid and, well, awful was her decision to tweet out what she claims were ironic, racist jokes between friends. The "it was banter" excuse didn't really convince many people, and Havoc was consigned to virtual Impact Wrestling obscurity forevermore. Enzo Amore. Now, it was pretty unlikely that Enzo Amore was ever going to make his way back to WWE after he was released in 2018. He was fired after failing to inform WWE about a sexual assault allegation against him, and then he went and pursued a hip-hop career, as you do. Enzo wasn't a great wrestler, but that was never really his appeal, was it? He was a promo guy, and he was very good at it. But he was loathed by many of his peers because he was apparently quite an obnoxious guy who was absolutely in love with himself. Now, it was unlikely that he was ever going to go back to WWE after all of that, but it then became impossible after that strange publicity stunt that he pulled at Survivor Series 2018. Wearing Bart Simpson's Shelbyville wig and actually making it work, Enzo cut his signature promo before being forcibly ejected from the arena. Now, I've got a quick question for you. Was this the most awkward moment in wrestling history? I mean, it probably wasn't, but I want to know what you think is in the comment section down below. Tessa Blanchard. At her best and most motivated, Tessa Blanchard was outstanding before the likes of Rhea Ripley started lapping her. Incredibly physical, her power game was super legitimate, and she registered everything she did brilliantly. She exuded presence and was drenched in confidence. She also had the reputation. The reputation of being a complete and utter arrogant pain in the ass that nobody really liked. And this all allegedly cost her a job in WWE. With WWE, according to Dave Meltzer of the Wrestling Observer, believing that she had a bit of a bad attitude when she attended a tryout many years ago. Simply put, wherever Tessa went, trouble usually followed. But she was consistently successful in Impact Wrestling, it's worth saying. On the eve of her big moment though, when she was set to dethrone Sami Callihan for the World Damn Championship, Chelsea Green and Allysin Kay, amongst others, accused Tessa variously of belittling her peers, and even spitting in a black performer's face and calling her a pretty vile racist slur. A series of callous behaviours cost Tessa her career, but the backlash came after one specific burst. Alex Riley. Alex Riley really had something, and in an alternate universe, he probably would have used it. Athletic and cocky, he learned the basic cookie-cutter WWE style rather quickly, and his achievement on Season 2 of NXT can be described as, with no hyperbole, towering. Everybody else on that show looked like a complete and utter geek when Matt Striker just asked them to talk about some random topics into the mic. Riley took it in his stride, baby. And then apparently he ran straight into John Cena, which, you know, can happen because the guy is invisible. Now, Riley may not be the most reliable of narrators, it's gotta be said, but former WWE wrestler Gabby Tuff claims that Cena tried to get Riley fired after Riley just refused to follow some of Cena's advice. Riley didn't do what was asked of him in a 6-person tag apparently, and from that moment on, this guy's name was Mud. Now again, it's worth saying that Tuff herself may have some motive to sully John Cena's name. Cena apparently told her to stop using the burning hammer after a botched attempt to do that move looked a bit too similar to the AA. But Riley's demotion was sudden even for the stop-start era of WWE booking. Dave Schultz. Dave Schultz had a nasty, intimidating aura, knew his way around a threat, and could go to the required standard. Not that that was of tremendous importance at the time though. Physiques and personality mattered more, and Schultz, a dark alley nightmare, had them both. As often happens, his flashpoint moment has now led to many romanticizing his career in hindsight. But he wasn't the heel Magnum TA, and had to work in Japan for a while afterwards, but the narrative that he was blackballed was not entirely a shoot. The WWF felt they simply could not use him. He resurfaced in Memphis and Stampede, but other promoters who weren't exactly going to respect the wishes of Vince McMahon in the 1980s still wanted nothing to do with him. A separate incident with Mr. T, whom Schultz saw as an outsider, was what ultimately led to his departure. Hulk Hogan may have embellished or changed his story in subsequent years, but more than one eyewitness believed Schultz to have posed a threat to T, and he was seen as a liability. His career was destroyed of his own doing ultimately. Austin Aries. Austin Aries was one of the best performers on the planet. In 2012, his matches flowed with the craftsmanship of some of the best ever. Everything he did he just nailed, and in general he was every bit as good as he felt he was. And the greatest man who ever lived shtick was no gimmick, ladies and gentlemen. The man's opinion of himself was higher than he was. Now that's not saying much, but you get what I mean. Aries was also infamous for rubbing people up the wrong way. Aries, who was often quite a nasty piece of work, managed to secure work time and time again because he was that damn gifted, sadly. People forget that now because he turned into something worse than a heel with his nonsense no-nonsense misinformation stuff in the pandemic, but he was genuinely fantastic for a time. He doesn't get any work and he hasn't for years now. It is out of the question though, because he completely no-sold Johnny Impact at Bound for Glory 2018, and then just simply upped and left after the finish of the main event. If he and Johnny were in cahoots, apparently, Impact and them certainly were not. He claims it was a work, brother, but what money did it draw, and what the hell was the whole point of it? This marked the last occasion in which Aries worked for a promotion of any real renown, because in this moment, he proved himself to be a massive self-serving liability. And Ivelisse. Branded with the euphemistic difficult to work with tag early on in her career, AEW founder Tony Khan nonetheless took the risk. His women's division, already painfully thin, was decimated by the pandemic. The early idea to import experienced and exciting Joshi talent was rendered impossible due to travel issues, leaving a green crop of performers who were struggling to transition to national television wrestling. This wasn't their fault, they'd just come up in a women's independent wrestling scene that barely functioned as a feeder system. Tony Khan might be guilty of perpetuating the bleak cycle of women's wrestling in the US, but it's always existed, and all this gave Ivelisse a way in. Firstly, she could go, and without being blow away awesome, she could still work a snug and convincing style, and she had the experience to work TV-length matches without getting entirely lost. She was paired with Thunder Rosa on the 10th of September 2020 Dynamite, which was otherwise a bit of an all-timer. After more than a few stiff shots thrown in either direction, Ivelisse sat in a Thunder Rosa submission like a toddler that had just been told they have to give their dummy to Santa this year. Now, while it should be noted that the two did work together in a tag team match a couple of weeks later with no issue, in various media interviews after being dropped, Ivelisse alleged systemic mistreatment from the coaching staff. Blaming everybody but herself, once more, it's exceedingly unlikely that she'll work in the mainstream ever again.
So the big question I will ask you today is, what even is NXT anymore? It's like part real show and part developmental show, but I'm actually a big fan of it because you'll get to see the stars of tomorrow learning in motion. That should never be a thing, but I appreciate that it is. But it has gone through so many different guises. I, Simon Miller here at WhatCulture, thought we'd go back to the very first class and rank them all and see what they're up to today. Now, there's a lot of these, so put some coffee on, put your tush in a seat, now let's go. Number 54, Anya. Now I'm not really sure what happened to Anya, but she basically had 5 non-televised matches on house show loops, and she went away. Now I'm not sure this was the plan at the start, because in one of her very last matches, she teamed with Yotzi Hashu to take on Angelo Dawkins and Charlotte Flair, and get this, she won. That's right. Do not forget though, this was basically during a time when NXT used to be FCW, and only just made the transition, which meant a lot of people did get lost in the shuffle. I think Anya was one of those. Number 53, Danny. What is it with 4-letter female names in the first ever NXT period? She was another body that only worked a few shows though before she was released, and in fact a lot of her fighting actually came in battle royals. Why not? Her last match did see her team with Sasha Banks to take on Charlotte Flair and Audrey Marie. And once again, she was on the winning side. Just goes to show, wins and losses count for nada. Interestingly too, after she did leave in-ring competition, she worked for WWHQ for a while. And after that, I can't tell you, I don't know. Number 52, Chad Baxter. So this was the first ever NXT name before NX naming became a thing. I mean, Chad Baxter, that's a wonderful name. He suffered the same fate as most other people we have talked about today because he only worked 2 matches in NXT before I suppose the phone rang and he got released. That was in 2012, which meant he was one of the people that fell victim to Biggie Langston, who was crushing fools at this time. He also has a loss on his record to one Trent Beretta. The one you really want to find though is when he did a big old fatal 4-way tag match with a bunch of names you will recognize. And who was his partner? Number 51, Adam Mercer. That's right. Now Adam really did have that WWE look, but I can only presume that somebody wasn't very high on him because before NXT started touring, he was out the door. I mean, Cage Match has him listed with just 15 matches, although he was another body that got totally crushed by Biggie. I'm not sure he was ever even in the ring for 2 minutes before he did suffer a very serious head and neck injury, although once again that did happen when he was sharing the squared circle with Eric Rowan, so you can't take that away from him. He worked with some big dudes. Number 50, Tack. Another great name, although actually his full name was Brandon Carter. Should have just called him Tack. Now, given how he did look and the fact that he had a run in the NFL, I think if the appropriate people had seen him before he did get released, well man, we could be telling a different story this day. He at the very least would have been given a shot on the main roster. Instead of 2013, after a bunch of social media messages where he started talking about the Tack Revolution and how he wasn't just another cookie cutter wrestler, whatever that means, he got released. So I doubt this does tie in, but a lot of people he did name drop are actually being very successful today. Maybe he got in the hot water with the wrong dudes. Number 49, Chase Donovan. According to Cage Match, Chase worked over 100 matches during his wrestling career, but only 8 of them came in NXT. Now, Donovan was another guy that actually looked the part, meaning it may have been his experience which cost him, because this was during that time when WWE was like, we want brand new people that we can mold, whereas I suppose Donovan had some bad habits. It could be why he only lasted 8 months, although he does have 2 television losses here, one to Big E and one to Roman Reigns. Let's face it, there ain't a bad couple of people to lose to. Number 48, Dante Dash. Now, Dante was back with FCW in 2012, hung around for a little bit in NXT in 2013, when once again, he was fired. I don't think he ever did any wrestling again. He was another guy that was tangling with the dudes from Tomorrow, because he took on Big E, he took on Bray Wyatt, and he took on Dean Ambrose. Now, he didn't win any of those matches, but at least he was in the ring with them. His last proper loss too was to Eric Rowan, and he also teamed with Baron Corbin for a while, where they took on Enzo and Cass. And yes, we'll talk about them later. Number 47, Garrett Dillon. Now, you may know him better as Joey Christopherson, because this guy arrived on the indie scenes in 2008, and he lasted forever. I mean, his NXT run only went from 2012 to 2013, where he was mostly booked to lose, or go 50-50 in singles matches. We've talked about that before. He really did face the best of the best though, because he was tangling with the likes of FTR, Chris Harrow, and Corey Graves. But after he did suffer one last defeat, he was another guy when NXT just said bye-bye. There was some hope, because in 2014 he was brought back as enhancement talent, but that also went nowhere, which once again is why NXT can be a little weird. Sometimes there's no rhyme or reason. Number 46, Kaylee Turner. So this is the real-life sister of Alicia Fox. Now you know. Now, her entire wrestling run did happen in NXT, although she did pop up in a house show for TNA in 2012. And look, she did find some success. For a little while, she was the FCW Women's Champion. For whatever reason, though, when Triple H did take over developmental, she decided that wrestling wasn't for her, so she did leave the industry, and now she's doing whatever she is doing. Mostly, I just hope she's happy. Let's not forget, friends, sports entertainment isn't for everyone. Number 45, Kenneth Cameron. An original member of the Ascension tag team. Today, you'll probably know him better as Bram. That's right, it's that guy. Now, he did have somewhat of a controversial exit in 2012 because there were some reports about what was happening in his personal life, but he still landed in TNA when he had a damn good run. Sadly, there seems to be a few more issues in 2015, although the man himself has come out and apologized. And just for some trivia, he was also married to Charlotte Flair, and right now you can see him in the NWA as his wrestling career continues to go pretty well. I mean, he's been going a long ass time, which is the whole point. Number 44, Jay Bronson. Now, you may not remember Jay Bronson, but he's another guy that had an incredibly long career, because he started in 2002, and I think hung up his boots in 2022. I can do maths, that's 20 years. Across those 2 decades, he mostly worked as PJ Friedman, but you could see him in All Japan MLW, and at one point in 2006 on WWE TV, he got squished by Gene Snitsky. For whatever reason, he then left wrestling before he was tempted back due to entering the FCW NXT scene, where he did get 2 wins, and then he too was released. Number 43, Jake Carter. So the main piece of this news is that this is the child of one Big Van Vader. He looked nothing like his dad, but was still able to team with Vader in the early days. Now, let's face it, we can call a spade, which is probably how he ended up in the system in the first place. Now, Carter never really found his place, and eventually when NXT did become NXT, he was quietly released. But it's not like he ended it there. He was wrestling up to a couple of years ago. Because in 2021, for Wrestling Theology Fellowship, I believe they're called, he won a Battle Royal. And if you want something that's right up to date, do you know where you can see him? When Vader got inducted into the Hall of Fame. Number 42, Raquel Diaz. Another second generation star. This was Shaul Guerrero, or the daughter of Eddie. Meh. Talk about having some massive shoes to fill. Now, the machine really did get behind her, and she did become the FCW champion. Plus, she was putting on bangers, especially for the time. Don't forget, around about 2010, 2011, 2012, if you were a female in WWE, everything was working against you. In 2012, though, due to some personal issues, she did ask for her release, and even though she came back a year later, it didn't work out. She left again. That was basically it. Number 41, Nick Rogers. Now, Nick Rogers did find some internet fame when some super sleuths realized, wait a minute, this guy does cut a good promo, but he just keeps doing the same one over and over and over again. Many people then decided he worked out how to game the system, but look, fair play to this guy. Over a year period, he had a good old 20 matches in NXT, and yeah, sure, maybe it was because his character was more over than his wrestling. That's the point of sports entertainment sometimes. You can tick one box and everything else falls in place. He didn't last though and eventually was shown the door, but look man, talk about maximizing your minutes. He did as good as he could do with the tools that were afforded to him. or something. Number 40, Memo Montenegro. As El Hero del Dos Caras, this guy has worked everywhere since he was released from NXT back in 2012. Given that he is 12 years deep now into his career, you'd have to figure that NXT was just his intro to the business. And once again, I have some more trivia for you, because this is the brother of one Alberto Del Rio. He only wrestled a total of 8 times over 6 months in the WWE system, but now again, you go to cagematch.com, he has wrestled over 300 times, so he's doing all right. Number 39, Richie Steamboat. Now this was always going to be hard to fill once again, because this was the son of Ricky Steamboat, somebody who a lot of people go, he was the best babyface of all time. Now, he was another one in the NXT system for years before he was released in 2012, but he did have this really good feud with Chris Hero, which eventually he won. Richie even left after getting another victory, but the real problem with Steamboat is that he suffered injury after injury. I think after a while, WWE were just like, look, it's going to happen again. We've got to wash our hands of it. Very sadly, I think this affected Richie's overall wrestling too, because he never came back to the sport. Which begs the question, what could this have been? Number 38, Lincoln Broderick. So Lincoln looked great, he could work great. For some reason, it just never clicked. Because he wrestled twice for NXT and once for FCW before everybody agreed this wasn't going well. And he went back to OVW, where he'd been getting his licks in before. Before NXT went all black and gold as well, Lincoln was also doing an alright tag team with Big E. But then, yeah, when the big rebrand did come, for whatever reason, this didn't work out. So really, this may have been another case of a dude who was let go way too soon. And if he had remained in the system, well, maybe now he'd be on Raw or SmackDown too. We will never know. Number 37, Audrey Marie. So NXT seemed perfect for Audrey Marie, because even though the main roster was still being all like, ha ha ha, we're not gonna let women wrestle, she was having great matches down in developmental, was basically showing people how it could be done. She also teamed with and fought the likes of Charlotte Flair, Paige, Emma, and Sasha Banks, and for a while it really looked like she was gonna follow in their footsteps. For whatever reason though, this didn't translate to the success that WWE officials wanted, and she was let go in 2013. What do I know? Absolutely nothing. It feels like a mistake. Number 36, Brandon Traven. As Brian Breaker, this guy worked everywhere. Like his home was basically the American independent scene, and he even went as far as damn Japan. I mean, you can see him have matches in NJPW and Noah when he finally got signed by NXT, and within a year, he was gone too. He also never won because he was beaten by the likes of Roman Reigns, Big E, Xavier Woods, and Rusev. Although look, once he was out the door, he still wrestled till 2017. That ain't so bad. Number 35, Skylar Moon. Now, according to the internet, Moon has had over 100 matches, and only 4 of them came in NXT. Working mostly as Buggy Nova between 2010 and 2020, she was an indie standout, and she carried this on in NXT, because she was having great matches against the likes of Paige and Emma. After taking a few years off wrestling completely, she returned in 2015 to the indie scene, and listen how she went out. Quintessential Wrestling ran a show called Thank You Buggy to say goodbye, and I'm sorry, that doesn't just happen, you have to have left your mark. Number 34, Oliver Gray. So I can actually speak personally on this one because Oliver Gray today is Joel Redman, and he is still absolutely kicking ass on the UK independent scene. Redman has also had multiple runs in Japan, and of course, you may remember way back when in NXT, he was part of the first ever NXT Tag Team Champions, and his partner was none other than Adrian Neville, or Pac. They even defeated the Wyatt family in the tournament for those championships, when very sadly Joel suffered a horrible knee injury that took him out of the ring for an entire year. When he was ready to come back, he was released, I suppose, because the promotion has moved on, but again, he continues to leave his legacy. He is now teaching wrestling as well at a school here in Britain, so if you want to learn how to do the grappling, well, you should probably go there. Number 33, Brad Maddox. So we all remember this very strange story of one Brad Maddox. Because he did make it to the main roster, and he was chosen as the guy to screw over Ryback in that world title match in 2012 when he did a fast count. From here, Maddox also became the general manager, but he was treated like such a joke that when we got to the next round of cuts, he was included in them. But before that, he also got trapped in a cave. Just go look it up on Google. And look, I suppose he did leave something in my memory, because way back when, I actually quite liked Brad Maddox. But what a strange tale. Number 32, Leo Kruger. And here's another guy that will make your brain go, oh, it's him, because Leo Kruger on the main roster became Adam Rose. Because surely you remember how the Rosebuds used to dance to the ring, and this got so over, even if it was just the entrance, Rose actually got a teeny little mini push. Sadly though, as ever, WWE thought this was just a joke and we never capitalized on it. When we got to 2016 and he was let go, but actually if you go back to NXT and watch his Leo Kruger work, he basically comes across like a psychopath maybe we should have at least given that a go on a Raw or SmackDown. Number 31, Bo Dallas. So it still annoys me that Bo Dallas was doing this amazing work in NXT with his Bo Leave gimmick when we got to the main roster and we never pulled the trigger properly. He was also the guy chosen to end Big E's world title reign, and it worked so well because even though he was meant to be a super mega babyface, because he was so tongue-in-cheek, eventually the fans turned on him. Bo was like, alright, I will be an over-the-top goober. The whole thing was just the best. And now look, Dallas was totally fine when he did get called up to the main roster, but it always felt like we were holding back. Plus, he kept being put in joke tag teams. He was eventually released, but thankfully brought back in 2021, and while he hasn't done anything since then, given that he is the brother of Bray Wyatt, just keep him on the paid books forever. Why the flub not? Number 30, Conor O'Brien. Better known as Conor from The Ascension, this is another story. You're like, why? Why didn't we do more? Because down at NXT, that tag team was so good. And then what did we do on the main roster? We treated them like a joke. You see the pattern. Their tag team title run down at NXT was so damn good too, because Triple H went all Paul Heyman on our asses, where he pushed the strengths and hid the weaknesses. And then when they got to Raw and SmackDown, they kept being embarrassed by old tag teams. And what did that tell the audience? You don't need to care about these guys. It also means we jump forward to number 29, Rick Victor, because that was his tag team partner. So just copy and paste the whole thing. Both were also released in 2019, but we will get specific here. It was in 2015 when they got beaten up by the New Age Outlaws and the APA. And of course, by that stage, both of those teams, well, they were just old hat. I don't mean that in a bad way, it's just called life. It was just totally reductive, and soon after this, they were put into a comedy position. I didn't like this at all. I was such a fan of The Ascension on NXT, but we did nothing. But 28, Briley Pierce. Or Ryan Nemeth as you know him now. That's right, it's Dolph Ziggler's brother. He was indeed dubbed Briley Pierce and had a 2-year run in NXT and FCW. And his major highlight there is that he did go into a battle royal to become the #1 contender for Big E's title. But he didn't win. In modern times, Nemeth can be seen on AEW TV, so he has done very well for himself. I'm sure as far as he's concerned, his career can only get better and better. He's still young. Watch this space. Number 27, Mojo Rawley. And the best thing I can say about Mojo Rawley is that he needs no introduction. That dude maximized his minutes. He also won the Andre the Giant Battle Memorial Raw with help from his friend Rob Gronkowski. And he was in Hype Bros, and for a small while he yelled at himself in the mirror. But at least I remember it. The real shame is that he was in the system for a 10-year period, and we never actually gave him a proper push when that's right, he woke up one day and he was released. As of me talking to, his last match in WWE was his last wrestling match ever, and I hope that does change. I don't know what it was about Mojo. I just really liked him. Number 26, Jason Jordan. What a crazy run Jason Jordan had. Because his tag team with Chad Gable was borderline all-time because they were so good. When he did get to the main roster, and we were told he was Kurt Angle's illegitimate son. Alright then. Sadly, that story was well too ridiculous to have any real credence given to it. Shortly after this, he did suffer a neck injury. He was on the shelves for ages. We never saw him in the ring again. I think the WWE understood how much he had to offer though, because ever since that point, he has been an agent, and by all accounts on the internet, he does a damn fantastic job. So methinks that Jason may have been a prodigy. It was all just cut a little bit short. Number 25, Sophia Cortez. Sophia Cortez had a year-long run in the FCW NXT system from 2012 to 2013, before she became Ivelisse. So you've probably seen her work. She's appeared for everyone. I would guess that her highlight was her Lucha Underground career. And then she did have some matches for All Elite Wrestling, and she left under a cloud of controversy. You should probably just go look that up. This sort of happened in WWE too, because Sophia went to management and said, you should look at Bill DeMott. He's not doing things right down there. And there must have been some truth to this, because then more people complained, and eventually Bill was let go. There is a lot to her story though, and I have a feeling one day more may come out. But 24, Danny Burch. Now, not only did Danny Burch have some appearances pre-NXT, he was also there for Black and Gold, and he popped up in NXT UK. This dude had an amazing run. He also had a real moment in that tournament back in 2017 when he started teaming with Oney Lorcan, based on the fact that before this they had a feud and essentially kicked the shit out of each other. It really did work though, because those two did have some absolute bangers against the Undisputed Era before 2021 rolled around and he got released. When you do compare him with a lot of other UK workers though, this dude totally smashed it. What a career to say that you had. Number 23, Summer Rae. That's right, Summer Rae did indeed start in NXT. Her best strength was her personality, which she totally lent on, and this was another person that understood the phrase maximize your minutes, because she got so much praise down there. Eventually, as we know, she got called up to the main roster. In developmental, she also had that BFF team with Charlotte Flair and Paige. And then yeah, on Raw we did that thing with Rusev and Lana and Dolph Ziggler. Was really bizarre, but once again, did Summer did a bad job? No, she did not. When Total Divas came along, she was also a pivotal part of that before eventually she too got her walking papers. I always thought we could have found a slot for Ray. Alas, we didn't. Number 22, Eric Rowan. If you want to see proof that the NXT system works, just go look at Eric Rowan. Because he just got better and better as the years went by before he did become an integral part of the Wyatt family. I mean, that stable doesn't work without Eric. We also remember what happened between him and Luke Harper as the Bludgeon Brothers. He also had that story where he had a pet spider that Drew McIntyre eventually killed. I don't know. Eric also got released in April 2020, and I still think this was dumb, even more so because he was never brought back. He could work with anybody. Something we should probably rethink. Number 21, Aiden English. Honestly, Aiden English was done totally dirty by WWE Creative because no matter what they gave him, he hit a home run. Because he went all the way from 2012 before getting to the main roster with the Vaude villains. And even though they got over, what did WWE management do? They split them up. He then found his way to become best friends with Rusev when Rusev Day took off and everybody loved it. And what did WWE management do? They split them up. Aiden was so damn smart, he tried to switch to commentary on 205 Live to show, hey man, I can do everything here, when he was let go in 2020. But ever since then, he has gone to TNA where he has been totally great. Goes to show. Number 20, Cassius Ohno. All known as Chris Hero on the indie scene, let's not muck around here, brother. He is one of the most influential pro wrestlers in terms of the modern day. He was a late arrival in the FCW days when he did shift across to NXT, when from nowhere he got released. Now, Cassius Ohno, as he was known back then, said it came down to his conditioning, but he did come back a few years later, so suppose he sorted it out. This was 2017 and we never did much with him in NXT, although he did go to NXT UK, where once again he was like, haha, I'm really good at wrestling. When he was shown the door again. Today he is working behind the scenes at AEW while also being active on the indie scene. And honestly, if you were on a show with this guy, go and talk to him, you will learn. Number 19, Emma. At NXT arrival in 2014, Emma and Paige had a match that was so good, everybody raised their eyebrows. I'm like, man, why aren't we doing this on the main roster? At the time, it was the total opposite of what women in WWE were allowed to do. And because Emma was playing that over-the-top kind of dipsy, happy-go-lucky character, the NXT fans loved her. She was a super over babyface. So a call up to the main roster was totally earned, but then Emma was given no patience. And we all remember the Emma to Emmalina thing. That's one of the dumbest things we've ever done. She was let go in 2017 before being brought back in 2020, when WWE once again did nothing for her and released her. But seriously, go and watch her work in TNA between them. She can still go. Hopefully one day she does come back and she gets a proper shot at it. Number 18, Mike Dolan. Or Tyler Breeze. We all know his story. Once again, WWE didn't know what they did have, and they released him, and that was dumb. We also just decided to pull the trigger on him too late when he was called up to Raw and SmackDown, because don't forget, who did Triple H choose to fight Jushin Thunder Liger when he came to NXT? It was Tyler Breeze, and that's not a fluke. Even when he teamed with Fandango as the Fashion Police, he was just so damn entertaining. This one irks me a little bit. We never did right by Mr. Breeze. Number 17, Byron Saxton. So this is someone who doesn't get enough credit because Byron Saxton was one of these guys that stopped wrestling. He joined the announce and commentary team. He's been great ever since. He's also been with the WWE over 15 years because he started with FCW back in 2007. I mean, once again, that's not something that just happened. Saxton is also a joy to watch because he is just so damn happy and he has such a positive way about him, which just as a smaller side is something I think sports entertainment needs more of. But I also think he's an inspirational dude. Even if your wrestling career does come to an end, well, there's a bunch of other things you can do. Number 16, Colin Cassidy. Also known as Big Cass, who had a massive run with his tag team partner Enzo Amore. This kind of sums up Triple H's first stab at NXT. He wanted it to be basically a WWE PWG inspired product, but he also understands the sports entertainment side of things, especially those who could cut promos with call and response speeches. That's why Enzo and Cass got so over. They were perfect to open a show as well before they did get called up to the main roster. And again, they weren't the best wrestlers in the world, but my word, it just worked. As ever though, Vince McMahon eventually decided to split them up, which was the beginning of the end, when Big Cass did get released, and very sadly he went through some personal issues, but he came out the other side and now he's doing his best work in AEW. You love to see it. Number 15, Judas Devlin. So Judas Devlin was fine. He did the job, he seemed like a competent wrestler, but when he did get released from NXT, he went to the indie scene and he created the persona known as Luchasaurus. From From that point on, there's been no looking back. Now, his stint in NXT between 2012 and 2013 did see him take a lot of losses, but again, as soon as he was out the door, he basically reinvented himself, and now he has been with AEW since day one. As far as I'm concerned, is an integral part of it. I mean, he's been with Jungle Boy, and now he's doing all that work with Christian Cage and the Patriarchy. He's another guy that should inspire others, because even if you are shown the door, there's still so many opportunities out there. Number 14, CJ Parker, which is actually very similar to CJ Parker, because he decided to leave NXT, he became Juice Robinson, he went to Japan, and as soon as he realized, oh, wait a minute, I need to change again, he then joined AEW. So every year since, he's just been doing a great job. As of me talking to you, he's been out with a serious injury too, but just look how many times he's tweaked his character just enough. Juice Robinson is very good at his job. Number 13, Paige. I mean, what else can you say about Paige? She's had a movie about her. She's been signed since she was like 8 years old or something, and she even had a movie made about her. She's also the first ever women's NXT champion and the youngest ever FCW women's champion, and she had a bunch of classic matches on the main roster. She's done everything. We've already talked about that match with Emma, which did change the world as well. And very sadly, as we do remember, she suffered a serious neck injury. It looked like she was never coming back. Turned out that wasn't the case, and now she is smashing it in AEW. So this is just a nice story, and I'll always take more of those. Number 12, Corey Graves. In December 2014, Corey Graves very sadly stood in a wrestling ring and said, hey, my days as an in-ring competitor are over. I can't go anymore. Sacked. Thing is though, he was then presented as an opportunity to be a commentator, and I don't care what anybody says, man. He gets way too much flack. He is now the lead commentator of SmackDown, and he is doing a fantastic job. Don't forget either that even before he joined NXT, Corey Graves was smashing it on the independent scene, and he was seen as an up-and-coming star. So to be able to forget all of that and totally apply your skill to a different craft, well, it's a massive round of applause to me. And he will be the next Michael Cole after Michael Cole goes. I got one word for that. Good. Number 11, Luke Harper. So obviously today it's very hard to talk about Luke Harper, so let's just try and sum it up as best we can. He was an underrated gem that did phenomenal work no matter where he went. I mean, he showed that as part of the Wyatt family and as a tag team specialist alongside Eric Rowan when he went to AEW and finally got to show his personality, and as Brody Lee, my word, he was hilarious. Who the flub is Griff Garrison? I really do think the highest praise we can give him, though, is how his peers talk about him, because every person to the last one says that he was such a good dude, he was so funny, I loved him, he was just the best. And that's the memory that we should keep alive. And I tell you this, I miss Luke Harper / Brody Lee. He was doing some fine work. Number 10, Alexander Rusev. So his first name didn't last, but when Rusev called to the main roster, let's not muck around here, he totally smashed it. The foreign heel trope is certainly stupid today, but him and Lana still made the best of it, and for a good while, he went on an undefeated streak. It was only until he ran up against John Cena when it ended. As soon as that did happen though, WWE got bored or something, they totally dropped the ball, to the point they released him, which was so damn dumb. And while when he does have matches in AEW, he is really good, we do have to ask the question, where on earth does he go? He still has lived the dream though, given that he was a young boy living in Bulgaria, wanted to do this. But we have to wait and see with Rusev / Miro. He has so much more to give, but he's never on television. But either way, he remains one of my favorites. He is the best. Number 9, Baron Corbin. So it's time to talk about another underrated warrior. Baron Corbin is really good. I mean, even when he was made an unfair scapegoat in 2019, it was only because he was doing his job. And then what did he do soon after? He went down to NXT because he understands how this works. And do not forget Broke Corbin. You can't just do Broke Corbin if you don't get wrestling. That character was hilarious. So I really do think that one day we're going to look at Baron Corbin and go, oh man, we did not give him the praise he did deserve. And also, if we are talking about the NXT system, he did so damn well. He came from the NFL, he learned a brand new craft, and now he is a mainstay of both the main roster and NXT. Who else can say that but Xavier Woods? So this is a similar one, because I ask you this, what can't Xavier Woods do? Because he did a decent job in NXT, which got him to the main roster in 2014. When he told everyone, listen, if you team me with Big E and Kofi Kingston, I will turn us into an amazing group, and he even bet his job on it. That's because he knew what he was doing. Here came the New Day. He's also always looking at the bigger picture, which is why he launched his YouTube show Up, Up, Down, Down, and he's hosting things outside of WWE, because Xavier Woods just understands the game, and he never gives anything else but 100%. We're also coming up to 10 years of the New Day, and they're most definitely a Hall of Fame act, and who do Kofi and Big E give credit to for starting this whole thing off? It was Xavier Woods. That's another guy we need to shout about more, because one day he will be gone, we will not have appreciated him enough. Number 7, Bray Wyatt. It's another guy which is difficult to talk about given that he did tragically pass away too early, so let's just keep it nice and simple. No one that has ever come out of the NXT system was as creative as one Bray Wyatt. I mean, Bray was able to find success even though the main roster booking totally worked against him, because the Eater of Worlds character lost and lost and lost, so went, alright, he went back to the drawing board, and he came up with The Fiend. Who the hell comes up with The Fiend? It's absolutely incredible. So I really do think that if you want to call him NXT's most successful graduate, you can, because as dumb as it sounds, sometimes wrestling is not about the wrestling, it's about moments and how people make you feel. And nobody, I don't care man, gave you the same emotions in your tum-tum as Bray Wyatt. He is one of a kind, he's a Hall of Famer, and it totally sucks he did pass away when he did. He only just started this journey. He will forever be an all-time gem. Number 6, Charlotte. So let's not muck around here either. Charlotte Flair is one of the best NXT call-ups ever. I mean, her in-ring ability is totally unmatched, and yes, that meant sometimes WWE underpushed her and both overpushed her. But even recently as WrestleMania 39, she was rewriting the rule book because that match with Rhea Ripley was absolutely brilliant. She's also a leading member of the 4 Horsewomen and has had tremendous feuds with the likes of Sasha Banks, Bayley, and Becky Lynch. And let's not forget that match she had down in NXT with Natalya. For a while, people said, oh my gosh, that's the best North American WWE women's match ever. So it's yet more proof that the system does work, so even though people like to get carried away, Charlotte Flair is a special, special talent. Number 5, Sasha Banks. Is Sasha Banks one of the best female performers in American wrestling history? Yes. Yes, she is. Now, there's so much noise about her these days, people forget how she broke out in 2014 and 2015. So go back and watch those matches. You'll just go, this is great. Banks was also associated with the company for 10 years before she did decide to take her own leave, where she has turned up in AEW, and from day one, she's felt like a star. Let's not forget either that when the WWE were going through those horrible pandemic times, who did they rely upon to keep the momentum up? It was Bayley. And it was Sasha Banks. As Mercedes Moné as well, she just signed a multi-million-pound contract with AEW. And I'm sorry, I don't care who you are, that doesn't happen by fluke. Number 4, Big E Langston. So in terms of modern day favorites, Big E is right up there at the top. I think I actually love him. Due to his size, he was pushed as a monster down in NXT, where he had this undefeated streak and he became the NXT World Heavyweight Champion. But then when he got to main roster and joined the New Day, all of a sudden, he was allowed to showcase his stupid side as well. And there is no one more entertaining than that guy. His lovable and endearing nature too also led him to the Money in the Bank briefcase, which he cashed in to become the WWE Champion. And look, I know that WWE didn't do this the right way, but in terms of just feeling so happy for someone, this was the guy. Very sadly, a couple of years ago, Big E did land on his neck and had a terrible injury, which he's still coming back from. And while I'd love to see him in the wrestling ring again, what I want more than anything for the man is just for him to be happy, healthy, and continue to make me laugh, which he does do, I tell you. This guy is great. Number 3, Seth Rollins. So not only is Seth Rollins one of the most important people in the WWE ecosystem right now, before he joined NXT, he was Tyler Black, and everybody would point to him and go, I think we have a generational talent. Rollins has also admitted that when he was down in developmental, he had a huge chip on his shoulder, but he overcame that, he joined the Shield, and he went on just to become an absolutely mega heel, whereas today, he was in the main event of WrestleMania 40 Night 1. What hasn't he done? Rollins also never has a bad match, and is another guy that is so gonna go into the Hall of Fame one day. So yeah, if you need a poster child or an advert for NXT and how it can work, just go look at Seth Rollins. Number 2, Dean Ambrose. Or you can go look at him. I mean, he's kind of interchangeable with Seth Rollins for obvious reasons, because he joined NXT, he made everyone take notice, even Mick Foley was like, man, who's this guy? When he was put in the Shield, and from there he was off to the races. And yes, sure, maybe he did have to fight a little bit harder compared to his Shield teammates, but he still became the WWE Champion when he had that stupid heel turn, and he was so pissed off with how WWE operated, he left. Even then, though, he went to AEW and appeared at the first Double or Nothing show. And honestly, if you want to say that without him, All Elite Wrestling wouldn't have hit the heights that it did do, I think that's totally fair. People couldn't believe that the former Dean Ambrose, now Jon Moxley, had turned up and made such a fuss. It also means he's now basically been working at the top industry for 10 years, so this is another guy he could not have done more. Number 1, Roman Reigns. Say that, I suppose he could have done. he could be Roman Reigns. Now, the real-life Joe Anoa'i has had an amazing wrestling story because he was in FCW, where essentially he was playing a version of Tribal Chief, when he was totally miscast as the next babyface of the company, had to go through a bunch of nonsense before he did return during the pandemic. He did become the head of the table, and from there everyone was like, Roman Reigns is absolutely incredible. He's also obviously now going on one of the longest WWE Championship runs of all time, and nobody can ever take that away from him. But beyond all that, it's his matches, it's his character, it's the aura that he has around him. I mean, who has done better than Roman Reigns that started in NXT? The answer is no one. I mean, it's an even more incredible tale because, of course, again, for a huge part of his run, people didn't like him, but cream always rises to the top. And actually, you have to hold your hands up to WWE. I mean, again, they typecast him in completely the wrong way, but in terms of seeing the talent, my word, they hit that nail on the head and then some.
That's right!
In any other line of work, if you are given a task that isn't specifically within your remit, say it's well above your pay grade or well below, and the experience is either challenging or demeaning, you might react in the following way. You might tut angrily. You might exhale a lot and wear a put-upon sarcastic smile. In wrestling, if you're asked to lose and you don't feel like it, you act effectively the same way. This phenomenon is known as boo-boo face. And the following were all guilty of it, maybe. So I'm Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 10 wrestlers who couldn't hide their anger at doing a job. Number 10, Jonathan Gresham, Ring of Honor Death Before Dishonor 2022. If you're Jonathan Gresham, you have a right to be a bit pissed off. That doesn't justify the expression he wore at Death Before Dishonor, but it does explain things. As mentioned in the intro, this sarcastic, detached body language is involuntary. The affronted person could do some breathing exercises when they feel a rage roiling within. It can be managed, but it's cathartic not to do that. Gresham had reigned with the ROH World title for 224 days in a dismal time for the promotion. Because AEW had subsumed ROH's selling point and gobbled up its entire market share practically, only the Ultra Committee gave a damn. Gresham was bumping and trying to perfect his craft, and all anybody did was laugh at the blue dots on the seat map who weren't watching. Then Tony Khan bought the promotion and had Gresham lose in a 12-minute opener to Claudio Castagnoli. Not even given the dignity of headlining the show, Gresham neglected to wear his octopus headgear and walked to the ring with a blank expression that one could easily infer said, "Screw this." Number 9, Charlotte Flair, WWE WrestleMania Backlash 2022. Charlotte Flair has been accused of the boo-boo face multiple times in her career, but she plays a very arrogant and domineering character on television. She is the queen. She is the smug, obnoxious, above-it-all living legend of the women's division. She's won the most titles and wins far more often than not. It's easy to conflate her portrayal of the character with the real-life disposition. But by Christ did she look thoroughly miserable at WrestleMania Backlash 2022 ahead of doing the JOB for Ronda Rousey. She looked bluntly like she could not be arsed with those glazed over eyes, as if she wasn't really up for the match, not in the mood. Like she'd have probably won if only she were more motivated. Number 8, Lex Luger, WWF WrestleMania 10. Lex Luger was given the mega push in 1993 and it did not pan out. Newer fans think Roman Reigns. Roman was the next John Cena when the other side of the fanbase had endured and grown to despise the original John Cena for a decade. Luger, with his Patriot gimmick, was the next Hulk Hogan when fans at the time had already grown tired of Hogan and his increasingly corny ways. At least Hogan could still make them believe he was in dire trouble simply by shaking sweat from his head like a recently bathed golden retriever. Luger celebrated a tedious and overlong countout win over Yokozuna like he'd just won the Winged Eagle. Fans audibly preferred Bret Hart too, who they loved for his perfecting the craft, and the decision was made to make him the guy. He was coronated at WrestleMania 10, but not before Luger was given his storyline shot resulting from the Royal Rumble 1994 double elimination finish. Now Luger did have one of those faces, it must be said. He just looked like he wanted to get his night over with, when a newly crowned champion should never want it to end. Number 7, Jon Moxley, AEW Full Gear 2022. It should be stated that there is no way of knowing with 100% certainty that the performers in this list were doing boo-boo face at all. It's a big accusation, and they are hardly going to admit it after the fact, are they? Every entry here can only be inference, and a wrestler can give themselves a certain plausible deniability. They aren't doing boo-boo face, they're just putting on a mean mug with which to intimidate their opponent. Case in point, probably you never can tell for sure, Jon Moxley at Full Gear 2022. Now, Moxley doesn't come out slapping hands with fans at the best of times. He looks like he's in a foul mood constantly, like he's ready to take it out on whichever hapless fool signed up to be his opponent that night. At Full Gear though, he looked less pissed off and more apathetic. As he made his entrance to defend and lose the AEW World title to MJF, he first had a chat with William Regal. He might as well have asked Regal if he had scouted any decent coffee places for the morning on TripAdvisor. He did perk up somewhat when entering the arena proper, but there was a tone of sarcasm to his body language, as if he'd have walked it were it not for Regal's turn at the finish. Number 6, AJ Styles, WWE Night of Champions 2023. Consider this an exercise in contrasts. Sometimes boo-boo face is hard to detect, and indeed is easy to project onto a performer. You can't tell for certain if something is wrong, but something is definitely not altogether right. Is everything altogether right with the AJ Styles WWE relationship in 2023? Now there's a question. Watch him make his entrance at the 2017 Royal Rumble ahead of his match with John Cena. He did the job then, but he was on top of the world in awesome form, and guaranteed a cushy spot at WrestleMania. You'd never have guessed he wasn't going over. His face, potentially, again you never can tell for sure, told a rather different story at Night of Champions this year. AJ hadn't done anything of note since his program with Edge the prior year, and that was a bit of a disaster, wasn't it? In Saudi, he nodded his head and did the belt gesture, but he is a low-key casualty of the Triple H era. Paul Levesque hasn't expressed much interest in promoting him as one of his top stars. Again, it's all conjecture, but with his furrowed brow and subdued body language, it looked like the fire had well and truly gone out. Number 5, Drew McIntyre, WWE Clash at the Castle. Portrayed as a loving family man with a relentless work ethic, WWE basically presented the first UK stadium show in 30 years as Drew McIntyre's time. WWE neglected to take into account the rule of 3 that dominates fiction though. Drew had his moment stolen at WrestleMania 36 when he defeated Brock Lesnar at a cursed Mania show that played out in front of no spectators. A year later, he failed to recapture the WWE Championship in a losing effort against Bobby Lashley. Despite the rise of Cody Rhodes, that rule of 3 bed itself into the consciousness of WWE fans. That, combined with the hometown feel-good story, I say hometown, he is Scottish, don't forget, didn't so much indicate as signpost the outcome. It didn't happen, and while this may be a case of confirmation bias, Drew cast a sullen figure. Poor old Drew, eh? Number 4, James Storm, Impact Wrestling, November 15, 2012. Eric Bischoff promulgated this one on his 83 Weeks podcast. According to Bish, James Storm's boo-boo face was so frequent and so obvious that it became a running joke within the company. If he was to win, and Bischoff is a tedious bad faith actor, but this is a cracking turn of phrase, Storm would sprint to the ring as if he were on fire. He was otherwise the master of the boo-boo face. Now, Storm played a gruff figure at the best of times. He actually wore the would rather be anybody else face when he was scheduled to go over. On other occasions, he drank beers and slapped hands on the way to the ring like he was every babyface in the 1980s with coiffed hair. Ahead of one of several matches with former beer money partner Bobby Roode in 2012, he lived down to his reputation. Seemingly in no mood to do the job, he might have simply been setting the tone of a grudge match he took with the utmost seriousness, but he looked equally agitated. Sorry about your damn loss. Number 3, Tori, WWF WrestleMania 15. Sable was the heel technically in her storyline with Tori heading into WrestleMania 15. It was a bit weird, but it was Vince Russo's creative, so you get what you get. Basically, Tori had arrived as a stalker figure with no awareness nor respect of her hero's boundaries. Sable had made it expressly clear that she wanted no part of the advances made towards her. Tori, obsessed, did not listen until Sable gave her a Sable Bomb, setting up the women's title match at the Big Show. The match was atrocious. When they were trying to escape one another's holds, they couldn't stop falling on top of each other. When they were meant to hit each other, Sable missed a crossbody block to the outside by miles. Working in 2 different universes, the match was as confusing as the build. Might that explain Tori's boo-boo face heading into the ring? Or did she, an actual trained worker who before going on hiatus did the odd spot for All Japan Women, resent doing the job? Was Sable just that difficult to work with? In any event, she walked to the ring with no discernible expression on her face at all. No determination, no game face, no nothing. Tori looked so disinterested in her performance that her entrance looked like an out-of-body experience. Number 2, Shawn Michaels, WWE SummerSlam 2005. This one is open to interpretation. Shawn Michaels did not enter a state of bereavement at the prospect of losing a predetermined fictional performance, unlike many of the others that comprise this list. At SummerSlam 2005, playing heel for the night, he walked out a man determined to put on a show. show. He had been Hoganed. Although Michaels was originally set to lose a trilogy 1-2, that didn't work for the Hulkster brother. He'd much preferred to simply win 1-0. Michaels was irritated by this, but he channeled his frustrations effectively. He reverted to the obnoxious loudmouth of old and made Hogan look like a right idiot. He exposed how dated and silly Hogan's stuff looked by bumping like a dad in a play fight with his toddler. The mask did slip during the entrance, however, when Michaels performed a shoveling gesture during Hogan's entrance. Was Michaels foreshadowing the stunt he was about to pull? He did it the second that the biggest USA flag you've ever seen unfurled behind Hogan, which would indicate that Shawn was mad at Hogan flexing his star power. Number 1, Alundra Blaze, WWF Superstars, December 2nd, 1995. This is a slight departure from the theme of the list, but is included because it has to be seen to be believed. This is more wrestler who couldn't hide their anger at doing their job. On the episode of WWF Superstars taped on November 21st, 1995, Alundra Blaze defended the WWF Women's title against Lioness Asuka. If you were a gambler, you'd have put the house on Blaze doing the job. Alundra makes her entrance and holds up the belt. She then looks backwards towards Gorilla, perhaps making sure that she definitely hits her cue, but looks so thoroughly despondent that she's almost asking if she has to make her entrance. The match is generic and shockingly Blaze actually wins with a bridging suplex. She looks crushed at the notion of defeating a fierce competitor cleanly. You cannot believe she's won, frankly, watching it back. She looks like she's been on hold with customer service for 40 minutes. This was her last match with the WWF. She was released from her contract with the WWF citing budget cuts in December, and judging from this performance, she must have sensed something was up. And that right there is our list. So know of any other wrestlers who could not hide their anger at doing a job? Well, you let us know all about them in the comment section right down below, and don't forget to like, share, and click on that subscribe button while you are down there. Also, if you like this sort of stuff, then please head on over to WhatCulture.com and find some more fantastic articles just like the one this video you're watching right this second is based on.
No matter how good you are at the wrestling, you are at the mercy of those in charge. I mean, even if you are Stone Cold Steve Austin, if you get told your gimmick is a fish who has transformed into a human and is now searching for their salmon family, well, it ain't gonna go well. Some individuals can recover from this, but the majority get totally murked. So prepare yourself, my friends. This is 10 moments wrestlers never recovered from. Number 10, Lance Storm is boring. Now this one annoys me, because it's not true at all. If you do listen to Lance Storm these days, that guy is so smart, holding wrestling accountable in a way few others do. You don't have to agree with his take, but it's always a fascinating insight, and will give you an interesting angle on many current stories. Maybe this is why in 2003, Vince McMahon thought it would be a great idea to sort of bury this dude. It's total speculation on my end, but I guess Storm may have come up with some logical plot holes, and management didn't like it. So halfway through his match with Garrison Cade, the general manager Steve Austin walked out with a pillow and pretended to fall asleep. Yep, this was boring, apparently. I can only assume the plan was for fans to think the same, but this wasn't accurate. Storm was excellent bell to bell, and somebody we can all learn from. You don't start a successful wrestling school because you suck. It also felt like WWE wanted you to change the channel when he was on TV, which is not the idea, and surprise, surprise, this didn't help him at all. Lance retired in 2004, so never really got a chance to put this right. He deserved that opportunity. Guy is really underrated. Number 9, Rick Bogner is Razor Ramon. I mean, nobody could have survived this. You turn up to work and get told you have to pretend to be somebody else. You're done for. This was Vince McMahon's attempt to flip off Scott Hall and Kevin Nash, who had gone to WCW because he did indeed own the copyright on their characters. So screw those guys. He was sure that anybody could do it. We also had a heel Jim Ross introduce them, which is even more confusing, and at the same time, we trolled the audience. He actually pretended that the original Razor and Diesel were coming back. My word. This was such a disaster, even Vince realized he made an error and cut it short, with Bogner's last WWE appearance coming at the 1997 Royal Rumble. He wasn't in it for very long and was out the company overall soon after. Never really got a chance on a major stage to show what he could actually do as himself. Ridiculous. Number 8, Anthony Ogogo's weigh-in. Now, I don't think this one was as bad as we made out. It didn't go to plan, and in hindsight could have been done better, but it was mostly ill-advised as opposed to terrible. Felt like some people went way over the top. To be be fair, however, Ogogo himself in an interview did call it flubbing dog shib, so maybe I'm being too nice. And he was right in the sense the 2021 segment lacked action. We focused more on the weigh-in when really, Anthony should have gone screw that, smack Cody Rhodes right in the face. When Paul White started to struggle with the scales though, this just went on and on. Why we didn't just make up a number, I don't know. It's wrestling. You can say whatever you want. We likely should have had Ogogo win at the Double or Nothing match too, but sadly soon after, the former boxer wasn't featured as much, and that's silly. Because I have seen this dude up close and personal, so let's hope 2024 is the year for him. All he needs is another opportunity, and I tell you, man will fly. Number 7, Keith Bearcat Lee. I still don't get this, and it was years ago. It was like we hired Keith Lee to not be Keith Lee. It's like getting mad at me when I turned up bald. What were you expecting? It began on the 27th of September 2021 Raw, though, when Keith had a match with Tozawa and squashed him as the Bearcat. Everybody double took when he was announced that way. What was happening? He was allowed to keep wrecking falls for a while, but once again it was clear he'd been told to tone it down. Not one person told us why this was his gimmick now. There was no reasoning at all. WWE soon realized the error of their ways and slowed things right down. Rather than make it right, they let Keith go in November. It was just stupid. Very sadly, soon afterwards, Lee suffered some serious health issues, so hopefully today he is doing better. That's all that really matters. Wrestling will always be secondary to somebody's well-being. But that said, we should not have done any of this. Number 6, Rikishi did it for The Rock. Excuse me, Da Rock. This was all-time nonsense. It's a shame as the Who Ran Over Steve Austin storyline was actually quite intriguing, and picking Rikishi wasn't the worst idea. The man was super over, and you know what they say, if you turn heel when you have all the momentum as a good guy, sometimes it works perfectly. This was not one of those times. It was just a lack of justification because Big Keish kept telling us he did it for Da Rock. But why did he do it for Da Rock? This was in 2000, and I still don't know. If you do actually watch the Raws from this period too, for a small time, WWE hinted this could be racially motivated, before realizing that was a very bad idea, when they threw it out the window and put the blame on Triple H instead. Come on. It left Rikishi in the worst position because we took the focus off the man, and he was just hanging out in limbo. He was sort of a heel, but also not. Panicking, the powers that be then tried to make him the fun-loving dancing dude again, but they ruined that too. This was so poorly thought out. It never got back to where it was, and really we should have just sat down and figured this out. We didn't. You know the rest. Number 5, the Shockmaster stumbles. So, you will be hard-pushed to find a character that died as quickly as this. By my takings, it was less than 5 seconds. Incredible. It has become part of wrestling folklore now, though, because yep, when Fred Ottman tried to smash through a wall in his new gimmick, he tripped over some flooring he didn't see. It looked so ridiculous the British Bulldog couldn't stop laughing. Even if we had gotten away with this, the Shockmaster was still just going to be a big dude wearing a sparkly Stormtrooper helmet. And what was that? Surely they were going to get sued by Star Wars. There was no coming back from this, although WCW did try and rebook him as a bumbling fool, but that was never going to work. You can't reclaim the joke. It meant we just ended it in a matter of weeks, although fair play to the former Typhoon. He still travels the convention circuit today making money off this, and is a nice ending to the tale. Number 4, Medusa bins the WWF Women's title. In terms of shocking TV, this is right up there. If you were flicking between Raw and Nitro back in the day and saw Medusa on WCW TV drop a WWF title in the bin, well, you lost it. It felt like a war. Medusa herself has talked about how this derailed her career, because once World Championship Wrestling was gone, she had no home. McMahon was so offended by this, he never invited her back. It's not like WCW used her all that well either, and thankfully she did get a Hall of Fame nod in 2015. But what did Alundra Blaze have to talk about then, though? This incident? It just took over. I suppose you can argue that it was so momentous that it will stand the test of time. Still not all that sure it was a great idea, mine. Number 3, Dr. Death loses it all in the Brawl for All. It does feel like somebody new learns about this every day, so yes, the Brawl for All was a stupid idea because it was shoot fighting in a predetermined world which just told you everything else on the card was worked. It was so short-sighted. The whole plan, though, was to turn Dr. Death Steve Williams into a real killer so he could feud with one Steve Austin. And that's fine on paper, but again, this was two people legit trying to hurt each other. You never know what could happen. So when Williams hurt his hamstring mid-scrap, one Bart Gunn and his boxing background exploited this and knocked Steve out bad. I mean, it was kind of a mauling. It took any program with Stone Cold off the table because he had been beaten so badly, Dr. Death couldn't portray himself as a tough guy he'd made a career out of. What were we thinking? It didn't help Bart either, who got tonked at WrestleMania by pro boxer Butterbean. So in the future, if you want to book a brawler, just let them win matches. You do have that power, for goodness sake. Number 2, Bret Hart leaves the WWF. The more you read into it, it really does feel like Bret Hart didn't have a choice. Vince McMahon had told him he wasn't going to live up to the terms of his contract, and that he should take the WCW offer that was on the table. Not going to do much for your confidence, is it? It also followed the Montreal screw job, which was a horrible situation, but even then, it was the hottest thing in wrestling, and WCW could have capitalized on this if they wanted to. They did not. Instead, the Hitman arrived as a referee in the Hulk Hogan Sting World title match, and from there, we had no idea what to do with Bret. I'm sure backstage politics played a role, but this was so dumb. Everybody wanted to see what Hart was going to do. Very sadly, Bret then got injured as his career came to an end. That was not fitting of such a legend. Yeah, it kinda sucked. Didn't take away from what he achieved, however. The man just deserved better. Number 1, Vader irks Shawn Michaels. If you've ever wondered why there's a lot of stories about Shawn Michaels version 1, here you go. At SummerSlam 1996, the WWF decided Vader would be a great opponent for HBK because Vader was a killer. Every promotion he'd ever worked in, he wrecked fools, so fans believed the hype. A large reason for this is because the real-life Leon White would work quite snug, however. And do you know who didn't like that? Shawn Michaels. If you go and watch this now, you can see the Heartbreak Kid audibly chastising him. And after the match was done, apparently Michaels stormed backstage and said as far as he was concerned, Vader was done. He was right. Somehow he got in the ear of management, and within 2 years, Vader had been reduced to walking out on television and telling the audience he was nothing but a fat piece of shit. Yep. That's what we had him say. Once he left, everybody agreed this was the worst version of the character, when thankfully he was able to revive his career by going back to what he had been doing beforehand, ruining folk. When it does come to the WWF, however, yeah, that was done. We never really got the Vader that we wanted. It is Royal Rumble time. Unless you're watching this in July, then you've got to wait ages. Just pick your favourite and pretend it's January. It is the best time of the year though, so do get ready to impress your friends with trivia. Because yeah, here's 10 things you didn't know about the Royal Rumble. Number 10, Vince McMahon thought it was stupid. Yep, when right-hand man Pat Patterson pitched the idea of 30 men being thrown over the top rope, Vince McMahon rolled his eyes and thought that sounded awful. During a meeting with NBC head honcho Dick Ebersol, though, McMahon needed an idea to present for a TV special, so told Pat to run with it. Vince was convinced it would be the death knell to all of this and we could move on, but no. Ebersol thought this sounded most fun, and the Royal Rumble was officially greenlit. Now, the main reason Dick liked it was due to the entrance format. He assumed viewers wouldn't change the channel if a new superstar was about to walk to the ring, and damn it, he was right. It didn't take long to get rocking and rolling either, because by 1989 it had become its own pay-per-view, and we know the rest. We've talked about it, it's the flipping best, and that rhymed. Number 9, the first Rumble had 12 entrants. Because again, this was a proof of concept, we were figuring things out. This is why while 1988 has long been seen as the official debut, the WWF did try one out on a house show with 12 wrestlers, as the one-man gang became the last man standing. There were barely any recognizable names in it either, although the Junkyard Dog did make it to the last 2, and do you know what gang got for winning? Nothing. We were literally doing it because we needed something to do. 48 hours we tried again, this time with 10 people, so clearly we didn't have a clue. Although really that just sounds to me like Pat Patterson had the last laugh. His original concept was the right call. Number 8, there were 5 other non-pay-per-view Rumbles. So we are moving away from non-televised live events now because yeah, on 5 occasions WWE decided to see what mileage they could get out of a Rumble and put it on free-to-air programming. Randomly there was a tag team version on Raw in June 1998, which is a mess as 20 people only had 10 minutes. Then come January 1999, we tried again. This time it was a 10-man with another 15-person version coming on SmackDown in 2004. There was also a mini 6-man Rumble back on Raw in 2008, and in 2011 it went all weird as 7 humans entered, with Jerry Lawler winning to get a world title shot against The Miz. What? It's probably best we don't do this again, and it has been over a decade. Just save it for the big show. And no, I don't mean that guy. Number 8, WWE loves changing its rules. And long may this continue. Nothing makes me happier than the stupid rules WWE has created for the Royal Rumble. It's wrestling. Have fun with it. The best of these is this idea that even if you've been eliminated, you can still throw other people out. The reason it has become so ridiculous, though, is let's go back to 1996. Vader had been chucked over the top rope but returned to press slam Shawn Michaels to the floor when WWE officials decided, nope, it doesn't count. Sid Justice must have been losing it, however, because back in 1992, Hulk Hogan had done that to him and no one cared. Which is the same way Finlay must have felt in 2008. He got disqualified for using weapons even though we'd been told that was fair game in the Rumble. What is going on? The Macho Man Randy Savage also helped with this because, of course, in 92, he had accidentally eliminated himself when he leapt over the top rope. I think he just forgot. So it could change tomorrow, but at the moment you can't do that. But yes, I would not bet your house on that staying a rule. Number 6, an AEW star has some history. Ever since Jeff Jarrett joined AEW, he has been great. It was quite the surprise and a nice reminder, always let things play out. I'm just happy he's around. It rounded off quite the mini run for Jeff, because back in 2019 he was a surprise in the Rumble, and while seemingly just there for a spot of fun, there's actually more to this. Because if we look into the dates, his last Rumble was in 1999. Meaning there was a whopping 20 years between appearances. You won't be surprised to hear that is a record, and I don't know who beats that. 2 decades? Not gonna happen. Hacksaw Jim Duggan did hold this record for a while as well at 17 years, so yeah. If it does go down, it'll be quite the surprise. Maybe Roman Reigns turns up in 2044. Number 5, John Madden was asked to commentate. For whatever reason, Vince McMahon decided the 1994 Royal Rumble needed some extra pizzazz to it, when somebody mentioned that legendary NFL commentator John Madden was between jobs. Bam. They instantly reached out to him, and as I'm sure you can figure out, he said no. John didn't think he'd be able to get the right tone across. He didn't watch that much wrestling. According to Bruce Pritchard on his podcast, McMahon really pushed for this, but when no amount of money would do the job, he settled on Ted DiBiase instead. Turned out that was an error. Because very strangely, the $1 Million Man just couldn't get it together, meaning when you do break it down, John Madden would have likely done a better job. What a world we are living in. Number 4, Mil Maracas refused to be eliminated. Which is amazing, really. That is the whole point of the match. So if you're not going to go over the top rope, you're going to win. Maybe this was Mil Maracas' hope. Either way, the legendary luchador was entered in the 1997 version along with a bunch of Mexican stars, as the WWF tried to appeal to a wider audience. I don't think anyone thought someone like Mil would come in and protect their star status, though. But he did. It would simply look terrible for him to go back home after failing, which triggered a huge back and forth. And what was the result? Well, Maracas can just go get rid of himself. This is why Mil just climbs to the top rope and throws himself to the outside onto somebody else, because we were mucking around with the rules again, and here, this said he was done. Do you want to know the best bit, though? If you do watch it now, Maracas actually climbed through the middle rope before his hurl, so technically, he is still in the thing. Justice for Mil, he was never asked back again. Number 3, the 2000 show ruined a UK relationship. I remember this. I was but a boy, but I saw it play out in real time. It was super exciting if you were living in the United Kingdom too, because WWE had struck a deal with Channel 4 to air the pay-per-views for free. I didn't have any money back then, so this ruled. It turned out life didn't agree with this, however, because man, we could not have picked a worse event to show. Now, if you don't know, the 2000 Rumble is nuts. It's not only does Mae Young get naked for some reason, the violence is off the charts. Triple H and Cactus Jack try to kill each other. Clearly, Channel 4 execs were not expecting this, so when we got to Backlash, they included a 50-minute delay so they could edit out any similar content. That's mad. It meant this relationship didn't last that long, although really, why didn't someone from Channel 4 just watch any episode of Raw? It wouldn't have taken that long to figure it out. Number 2, Maven was drunk for his big moment, or tipsy at the very least. It has stood the test of time, as Maven eliminating The Undertaker from the 2002 Royal Rumble is still a talking point today. We should probably chat more about the horrendous chair shots he then suffered from the dead man. That's a different video for a different day. As the Tough Enough winner revealed recently on his very good YouTube channel though, he walked into this after having a few drinks. Now this wasn't him being unprofessional or anything like that, and instead Maven found Taker beforehand so they could walk through it all. The rookie was also desperate to do a good job, so wanted the planned blood to flow freely. When the Phenom suggested he took an aspirin to help with that, they hit a snag. Maven was allergic. Ruh-roh. The Undertaker knew how to deal with that too though, so he busted out some whiskey, and while he was able to smash these, Clearly it was different for Maven, so yup, he walked to the ring feeling a little buzzed. In hindsight, maybe this was for the best, because yeah, man, those chair shots. Still not over them 20 years later. Number 1, Randy Orton's unwanted record. I doubt Randy Orton cares about this. The man has become one of the biggest stars in modern day WWE, earned a ton of cash, and will go into the Hall of Fame. He has smashed it. If we do go back to the 2021 Royal Rumble though, which was won by Edge, you may remember him and Randy were in there for ages. I think the official time was 58 minutes and 30 seconds. That's a long-ass run. What sort of slipped under the radar, though, is that Orton eliminated nobody. That's right. It means he is officially the person who has spent the longest time in a Rumble without throwing one guy out of there. And I know there is an asterisk as he was out of the thing for ages after a brawl with the Rated R superstar. But still, you can't argue with numbers, and you can't argue with maths. Even Edge during this time was only able to hurl out Seth Rollins, Braun Strowman, and the Viper himself, which also ain't great. He does get away with it, mind, because it was still better than Randy.
Taking advantage of contract blunders, only making decisions final at the very last second, or simply doing everything humanly possible to keep a huge impending moment under wraps, have all led to some of the most astonishing happenings in wrestling history. So I am Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are the 10 best kept secrets in wrestling history. Number 10, John Cena's Royal Rumble return. A return so deeply shocking and exciting, 20,000 folks briefly forgot it wasn't cool to love John Cena during the late 2000s. Wonderful stuff. After going down injured in October 2007 with a pectoral tear, most expected to not see the face that runs the place for around 6 months to a year. But this freak of nature isn't your average human being, folks. About a month before his sensational comeback inside of Madison Square Garden during the 2008 Royal Rumble, folks within the company were already aware one of the most unlikeliest of comebacks was on, according to Bruce Pritchard on his Something to Wrestle pod. And then when the time came to execute this monumental surprise at the pay-per-view, Cena was hidden all day, and even marched through the hallway covered when the time came to finally blow the roof off of MSG. All that effort to keep this Rumble return under wraps paid off, and then some in the end though. Number 9, Malachi Black is suddenly all elite. It may not have led to the sort of consistently mesmerizing run folks were hoping for, but Malachi Black's first night as an all-elite menace is still one of the most surprising and captivating Tony Khan's company has ever seen. And what made Black's arrival on the night of July 7th, 2021 so legitimately stunning was the fact not a single soul honestly thought the former NXT champion had a chance of appearing on AEW TV for at least a few more months. You see, in the wake of being released by WWE on June 2nd, most assumed Black would have to stick to the typical 90-day non-compete clause the sports entertainment company stick in their contracts. However, with Black working on the Black and Gold developmental brand for a time before being called up to the main roster, it was eventually revealed that WWE had stupidly failed to update the star's NXT 30-day non-compete clause to the usual main roster 90-day one after he hopped over to Raw and SmackDown. What came next was one of the coolest debuts in AEW history. A blackout led to the amazing reveal of the former Aleister Black secretly signing with the company, before Arn Anderson was utterly pulverized with a spinning heel kick at that year's Road Rager. Now I've got a quick question for you. What do you think's been the best ever AEW debut? Was it Malachi Black's spinning heel kick to the Arn? Or something else? You let me know in the comment section down below, baby. Number 8, Christian Cage is cleared for a Rumble comeback. Returning to the greatest multi-person match in all of wrestling now, and yet another moment nobody ever thought could actually be a possibility heading into a Royal Rumble event. Now sure, the prior year's men's over-the-top rope epic had seen the unlikely comeback of a certain Rated R superstar, folks also once thought they'd never see bumping again. But rumours of Edge's impossible return becoming a reality were very much doing the rounds before the 2020 Rumble. The same could not be said for the WWE Hall of Famer's best pal though he had technically taken part in an unsanctioned fight with Randy Orton in 2020, away from that 1-minute squash, Christian hadn't been involved in a match since retiring due to concussion issues. That all changed used on the night of the 2021 Men's Rumble, however, with Christian and a few others actually being made aware of the fact he'd been cleared to return a few months before the event, after them managing to keep that vital information a secret in the time leading up to the Thunderdome show. Captain Charisma was finally given the thumbs up to make a jaw-dropping comeback to action on the Friday before the PLE. And with that, the once unthinkable visual of Edge and Christian competing in a WWE match together soon unexpectedly warmed the hearts of genuinely stunned fans around the globe. Number 7, no one knew Pat McAfee was going to be calling the Rumble 2023 action. It wasn't just those watching the 2023 Royal Rumble inside of the Alamo Dome and at home that were caught entirely off guard by Pat McAfee's unannounced arrival that night. If it wasn't already clear from the way an unquestionably stunned and overjoyed Michael Cole reacted to the return of his Blue Show pal, and Corey Graves' hilarious exasperation at being nudged down the bench, it was later noted that neither man had any clue Pat was going to be back that night. The majority of WWE's production crew weren't told about the awesome McAfee secret either, with WWE's decision to keep the epic return to the booth close to the vest, kicking the event off in the most unpredictable and joyous way imaginable. Watching a legitimately giddy Cole then be told in real time that his mate would be joining the twosome for the entire night of action was a terrifically wholesome moment too, and one that wouldn't have been possible had someone let the pat out of the bag beforehand. Number 6, Roman Reigns wrecks everybody out of nowhere. Heading into the first crowdless SummerSlam in WWE history, the company promised the folks locked up in their homes around the world that they would never see it coming. And in what had become something of a rarity at that point, WWE actually only went and delivered a truly remarkable shock that no fan on the planet honestly foresaw in the weeks before the biggest party of the summer. The big dog hadn't been seen on WWE programming since dropping out of WrestleMania 36 and taking some time away from wrestling during those early pandemic days. And with there being very few hints at exactly what the future held for the former world champion in the months that followed the show of shows, outside of WWE eventually releasing new merch for the absent figure, most understandably assumed that aforementioned tagline was likely just referring to even more demented fiend Braun Strowman shenanigans in the main event. What they didn't expect to see was Roman Reigns not only making a shocking post-match return to all things sports entertainment, but as a badass heel who ate spooky monsters for breakfast at the head of the table. To ensure this monumental show-closing return would come as a real game-changing shock to much of the wrestling world, Dave Meltzer noted on Wrestling Observer Radio that WWE didn't even tell a bunch of Roman's fellow superstars that he was about to come back and kick off one of the most dominant runs in wrestling history either, and he's never looked back since. Cheers for watching this video today, and if you like what you see, then go and hit that subscribe button down below. Number 5, Shane O'Mac brings back the money. Long before he strutted out as one of WrestleMania 39's best kept secrets, and unfortunately limped back out again a minute or so later, Shane McMahon found himself in the middle of an even bigger shock return in 2016. It had been announced that someone was going to be handed the most prestigious award that WWE will ever present on the night of February 22nd, that being the Vincent J. McMahon Legacy of Excellence Award, of course. But just before Vince could hand the award over to the on-screen heel with a quote-unquote warm, good-hearted soul known as Stephanie McMahon, a rather familiar tune blasted through the speakers. The money was back, baby! And a crowd that had just spent much of the last few minutes groaning and watting their way through another soul-crushing start to Raw suddenly erupted in stunned euphoria. Nobody had a Shane O'Mac comeback on their 2016 WWE bingo card, that's for sure. Vince would later tell the Orlando Sentinel that the big reveal was kept a secret, thanks to Shane being locked away on a bus until the moment Stephanie's music hit that night. And when Shane-O did eventually show up in Gorilla moments before shaking things up a little, the folks sat around reportedly said they couldn't believe what was happening. They were likely saying something similar back in April, after watching Snoop Dogg drop a surreal people's elbow to cover for the destroyer of the 2022 Men's Royal Rumble's torn quad. Number 4, it's Sting in AEW. Returning to an era most folks understandably don't have the fondest memories of, AEW also managed to give their audience a much-needed shot of completely unforeseen joy during their first ever Dynamite Winter is Coming event in 2020. Now sure, folks were aware that the legendary Sting had quietly parted ways with WWE midway through the year, and it did feel like AEW was a logical destination for the icon at some point in the future. But very few predicted precisely when that debut was going to go down, and that was largely due to the likes of the Young Bucks and Tony Khan keeping Sting's incredible arrival under wraps for months. Matt and Nick Jackson would also confirm to Living the Gimmick that they used the old hide your massive surprise in a trailer trick on the day of the event. And when it was finally time for the Stinger to wander into position, the EVPs always recalled watching the genuinely shocked talent inevitably mark out around him. Similar reactions were no doubt happening all over the planet when Tony Schiavone let out an iconic "It's Sting" for the first time on AEW programming, as all involved pulled off one of the finest surprise arrivals of the modern era. Number 3, Mark Henry was far from finished. After being a part of the WWE system since 1996, lifting World Championship gold and enjoying a terrific Hall of Pain run, most fans were quick to believe the once unstoppable Mark Henry was done when he began teasing retirement on Twitter in June of 2013. And right up to the moment the emotional powerhouse had his arm raised by John Cena after telling those watching on that he was retiring from the active roster, there wasn't a person out there who didn't fully believe they were watching the end of the lovable big man's in-ring career. Then, in a move that left millions of jaws banging off the floor, Henry only went and revealed the entire thing was one big swerve, nailing Cena with a world pinkest slam in the middle of the ring. Henry would later admit down the road that he was actually considering retiring around this time, but after Vince McMahon talked him out of it, the committed star then spent months tricking folks into believing the end was near. And after successfully keeping the real plan to have him actually attack Cena and set up a match for Money in the Bank over the WWE Championship a secret, through his brilliant retirement teases and moving speech, Henry masterfully completed one of the greatest shock turns of all time. Number 2, Brock Lesnar beats the streak. The Undertaker's streak shockingly coming to a heartbreaking end at WrestleMania 30 was a call that very few outside of the key players involved had any idea was about to rock the Superdome. In fact, it was reported in the Wrestling Observer newsletter around the time that referee Chad Patton was actually told Taker would be walking out of New Orleans with a 22-0 record. But with the rule being for WWE officials to ref the contest as a shoot, Patton simply brought his hand down for the incredible 3. It would also later be revealed by Taker himself in an interview with Ariel Helwani that the original plan up until the day of the show was actually for the dead man to go over the beast on the grandest stage. But early that afternoon, Vince made his way into the Phenom's dressing room and secretly changed wrestling history forever, altering the old finish to the one that ultimately involved the concussed icon being F5 to smithereens for the Brock win. And just a few hours later, the entire wrestling world was left feeling utterly shook by a first ever Taker Mania L that came completely out of left field. And number 1, CM Punk comes back home to WWE. It still feels rather surreal to be living in a world where this chip magnet is once again strutting around Monday Night Raw with a potential pipe bomb in his back pocket. But after arguably the best kept wrestling secret of all time, well, here we are. After months of speculation and many a report debunking the idea of CM Punk making a shocking return to WWE, the unthinkable became a deafening reality inside of the All-State Arena in 2023. This wasn't a case of simply lying about what was on the horizon for months though. It was reported that WWE and Punk only made a deal together around 10 days or so before Survivor Series, with the wise decision then being made to keep the whole thing a secret heading into the War Games show. Dave Meltzer of the Wrestling Observer even noted how certain TKO group executives were not told about the incoming Best in the World, with the folks in the War Games main events being among the few who actually knew Punk was in the building, and this genuinely shocking return being kept from almost everyone. All this secrecy resulted in a noise unlike anything you're ever likely to hear again, as the Punkers shocked the world one more time in Chicago.
If you're going to have a long wrestling career, the past has told us you may have a short period where things don't click. This is mainly due to the fact that sports entertainment never ends, so if you are appearing on a show every week for every year, yeah, nobody has that kind of batting average. Doesn't mean you can't secure yourself a legendary overall run. Here's some weird periods certain old-timers would like you to forget. Number 10, Kane in 2007. So I will die on this hill, although I do understand it. Kane should never have taken the mask off. I suppose he had to, but my thoughts don't have to make sense. The magic of that character was sort of lost. This was really reflected in 2007 when WWE didn't know what to do with the guy. Hence we got to WrestleMania 23 and he was put in a feud with the great Khali. One of these few occasions where a sentence rhymes, but it's still bad. As we know, the Great One wasn't the most mobile, so it was the Big Red Machine who had to take the punishment and the selling. That's just silly. See No Evil was also in cinemas, so the hook from the movie was brought into proceedings, but that made the whole thing even stranger. Now they were actually trying to kill each other. Big Daddy V was up next, and he too suffered from the exact same issue, so once more Kane was the person just getting his ass whooped this is not the way. When you do go through the whole year, this is what WWE kept doing too. Maybe because it was a calling card of fake brother The Undertaker at one point. I mean, go through his earlier Mania matches, it was always, how on earth can he defeat somebody so much bigger? This was sort of wild, however, because all of the Dead Man's matches were better with smaller opponents, which should have been what we did with Kane too. You really don't need to watch much of what the Big Red Machine did in 2007, and it's not even his fault. He was just placed in an impossible situation. Number 9, Ric Flair in 2001 and 2002. I quite like Ric Flair coming into the WWE and being the secret new owner of the company. It was a nice way to remind you that Flair was the man, but behind the scenes, something was brewing. Triple H had been very vocal about how lacking in confidence Rick was during this time, mostly because WCW had chewed him up and spat him out. Now, even a Flair at 50% was still better than most, but it did show in his work, as it would for anyone. Rick felt like he had lost the magic, so sort of skulked around the place, scared of his own shadow. Let's not pretend that we haven't all been there. It's one of the reasons Hunter did get him into Evolution as the legendary veteran so they could restore faith in himself. The difference is noticeable on TV. Before long, he felt like the old Ric Flair. And from there, everything was far better. Some may say the current Rick is in a similar situation, but this is totally different. He's like a 75-year-old man now. When you bring that into the chat, kind of makes sense why this would be the way. Number 8, The Big Show in 2003. While Vince McMahon would profess to know exactly what to do with WCW's giant before he signed Paul White, it turned out this was all hot air. As soon as he did debut in the WWF as The Big Show, it was the same old thing, and any chat of being used as a special attraction was thrown out the window. It meant there was a lot of back and forth, especially because management was insistent they couldn't push him properly until he lost weight. So when we got to 2003, there were less ideas than ever. Seems odd as you're dealing with a huge man in wrestling. Sometimes things are too obvious and you'll forget. He did kick off the year as the world champion and ended it with the United States title, but everything in between was a head scratcher. Show did have a feud with The Undertaker and Brock Lesnar which had their moments, but by the end of each it felt like he lost more steam. I mean, he wasn't gaining anything from it. The ring-breaking spot with Brock will remain an all-timer, but as 2004 rolled around, there was even some talk that the powers that be were having second thoughts. There's no one today who can say the Big Show didn't have a Hall of Fame career when all was said and done, but times like these were confusing. He's massive, just let him tonk people. Number 7, Triple H in 1996. I suppose the best way to sell this one is that look what Triple H was within 5 years. Exactly. When he did join the WWF in the mid-90s though, ridiculous gimmicks were in. Therefore, he was introduced as Hunter Hearst Helmsley, a Greenwich blue blood who thought he was better than you because he was rich. Alright then. In 1996, however, I'm not sure the company knew what they were going to do with him because he was feuding with the likes of Duke the Dumpster Droese and got wrecked by the Ultimate Warrior at that year's WrestleMania. He also had to have a hog pen match with Henry Godwinn. I mean, none of this was good. It wouldn't be until October when a program with Mark Merrow for the Intercontinental title heated things up. From there, it was D-Generation X. We know the rest. But for a good few months there, it looked like Triple H was going to be totally lost as he fought with the Stalker, Freddie Joe Floyd, and Savio Vega. There's nothing against those guys. They just so happened to be pegged at a lesser level. Number 6, Stone Cold Steve Austin in 2002. We talked about this in the mega ups and downs I did for WrestleMania, and it just stands out like a sore thumb. Despite all his success, the WWE had no clue what to do with Steve Austin in 2002. This really is underlined when you watch his match with Scott Hall at WrestleMania 18, because it's just a lot of nothing. Part of this was to do with Hall's personal issues, with the finish even being changed, because management wasn't convinced they could rely on Scott. It's also why Kevin Nash doesn't do much of anything on the outside. The second half of the year was even worse as Stone Cold was so down on creative he walked out of the company. But actually, this wasn't a massive shock. From January to this point, it felt like the Rattlesnake had feuded with everyone, the heel turn hadn't gone as we thought, and Steve didn't want to work with Hulk Hogan. Didn't trust him. It all imploded when Austin went on the Bite This show and very legitimately aired his grievances against his storytelling. He was then told to lose to Brock Lesnar. We know the rest. It is such a shame as it feels like a lost period of Steve's career these days, but either way, not like the rest wasn't all time. It absolutely was. Number 5, Daniel Bryan in 2011. Yes, I know. 2011 is when Daniel Bryan won the Money in the Bank briefcase and became the World Heavyweight Champion. That was great, but always will be. The issue was WWE sort of just did this, and then forgot. I am not kidding. It all began at the start of the year when Bryan was the United States champion, but you know the deal there. Any mid-card title was ignored. They'd lost all their charm. It didn't get defended until Mania when he lost it to Sheamus, and when he won the briefcase, if word is to be believed, it was actually a last-minute decision to try and surprise the fans. He subsequently lost to Cody Rhodes, Sin Cara, and Wade Barrett. 2 weeks before he cashed in, he lost in 120 seconds to Alberto Del Rio. There was no interference either. He got wrecked. The Money in the Bank win did give us some hope, but yeah, Daniel was the champion in name only, because WWE had no clue what they had. It was going to take him a good few years to find out too. Number 4, Randy Orton in 2015. Randy Orton is a Hall of Famer. He is way better than most people give him credit for, but he's been going so long he falls foul to this curse more than most. Some years, WWE just shrugged their shoulders. 2015 started out okay as he feuded with The Authority before beating Seth Rollins at Mania with one of the best RKOs of all time. The thing is, who was standing tall by the end of the night? The technical loser of that match. It did mean he was the first contender for this title, but he was not victorious. Then he was back to fighting Sheamus, even though he had recently feuded with Sheamus. We sort of meandered from there until Randy very sadly hurt his shoulder. And while you never want anyone to get injured, there was an upside to this. Going away from TV for a while meant when he returned, he felt super fresh again. Even then, though, the Jinder Mahal thing happened. I think sometimes WWE takes Orton for granted. Hopefully never again. Number 3, Becky Lynch in 2017. Becky Lynch is one of the most popular wrestlers around right now. People pretend this isn't true. That's nonsense. It's been quite the rise because there was once this idea she was the 4th out of the 4 horsewomen when they were making noise, but this was mostly because WWE wasn't taking advantage of what they had. Do you remember that tag team with Naomi? It was just so random. Becky did become the first ever SmackDown Women's Champion, but it was another one of these title crownings where we didn't treat it properly. She soon lost it to Alexa Bliss, and then, yep, did nothing. Now, it actually turned out for the best because Lynch would use this in her promos when she was becoming the man, but the fact you have a whole year when she was persona non grata is just so damn short-sighted. It is all there, though. She did get overlooked for many opportunities. When WWE tried to turn her heel and the audience rejected it, we all knew she ruled. Number 2, Goldberg in 2003. Well, we all know this. WWE knows it. Bill knows it. The fans knew it. It was so obvious. We just didn't use Goldberg as Goldberg. Instead, the powers that be decided we had to WWE the WCW legend, which meant longer matches. Problem was, nobody wanted to see that. We just wanted the wrecking machine we got a couple of years before this. Dudes like Lance Storm and Rosie got ran through, but as soon as Bill was put in any program that featured a top star, it all got extended. The average Goldberg pay-per-view match in 2003 was 14 minutes. I mean, come on. Off his aura alone, he still became the world champion, but it was all such a struggle due to the above. WWE just didn't get it, and then they put him in a wig. This was dumb, and 9 times out of 10 I love dumb. This wasn't it. His return in 2016 was the way to do it, and it only took management 13 years to realize this. Whoops. Number 1, The Undertaker post-streak. So this is one for the debating team. Was The Undertaker's loss at WrestleMania 30 the turning point of his WrestleMania career? It certainly took away from his magic at the show of shows for obvious reasons, because any Mania match after this just wasn't as fun. I mean, at Mania 31 he faced Bray Wyatt, which was a double-edged sword, because nobody wanted to see Taker lose back-to-back, but we also wanted Wyatt to win. This is not an ideal scenario. 32 was Shane McMahon and 33 was Roman Reigns, a match even the dead man has said should have been better. 34 was Cena was super fun, but also kind of just there. He wasn't even on 35, didn't turn up. 36 was the Boneyard match, which was excellent as a goodbye, but I do get this. It was always going to happen for the obvious reasons. As soon as the streak was over, at WrestleMania, The Undertaker became just another guy. So my word, that's something to get into. Pens at the ready, go. Imagine being so damn talented that you're told to go to the ring and make somebody else look good, and even though you tried, instead you're the person that really shined. And sure, there's a paradox here in the sense that if that was your job, then you failed, really, but that's not how wrestling works. In fact, it rarely makes any sense. I'm Simon from WhatCulture, though. Please do subscribe. And this is 10 wrestlers who are supposed to get other wrestlers over. but got over themselves. Number 10, the Hurricane. Lance Storm was a great addition to the WWE roster when he came in after WCW's demise in 2001. He was just so damn solid. He was the type of guy you wanted on your team. He was never going to have a bad match. What he lacked, you could argue, however, was a character, and somebody who had that in spades was Shane Hurricane Helms. WWE teamed these guys up with the intention of ensuring Storm had something of note to do after a loss to Edge, but as the focus was on the superhero aspect, and Helms was so good at it, well, it took over. Fans decided they loved the Hurricane, and he was soon separated from the team and went to tear it up in the Cruiserweight division. Hell, he'd even get a victory over The Rock, and we're still talking about him right now. Number 9, Lita. Do you remember S.A. Rios? If you do, you'll likely recall his bonkers Mexican entrance music, which was pure WWE at the time. He was also accompanied by a manager, though, that went by the name of Lita. This was the idea too. Pairing Rios with an attractive woman would turn him into a bigger star, completely missing that they had one hell of a commodity in Lita. This was happening in 2000 on shows such as Heat and Metal, and as quickly became apparent, the future member of Team Extreme was getting far bigger reactions than her high-flying partner. It didn't take long before she left him behind to join up with the Hardy Boys, and from there she teamed with Matt and Jeff Hardy before becoming a tour de force in her own right. Number 8, the 1-2-3 Kid. Razor Ramon came into the WWF in late 1992 with all the momentum in the world. He had been positioned as a top-tier dude who would often go against the likes of Randy Savage, the Ultimate Warrior, and Mr. Perfect, and even though it's forgotten now, he had a feud against Bret the Hitman Hart for the world title. He was a bit lost following that, but that's when Sean Waltman, aka the 1-2-3 Kid, popped into his life. Everyone thought this was nothing but a guy for Razor to destroy on the 17th of May 1993 Raw, but as soon as he got a surprise win, that was that. Fans loved him. Eventually, Ramon would almost become a mentor to 1-2-3, and behind the scenes, Vince McMahon was properly taken with the guy. This led to him being offered a full-time deal, and there aren't too many wrestlers from this era who can say that enhancement talent's a part of the roster in the blink of an eye. Number 7, Crash Holly. You could probably argue this one, but I don't think Crash Holly was paired with Bob Holly to become a star. I think this happened so Bob would have someone to slap around as and when he saw fit. This often happened too, but Crash sold his character so well and soon became tied up in the 24/7 hardcore scene that he basically owned for a while that he was a lower card sensation. Little Holly was without a doubt one of the most popular guys in the company at one point, especially when he would tell fans he weighed a legit 500 pounds. While this was going on too, Bob didn't have much going on, so yeah, whatever Crash's original deal was, it went far further than expected, and look, once again, we're talking about him right now. Number 6, Farouk. When Farouk was first drafted into the WWF, he was meant to be one of the first victims for Ahmed Johnson. For some reason, Vince McMahon also made him a gladiator with a stupid helmet, and it got weirder because Sonny was his manager. It was as if this gimmick was just lying around on the floor and someone threw it at Ron Simmons. It wasn't good enough for the man. He knew this too, and by November, all this dumb garb was gone, and Farouk had become a super serious leader of the Nation of Domination. The feud with Johnson was still on the cards, but throughout all of this, Farouk was such a badass that he got over huge. In fact, Simmons found so much momentum, he had a WWF title shot at the King of the Ring in 1997 against The Undertaker, and that summed it up. The powers that be had realized Ahmed Johnson wasn't going to work out, and it made far more sense to put their eggs in this basket instead. And just look at the career he had. Everybody take a pause and then go damn. Number 5, Daniel Bryan. We all know this one, 18 seconds that changed the world. It wasn't Sheamus' fault this went so badly in 2012 as he was just doing what he was told, but for whatever reason, WWE officials decided that the Irishman versus Daniel Bryan didn't need to be a real match. So Sheamus just bro-kicked his head off and won the World Heavyweight title almost instantly at WrestleMania 28. The idea was that we take Sheamus up to the next level, but all it did was start a swell of support for Bryan. It was also a way for fans to stick it to the WWE brass for the mismanagement, and it just turned into a takeover. The Yes Movement became a monster, and 2 years later the fallout of it would see Daniel Bryan winning the main event of WrestleMania after beating Batista and Randy Orton. I'm sure the audience would have been behind him either way, but this one moment just made up the crowd's minds. Daniel Bryan was their guy, and they were gonna shout him all the way to the top. Number 4, The Miz. This one kind of worked both ways, but it was still an eye-opener. When NXT first started, the idea was for a rookie to be mentored by a pro, or in this case, The Miz teaching Daniel Bryan the ways of WWE. WWE. Given that Miz was such an asshole, he could break Daniel Bryan, who could continue to be the lovable underdog. What wasn't in the script was that Miz would be so good in this role that he started to really find himself as a character, and his promos especially just started getting better and better. He also began to feel like an even bigger star, which is why later that year he not only won the Money in the Bank briefcase, but became the WWE champion. He was given somewhat of an opportunity, and my word, he smashed it. It didn't hurt Bryan at all, but it did help Miz, and if you want to describe this as and when he came out of the shadows, that would be more than fair. It's also a reason to go back and watch the first season of NXT 2, even though it is really, really weird. Number 3, Diesel. Shawn Michaels was the guy who spied Kevin Nash on WCW TV and told Vincent Kennedy McMahon, "You gotta hire him." HBK felt like he needed a heater or someone to give him that extra something as he forged out a singles career, and having a huge man in his corner wasn't the worst idea, especially as WWF was the land of the giants. It would allow Michaels to get wins over the bigger dudes, as the soon-to-be Diesel could just punch them in the face, leaving the pieces for Shawn, and as far as he saw it, it could also lead him to the main event picture. It's not exactly what happened. Michaels was on an upward curve anyway, but within 6 months, McMahon had fallen in love with Diesel and decided he needed to be fast rocketed to the moon. It was cemented during the 1994 Raw Rumble, and after that, Nash was seen as more than just a bodyguard. He was going to be a star in his own right. Within that year, he was the WWF champion and the #1 babyface in the company. Sorry, Sean. Number 2, AJ Styles. 2016 was not a good year for Roman Reigns. It was nothing to do with him, but the scripts he were given and some of the circumstances he was put in was just asking the crowd to turn on him, and they did. This we know. Thankfully, we had a great plan to rectify it all, which was to put Roman in a feud with super worker AJ Styles. AJ's run in the WWE was still brand new, so knowing we were going to get this was exciting, but it also didn't address the issue. Nobody thought Reigns was a bad wrestler. Fans just used him as a scapegoat for all the ills they saw the company falling into over and over again. Given he'd only just debuted too, Styles knew he had to hit this one out the park, and my word, he did it and then some, because that's just what he does. The two had excellent matches which were universally praised, but it also showed management that they had something with AJ in case somehow they didn't know already. Styles soon became a personal favorite of McMahon and won multiple titles along the way. The man can and has done it everywhere. Number 1, The Rock. By early 1998, nobody was chanting "Die, Rocky, die" anymore. The Rock had become a star with huge potential, and his work as a bad guy was slowly winning people over. Even still, when he was placed in a feud with Ken Shamrock, the idea was to help the former UFC man get over, and then we'd return to the Great One in due course. Their matches at the Rumble, Mania, and King of the Ring just proved that a young Dwayne Johnson had something that anybody with any sense would jump on, and the fact he was having such good contests with Shamrock proved he had the chops to work with anybody. Both guys were still super raw at this stage, but you'd never have known it. WWE still wanted to use this as a jumping off platform for Ken to become a major player, but all it did was convince those in charge and the fans that maybe nobody should be sleeping on The Rock for much longer. Shamrock still had a great run, but you can't compare it to what the now Hollywood superstar did, and there's a reason for that, and it kinda starts around here.
So do you know what WWE likes to do? They like to hire you and change your name. Now we know the reason why they do this is because it comes down to licensing and merchandise. Sometimes it still makes you go, what? However, like all things in life, eventually we get used to them. Actually, there's a bunch of dumb ones. But damn it, now makes sense. Let's do it. Number 10, Rey Mysterio Jr. to Rey Mysterio. And this one gets talked about all the time, because when Rey Mysterio Jr. finally did join WWE, Vince McMahon said, well, we're getting rid of that Jr. because Vince McMahon's real name is Vince McMahon Jr. and he doesn't like being called Jr. As we know, that guy is just all kinds of bad. Let's not talk about it. However, there was some sense behind this because the idea was to not call attention to the fact that maybe Rey Mysterio is a small little child, especially giving him stature, so we're just going to pitch him as Rey Mysterio. Most of this came down to his family legacy as well, and really I suppose it comes down to perception. They also didn't want anybody to think that he was below anybody else in his clan. Or something like that. I mean, Ray is so good, you could have called him Charles Dingbat, and he still would have gone on to become one of the best wrestlers ever. But yeah, this one's fine. Number 9, A-Kid to Axiom. So for a long old while, especially over here in Europe, A-Kid was a standout superstar. So of course, eventually he got a deal with WWE in 2019, and when he joined NXT, he became Axiom. And everyone went, sounds like a robot. He also became the latest masked superstar, but I choose to look at it this way. Whether you like to believe it or not, professional wrestling, especially WWE, is watched by a lot of children, So if you see the now Axiom flying around the ring and the fact he looks like a superhero, actually, I think this is a damn good choice that really works. It's not like he's been booked badly either. I think this is the real reason fans get worried, because again, if somebody is called Radiator Man, you're probably going to be like, oh my gosh, they're going to be so hot right now. Shouldn't have said it, worst thing I've ever said. But when it comes to Axiom, have you seen him down in NXT? This guy is so damn good. And he has such a big upside when he eventually does get to the main roster, even though he's not a big bad jacked individual. I still think he's totally gonna smash it. Number 8, Carlito Caribbean Cool to Carlito. But yes, you probably don't remember this, but when Carlito did debut in 2004, somebody decided his last and middle name should be Caribbean Cool. The man himself was also told to say this in all promos, as were the commentators. Oh my gosh. It's one of those occasions where they won't just say Carlito, so it's Carlito Caribbean Cool for about 72 times when he is on a match. Eventually, you just want to punch yourself in the face. But if you are going to do that, just call him Triple C, even with obvious comparisons. But thankfully, after a few months, somebody in the creative writing room went, guys, I think this is a bit dumb. Why don't we just call him Carlito? Everyone else went, oh yeah, we should do that. And we did. For some reason, even way back then, there were some fans that were offended by this. But again, let's say it all together. And the brand new heavyweight champion, Carlito Caribbean Cool. Why would you want to put yourself through such an ordeal? Number 7, Eli Drake to LA Knight. So try and think back to where you were in 2021 when Eli Drake did become LA Knight. Everybody freaked out again because they were like, why have we called him after a made-up TV show? The thing is though, given how the character was going to develop, I actually think this name worked very well. Although of course, there's a caveat here, maybe this is why people like it these days. He had to become Max Dupree first. Excuse me, Max Dupree. All of this went so badly he was going to get fired at one point before there was a big shifteroo and he went back to being LA Knight, which he had been in NXT, which begs the question, why did we put so much time into that in the developmental system if when he was going to come up to the main roster, we were just going to change him again? Now there is a sad part to this because of course it meant the end of the maximum male models and I thought they were brilliant, but these days, LA Knight just works. So it's a massive round of applause for whoever did come up with that one, and again, it passes the test. I can damn well hear that name at WrestleMania. Number 6, Biggie Langston to Big E. Now somewhere between the Royal Rumble and the Elimination Chamber in 2014, the Langston part got thrown by the wayside. And the reason I can't pinpoint it is because in that Rumble, he was definitely called Biggie Langston. This was another one that kind of came at a bad time because it just seemed like the company had a massive hard-on, shouldn't have said it, for just calling people by their first name. But look, it has been a decade since we made this change, and does anybody miss that last name now? I don't think so. Big E, well, it just works. So I thought about this and I figured it out, and it probably ties into a lot of these. It's because we as a human race don't like change. I understand that. It's nice and warm and comforted when you are in your routine, but sometimes we have to embrace whatever life is gonna throw at us, including just calling someone Big E. Also, look at the dude, he is humongous. At least that part always works. Number 5, Bronson Rex Steiner to Bron Breakker. Now this one does make all the sense in the world, because when you sign a Steiner to your company, as WWE did in February 2021, you want that family lineage to live on. But the powers that be went, nope, we ain't gonna do it. Instead we came up with Bron Breakker, which does sound like it just fell out the pages of Marvel Comics. I don't want to get too much into controversy here though, but this one I don't think any of us can argue, because look, when you do go through the Steiner history, well, even up to 2023, it is quite controversial, so why the flub would you want to tie that in? And it's not like this has affected anything, because we all know where he came from, and if you don't know, it's probably because you don't even know who the Steiners are, so who is this hurting? Also, Bron Breakker is so damn good. Once again, you could call him Pete McGee, and he's still going to be a future world champion. He hits the ropes so damn fast. I can't wait for him to be permanent on the main roster. He is gonna be so damn great. Number 4, Nick Nemeth to Dolph Ziggler. Now, I actually think you can argue with this one. When you go and listen to the interviews that Dolph Ziggler / Nick Nemeth did when he left the WWE, he explained the origins of this and how he was perplexed, because originally he was meant to be like David Douglas or something. And when he asked about this, creative said, yeah, we just need a name that kind of sounds the same, both in the first and the last part. It was like, my name is Nick Nemeth, it literally does that. Instead, we came up with Dolph Ziggler just because it was totally random and poor Dolph would have to go around and shake everybody's hand. And I don't think this was a benefit at all, and the only reason we did all come around to the idea is one, it was around for so long, but also two, the real life Nick Nemeth was so damn good, he proved what I've been saying this entire video. You can come up with any moniker you want, and if the person using it does have the skill, everything will be alright. Even then though, even if we had gone with Nick Nemeth, I don't think WWE would have ever given him what he did deserve. Again, it's all there on Google. But ever since he has returned, using his real life name, well, go look at some of the YouTube views that he's done. It's not like people are surprised by this. This is definitely one for the comments. Number 3, Paul White to the Big Show. Or the Giant, I suppose. You could use his WCW name. But really, when you call someone the Big Show, everyone's gonna know what you're getting at. And Paul White is a fine name. There's nothing wrong with Paul White, but it just means if you are a fan, you have to take that extra step before you go, well, who the hell is that Huss? But once more, if you're called the Big Show or Very Large Man, you've done the work for him. If you do transport yourself back to 1999 though, people went totally bonkers about this, and actually I understand. Because the first time you heard the Big Show, especially the theme tune, whoa, I'm the Big Show. You're like, what world are we living in? What's a Big Show? It's been this way for over 20 years though, and now we even do accept it, to the point he's in AEW as Paul White, and what does everybody call him? You can figure it out. Number 2, Prince Devitt to Finn Balor. So once again, if you are a hardcore New Japan fan and you have invested all your time and money into Prince Devitt, and then he arrives in WWE as Finn Balor, you're gonna be like, man, why do they do this to me every single time? There's also a bit of a meltdown because WWE came up with this just because it tied into Irish mythology. You can just imagine it. It was also during a period where Vince McMahon was just Vince McMahonifying everything. But actually now, as we do stand here in 2024, I think Finn Balor is a pretty badass wrestling name. Now, a lot of this does come down to the fact that he is so damn talented and in many ways still vastly underrated. But that's kind of the point. He went and made it work. Also, his real name is Fergal Devitt, so this way he can be completely separated from the two. And imagine he does leave WWE one day, and he goes back to AEW, well not back to AEW, but back to the indie scene, and he goes back to Devitt. I think a lot of people will scratch their heads, and they'll probably think, that's the made-up name. But it totally isn't. Number 1, Volta to Gunther. So you just knew that this was going to be number 1, and I do want to point out, if we had gone with what WWE originally wanted to do, I would have been genuinely offended. I'm not going to talk about it here, but once again, Google is your friend. Thankfully, even WWE realized this, and in January 2022, Gunther did announce to the world that he was now Gunther. So we've basically had it for a couple of years. There's just something about it. But I don't know. I think Walter probably would have been fine as well. But when it comes to the G, man, I'm a big fan. That rhymes, so it must be true. You do have to bring in the fact that he did go on to become the longest reigning Intercontinental Champion ever. I'm just going to do it one more time as the video is about to end. You could call him Larry Lamppost, but if he can walk out with that championship and go, man, I've held this for over a year and nobody can beat me, you're going to be like, damn, Lar, you're really amazing. What's even cooler is that he is absolutely going to ride this name to the top of the industry, and hopefully that will be a lesson for us all. Make sure you're not boxed in just because somebody does give you a silly name, because you can still go on to achieve the greatest of all things. So we are going to have some fun today, and we're also going to get into some murky waters, so make sure you go and put some diapers on. I don't know what that means. Do you want to relive some truly bonkers stories behind some great wrestling matches? Of course you do, that's why you clicked. So hit that subscribe button, strap yourself in, and here we go. Number 10, Kane versus The Undertaker. Now let's not pretend I didn't love this when I was a kid, and when Kane turned up at Bad Blood 1997, I couldn't believe it. I mean, come on now. That's got to be Kane. The brothers then built to Unforgiven 1998, when yes, they had an Inferno match, which seemed a little bit mean, because don't forget the narrative was that as kids, The Undertaker had set his brother on fire, so now here we were years later, and why don't we play around with the flames again? Now I suppose this sort of helped the Big Red Machine, because of course he had that full suit on, so he was protected, but actually behind the scenes, he was meant to turn up to a venue the day beforehand to test all of this to make sure nobody was gonna die, but his cab driver got lost, so by the time he did reach the venue, well, there was nothing else we could do. We were gonna have to work for the big night and see what happened. It was also hell, ironically, for both guys, because of course there was so much flames, they couldn't get enough oxygen in, so they stumbled around the ring going, I can't breathe. And you think the police would have been involved here too? Because once more, do not forget, as children, this is what The Undertaker had done. He also got chokeslammed through his parents' grave. I tell you, The Undertaker's the absolute best. Number 9, Mark Henry versus nobody. June 3rd, 2011, SmackDown. The show had ended, and Vince McMahon told Mark Henry, hey Mark, if you could go to the ring and have a dark match against Sin Cara, that would be absolutely faboo. And the world's strongest man arrived there, and he couldn't see anyone. Now, as it turned out, this was a McMahon rib, but as Henry told Stone Cold Steve Austin on his podcast, he was so damn livid about this, because he realized what was going on, and then was like, wait a minute, I've been in this company for 15 years, and that's how I'm being treated. I feel totally disrespected. Started to destroy the ringside area. He then decided he was going to yell at his boss as well, but when he got backstage, everybody had left, which was also part of the practical joke, so Mark decided, that's it, I'm going to quit. Ship. Amazingly, this was the catalyst for the Hall of Pain run though, because as the story goes, they both then sat down, they watched this footage, and Vinnie Mac was like, look, if you can act like this when we're doing proper television, you were going to get massively over. Now, a small side of me thinks maybe this was retroactively fitted around it, but still, it was a massive success, because Henry did start acting like a killer, and pretty soon, he was the World Heavyweight Champion. So he never really did look better, and it's all because somebody decided to piss him off. Number 8, Dean Malenko versus Billy Kidman. So we are going to WCW in 2000 here, which means we must warn you, everything is totally crazy. Happening at the sold out pay-per-view, neither Dean Malenko or Billy Kidman were meant to be on this show, but when all of a sudden World Championship Wrestling was suffering from injuries, well, they had no choice. Because it was meant to be Chris Benoit versus Jeff Jarrett, but poor Double J suffered a concussion, which meant Benoit was moved into the main event scene, and Malenko and Kidman, they were just thrown on the card. Billy also had to wrestle members of the Revolution stable in 3 different matches, mostly because WCW would come up with this like triple threat gimmick, and they were desperate to do it. Because each one had to have a theatre spin to it though, the first was a catch-as-catch-can match with Dean Malenko, the rules being, you've got to keep it inside the ring, you've got to wrestle, and if anybody does leave, they're going to get disqualified. Well, nobody told Dean about this, because it was only decided at the last minute, so Malenko, being a professional wrestler in 2000, of course at one point he went to the outside, the ref had no choice, he went, you're disqualified. And that was not meant to happen. Unsurprisingly too, Dean Malenko left WCW after this. I wonder why. Number 7, Chris Jericho versus Steve Austin. Do we all remember back at Vengeance 2001, Chris Jericho beat The Rock and Stone Cold Steve Austin in one night to become the WWF champion for the first time. Poor Chris had to go through a right hazing here, because he learned about this in catering when The Undertaker and Vince McMahon were going, ha ha ha, business must be in the toilet if we're going to make Jericho the champion. He was probably suffering from imposter syndrome straight away. As Jericho was retold many a time though, as he soon learned, you may get to the tippity top of the wrestling tree, but it's still pretty damn lonely. Because not only had everybody left the building to beat the traffic, meaning he was by himself, when he went to his hotel room he lost his key, and when he went to ask for another one, they wouldn't give it to him, because how the hell do we know you're Chris Jericho? He had to tell them that if they did go into his room, they would see 2 championships belts. Finally got back in there, he had to eat some pizza that had gotten really cold. There you go, my friends. You may be dreaming of being WWE champion, but you're still gonna have to eat a bunch of crappy food. Number 6, Rikishi versus Kurt Angle. So turn away now if you're not into disgusting things. If you are still watching, you're a weird person. Happening in the King of the Ring 2000 though, this was a massive night for Kurt Angle, because he was gonna win the one-night tournament, and as we now know, start his ascendity to superstardom. I suppose Big Quiche thought differently though. He decided to play a little bit of a joke. Because it stood to reason that Angle at one point was going to have to suffer the fate of the stink face, and Rikishi decided, well, maybe I'll go to the toilet before the match, I won't clean my rear end, so when I stick it in Kurt's face, he will have poo on his nose. I mean, I don't want to see these words, but that's what we're getting at here. Now, to be fair, Angle on his podcast said he can see the humour in this, although I'll take over. I can't at all. And we also then learned that Rikishi would do this all the time, so it's like a damn epidemic. I mean, surely that breaks some kind of HR rule. If you sat down with them and say, yeah, somebody pooed on my face, they'd be like, don't worry, we're going to take some action. Didn't happen. Number 5, CM Punk versus Samoa Joe. So you all know this one because it was very recent. We have to put it in here. How the hell could we not? It is amazing to watch back now because when Samoa Joe and CM Punk did start All In 2023 in Wembley Arena, or Wembley Stadium I should say, CM Punk looks perfectly fine, but minutes prior to this, he had gotten into a fight with Jack Perry. Damn. It stemmed from the pre-show where Jungle Boy had made some comments about using real glass, and this was an incident that had happened on AEW Collision a few weeks prior when Jack did want to do this, and Punk was like, no, that's really silly. And when we got round to it at the pay-per-view, because of course as soon as Punk heard this quip, he took it as a slight. He met him at the entranceway when, yes, it sounds like some punches were thrown, and even poor Tony Khan got dragged into it. I mean, something huge must have gone down, because of course CM Punk was fired a few weeks after this. Although moving that to one side, you do have to be very impressed with CM's performance. He must have been filled with beans, but he still went out and did what he did. That's damn impressive. To be fair though, he does have this wry smile on his face. So maybe he knew, friends. Maybe he knew. Number 4, Mankind versus The Undertaker. So most people know every single last detail from their King of the Ring Hell in a Cell 1998 match, because even today, it's totally insane. If you've always wondered how Mick Foley got this signed off though, well, he didn't actually really do it because he pitched this idea to management and they were like, no Mick, there's no way you can start off on top of the structure. That would be nuts. Because he was like a child and he kept prodding the bear, eventually very close to the night, someone went, okay fine, but just be safe. Now this wasn't ideal because it meant that people constructing the thing had no clue, so when they were putting it together, they weren't building it to hold 2 human beings. In fact, they were using cable ties. That's why when you go and watch it now, as soon as Mark Calloway and Mick Foley are up there, you see the damn roof start to sag. It's also why it breaks when Undertaker hits that horrible choke slam. And if you want a few more tidbits, watch when the Undertaker comes into the ring. He quite visibly winces. That's because he was working with a broken damn foot. It all came from the fact that Foley was terrified that they wouldn't be able to outdo what the Dead Man did with Shawn Michaels back in 1997. But don't worry, Mick, you managed it. Vince McMahon was also legitimately fuming after this, and while he thanked Foley, he was like, please never do that again. Well, 5 minutes later, Mankind still came out to distract in the main event. The show must go on. Number 3, Bret Hart versus the British Bulldog. Do you want to know why Bret Hart claims this is one of the most successful achievements of his entire career? Minutes beforehand, the British Bulldog told him, oh, hey, cuz, I don't remember any of the match, because I may have gone out last night and done a bunch of drugs. Whoops. This does mean if you do go and watch it today, Bret is quite literally shouting spots to Davey Boy Smith, because the British Bulldog was such a good worker instinctively, I suppose. He was just doing whatever his brother-in-law said. This is even more ridiculous because nobody had a clue, to the point, even when it did get out there in the wild, everyone was like, that can't be true. Just goes to show, Bret Hart is a genius. How he did it so calmly, I will never be able to understand. And when I do my wrestling matches, I can run through it 45,762 times and be standing at the curtain and turn to my opponent and go, nope, I've totally forgotten it. Very sadly, the British Bulldog was released soon after this because he was struggling so much. Still, this was absolutely the highlight of his career, and regardless what was going on, when he did win that Intercontinental title, warm and fuzzy in your tum-tum. Number 2, Steve Austin versus The Rock. So this is certainly a tale that has done the rounds. It's a very important one. Because WrestleMania 19 was Stone Cold Steve Austin's last match. Now, he didn't want to tell anybody because The Rock was going to win and he didn't want to steal his thunder. But because he wanted to roll into that show in the best shape possible, he was drinking a bunch of coffee. He was topping that off with energy drinks. Now, a huge part of this too was because he was so injury and he is a human, so anxieties were running wild. But he basically overloaded his system, thought he was having a heart attack, and he had to go to the flipping hospital to make sure he wasn't about to die. I mean, it was still so bad the doctors told him you absolutely cannot wrestle. This is when the Rattlesnake took matters into his own hands, and he rolled into Mania 19, and he still did what he did. Now, you can say in terms of their trilogy at WrestleMania, this was the worst of the 3, but you should not be using that word worst. It's still damn good. It's actually why now when you do go back to watch it, this one has even more gravitas, because 24 hours earlier, nobody even knew what was going to happen with Steve Austin. And he walked off into the sunset. This is why he is one of the best, whatever he had to do. Number 1, Kurt Angle versus Brock Lesnar. So go and watch the 18th of September 2003 SmackDown, and you will see an iron match between Brock Lesnar and Kurt Angle that does not get enough love. I mean, it is pretty damn special. How Kurt did this, I will never know though, because as he has talked about, he was essentially drugged up too. It's an absolutely horrible story as well, because 24 hours prior, he got a phone call from his brother who said, "Oh, hey, Kurt, our sister has just passed away from a heroin overdose." And this affected Angle on two different levels. One, he just lost a family member, but two, he had fallen out with his sister months prior because he said, "If you can't kick the habit, I don't know if I can talk to you anymore." I mean, I don't know how anybody deals with that. Kurt was also dealing with his own severe drug issues, so to try and drown his pain, he reached out and took 20 extra strength Vicodin, and then unsurprisingly passed out. He didn't wake up until 5 p.m. the next day, meaning in 4 hours he had to be on TV wrestling for 60 minutes. And when he looked at his phone, it just said "Missed call WWE, missed call WWE, missed call WWE," because somebody was probably terrified that something terrible had happened. Angle himself recounted this all on Joe Rogan's podcast, and yet when he did go out there, like I say, he had a banger with Brock Lesnar, and this just totally perplexes the mind. I mean, it should quite literally be impossible. Angle himself described it as he had to do a good a job as possible because it was the best way to block any emotions he had toward his sister. So that would get you right in the sad gland. But it's also a great piece of evidence that when you are talking about the best wrestlers ever, you gotta throw Kurt Angle into the mix.
Whether on the other side of the Pacific, the border, or in the bleak suburbs of the independent scene, the dark underbelly of the industry exists everywhere. So with that said, I am Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 10 crazy wrestling scandals you've never heard of. Number 10, the Antonio Inoki embezzlement scandal. At Wrestle Kingdom 17, New Japan Pro Wrestling announced that a feature film depicting the life of company founder Antonio Inoki is in pre-production, but there is just not enough time to fit that man's story into just a film. Inoki founded, oversaw, and starred in the biggest Puro promotion ever for decades. To grasp the scale of his legacy, he was both Vince McMahon and Hulk Hogan at the same damn time. In the early 1980s, New Japan Pro Wrestling was a monster of a success, turning an incredible profit. But Inoki almost tanked the entire company. His side business, a biotechnology company operating under the name Anton Hissel, was floundering. In response, he embezzled and siphoned cash from New Japan's live gates to keep it afloat. The interloping Ishin Gundan stable were incensed. New Japan Pro Wrestling's hottest angle was abandoned, and Inoki stepped down as president, though still performed as a talent. Business plummeted for a few years with the best thing going dead, but Inoki soon found himself back in power, as a result of what many deemed clandestine political machinations. Now I've got a quick question for you. What wrestling figure do you want to see have a movie made about their life? We've already got an Inoki one incoming, but I want to know which one you want to see in the comment section down below. Number 9, the Atsushi Onita threesome. In a less bleak but equally wild story as most of the other entries on this list, FMW founder and top star Atsushi Onita also found himself in a scandal misappropriating funds. Onita was one of the coolest professional wrestlers of all time. He pioneered the exploding barbed wire deathmatch, the most demented badass spectacle in pro wrestling history. He was practically a cult leader with his awesome ability on the mic. Even if he can't understand a single word of Japanese, he would run through a brick wall if he read his bank statement out to you in a raised voice. That's how effective his delivery really was. His look should by rights have stumbled into cliche. He smoked and wore a leather jacket, but he simply pulled it off. There is no cooler a sight in pro wrestling history than Onita walking into the Lion's Den of the Tokyo Dome as an artless garbage wrestling interloper and laughing his ass off as the New Japan fans pelted him with rubbish. Onita also entered the political arena with a similarly brash attitude. This is a man who once had a threesome with a pornographic actress and an employee of the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transportation in accommodations provided by the government. This forced him out of the diet, but in an indirect way. When the New Japan Pro Wrestling crowd told him to get effed, he did precisely that on their dime. Number 8, the Dragon Gate animal abuse controversy. In a phenomenally cruel story, it was revealed in 2009 that a group of wrestlers from the Dragon Gate dojo had ritually physically abused a monkey kept as a pet mascot. Oh yeah, and just a bit of a content warning here, there is going to be some graphic description of animal abuse. While the official report broken by Mainichi Daily News only confirmed that the abuse included that the monkey was burned with a lighter and sprayed with deodorant, it is also rumored that it was scalded with boiling water and trapped in a box. Yohei was stupid enough to upload footage of the abuse online. This evidence of his sickening, reprehensible reprehensible behavior enabled justice to be served at least. He was fired for his role in a systemic abuse case that spanned years, and the monkey was immediately rehomed. Dragon Gate president Takashi Okamura took a self-imposed pay cut as penance. The extent to which wrestlers more known to the audience played a role, the likes of Shingo Takagi and Akira Tozawa, is debated. Shingo shaved his head as an act of contrition, and had himself uploaded a vile blog post in which he forcibly restrained the monkey by the neck after, and how heartbreaking is this, it had attempted to escape. At the very least, Shingo used sickening excessive force and bragged that he had done so. Shima brought the monkey to the dojo, and while he wasn't directly implicated, as the monkey was under his care, he also shaved his head. Number 7, the Io Shirai drugs gate. You wouldn't think Nails and Io Shirai, two wrestlers of opposite quality, would have something in common, but they do, in an astonishing story, the details of which have recently resurfaced online. WWE's Io Sky, then working under her old ring name of Io Shirai, was imprisoned for 3 weeks in 2012 after being, as it transpired, falsely accused of smuggling drugs into Japan from Mexico. She did technically smuggle 75 grams of cannabis, but she was an unwitting patsy. Shirai was gifted 2 paintings alongside then partner Nasawa by fans. Unbeknownst to her, the drugs were hidden between the painting and the frame. Adamant that she was innocent of any wrongdoing because she was, the fandom did not believe her. She was granted the opportunity to field a press conference 3 weeks after being held for a crime far more severe on that side of the Pacific, in which she professed her innocence and refused to retire. Shockingly, it was revealed by wrestler Takuya Sugi that it was a quite literal frame job. Sugi disclosed that Masahiro Hayashi, a talent agent with a personal vendetta against Nasawa, had orchestrated the framing, to which he agreed in exchange for more work. The confession convinced the police to drop all charges. Thank goodness. Number 6, the Hard Body Harrison 9-count federal indictment. Only old super hardcore fans of WCW will be familiar with the work of Hard Body Harrison, or Hard Body Harris. Trained by the power plant, he was only considered TV ready by those unqualified to make the assessment. As an ex-platoon and motor sergeant, he was tough enough to withstand the pain of his training, which emphasized extreme fitness over technique to an extent that literally sickened most aspiring wrestlers on the first day. Incredible physique, goofy, overly animated selling, Harrison, as recounted on Talk Is Jericho recently, was a quote-unquote character. Hot-headed, he had aspirations of playing a rival for Sting named Stang, but never made it beyond getting destroyed and flailing about in prelim matches. After tumbling into obscurity, he was indicted in October 2005 for false imprisonment and trafficking women for commercial sex acts, and in November 2007 was found guilty on charges related to imprisoning 8 women as slaves for his own sexual gratification. He represented himself, contending that the women that lived with him were undergoing wrestling training. This was found not to be the case. He raped them, pimped them out, and kept them under his debt for a failure punished by fines to complete mandatory quote-unquote chores. He remains imprisoned himself after being locked up on a life sentence in 2008. Number 5, the Lucha Libre serial killer. Juana Barraza lived an early life of unfathomably bleak torment. Barraza's biological mother, an alcoholic, sold her as a child to a man who raped her while in his care. He gave her 3 cans of beer in exchange. Whether born evil or having lived a life in which goodness as a value was impossible to fathom, Barraza embodied and conducted evil. After a brief career in Lucha Libre, working only the most remote outposts of the scene to very little recognition, Barraza devised a different means of making money. Devious and reprehensible, she targeted elderly women and was suspected to have posed as a government official and preyed on their desperation for welfare. After earning their trust and being allowed entry into their homes, she robbed and bludgeoned or strangled to death an official number of 16, although estimates put the number in the range of 40, before being sentenced to 759 years in prison in 2008. Number 4, the Mike Levy incident. A bullish Mike Levy grifted the message boards and said he could be a deathmatch star in a bid for notoriety, and he was successful in the most ironic definition of that word imaginable. Promoter Ian Rotten, considered by many who have dealt with him on the independent scene to be worthless, irredeemable scum, flew Levy in to complete the publicity stunt. At IWA Mid-South Queen of the Death Matches 2008, Levy was booked to work Mickey Knuckles. It was an artless, gruesome match, the clear objective of which was to put him in his place, but a semblance of kayfabe was maintained. As far as a one-sided match and an invitation to a snake pit goes, it was vaguely cooperative. Knuckles gave him something, but being untrained, he was a bit clumsy. In the post-match, the pieces were rearranged in the world's most idiotic game of chess. The trap was set, and Levy was violently assaulted by wrestlers Devon Moore and Tank, who jumped off off the top turnbuckle and curb stomped his face against the ladder with excessive, unrestrained force. Whether in a bid to prove his toughness, inexperience, or an attempt to emerge from the scene with cachet, Levy continued to sit up. And the beatdown continued regardless, with Rotten as the ringleader. It should be noted that no criminal charges were filed. Number 3, the Lucha Libre Brick Attack. On November 19, 2018, in a match against El Cuervo for Lucha Libre Boom, Angel O Demonio threw a brick against his opponent's head. In what was almost an astonishing and grotesque irony, the incident unfolded in a casket match. The gimmick, of course, was very nearly all too literal. Demonio was interviewed after the fact, and after first blaming the incident on his bad aim, somehow contrived to suggest that Cuervo deserved it. Demonio was indefinitely suspended by the Mexico City Boxing and Wrestling Commission, but he resurfaced on the scene a month later, and because pro wrestling will always remain a disgusting carny racket somewhere or other, Ciudad Juarez's Arena Juarez promoted the show around Demonio's newfound notoriety, literally using a still from the incident when promoting their next show on Facebook. This show wasn't outlawed, the commission just allowed him back. He was blackballed for 34 days, but in another strange beat of a complex story, his peers just welcomed him back. The brick became his gimmick. Demonio ultimately died of COVID-19 in 2021. Number 2, the death of Hiromitsu Gonpei. The New Japan Dojo system was once so legendarily barbaric that Chris Benoit despised training there. According to the book Ring of Hell, from details imparted by graduate Osamu Nishimura, sessions began at 10 AM after a crack of dawn wake-up call, followed by a daily deep clean of the facility with 1,000 Hindu squats. Trainers battered the legs of students with bamboo swords as the agony coursed through their muscles. 500 push-ups followed. At the merest hint of selling the pain, a student was ordered to increase the regimen on the spot. If an exercise was not carried out perfectly, a physical assault followed. Verbal abuse of a repugnant stripe was doled out frequently in order to weed out the uncommitted. Following a workout that would hobble all but the most determined after less than 1 hour, students in the early phase of their training were told to bump and bump and bump until their urine turned red with blood. It was under these abhorrent conditions that Hiromitsu Gonpei died. After being subjected to the usual sadistic daily routine, the dojo, per an anonymous source of Ring of Hell author Matthew Randazzo's, was visited by then New Japan Pro Wrestling booker Riki Choshu. Knowing that a poor inspection would reflect poorly on the trainers, who were intent on proving they were up to the task, the brutal training regimen was restarted in full. Gonpei was too physically exhausted to reach the standard expected of the dojo, and was punished by inadvertently being suplexed to death by Kensuke Sasaki. Allegedly, it was all covered up. Number 1, the WWE development scandals. Various. The contrast between WWE's glamorous big stage and the feeder system over which it presided for years and years is staggering. As WWE operated an enormous monopoly prior to the launch of NXT and after an experimental soft launch in Memphis, WWE formalized its talent development operations in Ohio Valley Wrestling. Full-blown scandals swamped both the Deep South Wrestling and Florida Championship Wrestling feeder groups deeper into the 2000s. Deep South was literally shuttered overnight in a clandestine operation when it emerged that owner Jody Hamilton lied about putting on house shows and effectively left the operation in a state of neglect. Former WWE referee Nick Patrick claims that Jody arrived on the scene armed with a gun to ensure that none of his personal property was taken when WWE backed up the trucks. Before WWE got wise to it all, Luke Gallows once gave a quote-unquote stink face to both Zack Ryder and Melissa Coates, with only a jelly donut separating their faces from his bare ass, to get out of training that was considered power plant level intense. FCW meanwhile did book house shows, but in bars a lot of the time, and a major party culture developed as a result, with mercifully zero lethal consequences. The multiple DUI arrests of the FCW roster could have ended tragically.
So I don't like the word fake. I think it's offensive when it comes to professional wrestlers, because as far as I'm concerned, they are artistes, and they use their powers and their magic to make us all believe. However, there are a few things that we can talk about, which we are going to do here today. So hello, my name is Simon from WhatCulture. Shouldn't have said it like that. That was a stupid thing to do. And yeah, here's 10 things that you see in WWE, and then try and see them, but you can't. Number 10, slap in the leg. So this created quite a storm a couple of years ago, didn't it? To the point, some promoters even put up massive signs that said, "Do not slap your leg." Don't see why. I like a good leg slap. The problem is, when someone informs you, well, you're always going to see it. When it comes to me, though, whatever is going to make professional wrestling more fun is something I will advocate for. But yeah, it's like I just say, somebody did tell me about this a few years ago, That was it, I was done. It's also being done in every single wrestling promotion there is. And look, once again, I think this ties into the art form. If you are going to give somebody a kick their super, and you are going to whack your thigh, well, it's up to you to try and make sure that nobody else sees. And even if they do, we're all in on the game now. Just sit there, smile, make a bunch of noise, and trust me, you'll feel better in your tum-tum. You always wondered why, how the hell did that sound so loud? Now you know. Number 9, gimmicking the cage. So this is just WWE overthinking things, really. They do have a show every single week. You've got to do something. Because the whole point of the Hell in a Cell is to trap 2 people within that cage because they're coming to an end of the feud and they need to kill each other. But one of these hombres keeps running away, so now it's like, listen, you need to stay there so somebody else can kick your ass. The thing is, though, as we have moved forward, our creative juices get going. One day someone was like, well, what if they were able to escape the building? So you may notice when this does happen and you look into the mesh, usually a little bit will be torn so that when 2 massive wrestlers do hit it, they can go tumbling to the outside. Number 8, spot calling. Yes, it happens. And if anything, you should point the finger of blame at the production company, go and move the mics, and let our sports entertainers do what they need to do. And yes, I think most people do know that wrestlers talk to each other when they're in the squared circle, because it ties back round once again. If you are really good at it, like a Randy Orton, his name just popped up into my brain, you feel the crowd and you're like, listen, we were going to go left, but it's time to go right. I really do think the only reason we discuss this as much as we do is because of John Cena. That guy, in the best possible way, didn't care. He would just shout, elbow drop, and everybody would hear it. However, as the man who can't be seen explained, well, yeah, sure, the people in the front rows can, but I'm playing to everyone, and I want to make sure that they all have a good time. Also, we all nerd out for this kind of stuff anyway. It's like we're a part of a secret club. And we are, friends. We are. Number 7, the chair shot. So as a man who wrestles and has taken many a chair shot, let me tell you this. Doesn't matter where it strikes you on the body, it really, really hurts. It's still an object, and it's being swung with force. It's not a pillow now, is it? Safety comes into play here too, because of course in 2023/2024, we're all aware of CTE, and I don't want anybody to get brained anymore. It's why when sometimes you see somebody pick up one of these, they may just poke somebody in the tum-tum. This is twofold. 1, again, they're trying to protect them, but 2, if you do that, even though it will wind your opponent just a little bit, you don't go fulling into those ribs, so everyone is mostly okay. I'll be honest, it still kind of sucks. Also, on this note, don't forget wrestlers need a life outside the ring too. Why do you always want them to be so damaged? Number 6, catching the dive. Which is not as easy as you may think. Let's all stand sideways. Imagine you have a full adult come pelting at you. It'll be kind of scary. This is where the craft does come back into play though, because if you are the catchee, not only do you have to make sure you do your job, but you also have to make sure the guy giving you the dive looks as good as he possibly can. I mean, why do you think it was dubbed a suicide dive? It's meant to be totally insane. Now, actually, in the modern day, we have moved away from this, because let me present you to Exhibit A, Darby Allin. Have you seen his dive? He don't hold nothing back. He just pings into people. That's why he's absolutely fabulous to watch. So once again, just never know what he's going to do. Number 5, the tombstone. Speaking of which, my word, the tombstone. Now, we have seen this go wrong over the years, maybe most famously at the 1997 SummerSlam, when Owen Hart gave a proper tombstone piledriver to Steve Austin, and it broke his neck and ultimately shortened his career. This is why it should take around about 78 years to set this damn thing up. We'll take The Undertaker, because again, we all recognize that to be his move. And when he is hugging the person, he is making sure that their face and their head is nestled within the thighs, so when he drops down to the damn floor, he doesn't spike him and do who knows what. So again, I've been tombstoned. It's never a particularly fun ride, and once again, it's terrifying. But it is a maneuver that people have to master, so stop walking out into your back garden and trying to do it to your mate. I can be your dad and tell you this, it's not going to go well before the slam. Right, I'm just putting it in here because we don't respect it enough. And I know wrestling has evolved and now we're seeing 450 flippy dippy doodahs, so nobody looks back and sees the slam for what it is, but it is a damn good move and deserves more respect. I don't want to draw back the curtain too much though, although I've heard wrestlers talk about this on many a podcast. Basically, when you go to grab the other person and pick them up, they will take their hand and they will post off your leg, so you don't have to use all of your strength. That doesn't mean you can be a weakling though. You still have to have some power to you, otherwise you're going to drop them on the floor. So basically, do not just roll your eyes when you do see this. Sit back and once again, give everybody a round of applause as you see wonderful sports entertainment happening in front of your eyes. Number 3, the blade job. So yeah, tying back into my last comment, I've heard Steve Austin and Bret Hart talk about this on Steve Austin's podcast, so it feels like it's fair game, and it's always the thing that you tell non-wrestling fans, they're like, haha, that's not true. But it is. Because of course, if you want to bleed in a wrestling match, you can't do it the hard way, even though some people do, because that is way too dangerous. So instead, a razor blade is brought into the mix, and people just nick their heads, and out comes the red stuff. Now, WWE doesn't allow for this anymore, although they didn't really in the past either. And in that WrestleMania 13 match, Bret and Steve had to sneak around and not tell anybody, and it was actually Hart who did the job when it came to Austin, because he'd never really done it before, and he trusted in the hitman's experience. The best way to think about it is when you cut yourself shaving. Hurts a little bit, but then you get over it. Although when you do it then, you don't look like an actual badass. Number 2, stomping the boot. And on the flip side of that, everyone knows about this, even my damn mum. I don't get why it's become such a big deal in later years. I mean, people really get on the case here, because once again, we bring in Bret Hart to this, and he may have been the best ever at doing it, because he would throw a punch and he would stamp his foot, and when it all came together, you're like, hot damn, man, I can't see through that at all. It also sounds great, which allows you to buy in more. I don't want to double back round to this, but we are watching some artists let them paint. It also allows you to throw everything into this, because you can put a lot of force onto that foot that's going into the floor. So I love a good stomp when people punch. Yes, I know, a lot of people don't agree, but welcome to my life. Number 1, reading the script. So we are definitely moving away from this as a hard and fast rule, but yes, there was a time, if you were backstage in WWE and you were about to go to the ring to cut a promo, somebody would hand you a script and say, listen, you've got about 25 minutes to learn that, so you better do it now. But let's not forget about this wrestler too, because not only do they have to remember a match, they then have to remember word for word what is written on a piece of paper. Now, as I've already told you, thankfully we are moving away from this now. Ain't nobody running up to a CM Punk or a Chris Jericho or Roman Reigns saying, we think you should say this. They would look at you and go, no. I actually think it's a good system though, because when you do get somebody brand new, if they are a little bit nervous, you can write them a script. When someone clearly shows they have an aptitude for this, you say, well, let's just do bullet points instead. We need you to hit X, Y, and Z. I mean, that's the same as any other job. Why shouldn't it be the same here? So I really do think it's far better these days in WWE, and long may it continue. This is a weird comparison. I think it's one of the things that helped Drew McIntyre with his heel turn. When he was spitting fire, I believed every single word he said. That's because it was coming from Drew's tum-tum. What?
Everyone has to start somewhere, folks. And the same goes for many of the wrestling champions of the world, too. So with that in mind, let's have a look back on the often silly and pretty much always hilarious days these eventual superstars spent dancing around like goofballs and playing security guard within the biggest organization in the game. I am Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 19 WWE extras who became world champion. Number 19, Claudio Castagnoli. The first of many future world champions to pop up on WWE programming acting like a person qualified to protect one of the product's stars, Claudio Castagnoli would actually first arrive in the land of sports entertainment back in 2006. At that point, the human horse was still doing his thing over in Ring of Honor, but he understandably jumped at the chance to appear on the WWE flagship Monday Night Raw on August 28th of that year. And it was on that night when the eventual ROH World Champion strutted into frame alongside none other than EC3, with those two future WWE talents pretending to be cops backing up Shane McMahon as he confronted a D-Generation X who had been terrorizing his father. Thankfully, most people remember this cringy exchange more for the Blackpool Combat Club man's sneaky early cameo, rather than the string of inevitably dumb penis jokes spewed by Triple H and Shawn Michaels, or the awkward promoting of Vince McMahon's DVD. But simply, the segment has not aged all that well. Number 18, Adam Cole, baby. Another eventual ROH World Champion whose journey to world title glory involved a brief WWE extra appearance. Future Undisputed Era and AEW man Adam Cole showed up in a SmackDown segment which aired on July 2nd, 2010, playing the role of a bloke drinking with the Straight Edge Society Serena, that is AEW's own Serena Deeb, in footage which showed her eventually being saved by CM Punk. It was actually later revealed that Cole was only actually given said extra gig as an apology. You see, originally he'd been sent an email by WWE saying they were so impressed by his work that they wanted to give him a tryout. But as Cole would later reveal to the Wrap, he soon realized that the company had made a mistake, with his itinerary actually containing Xavier Woods' real name of Austin Watson and not his own. Cole's real name is Austin Jenkins, so it was likely just a case of someone mixing up the last names, wasn't it? It all worked out though, with a 19-year-old Cole being over the moon about getting to drink ginger ale on WWE TV with Selena. He didn't do too badly in the years that followed that cameo either, did he? Number 17, Bron Breakker, Carmelo Hayes, and Trick Williams. Now let's just get this out of the way early. While many may not technically class the NXT Championship as a world title, the fact it's the top strap on one of the biggest brands in wrestling currently means it just about qualifies for this list, because it's my list and I make the rules. And with that in mind, before they were seen kicking all of the ass as the top champ in developmental, Bron Breakker, Carmelo Hayes, and Trick Williams joined the many before them to have played the part of tough-looking security guard. Breakker actually did this a number of times before lifting the NXT Championship, being present when the aforementioned Adam Cole and Kyle O'Reilly went at it on August 10th, 2021's edition of the Black and Gold show, and getting choked out by Samoa Joe during an August 3rd, 2021 segment with Karrion Kross. In order to wear that NXT gold, you have to do your time as a protector of the people, it seems. Now I've got a quick question for you. Who do you think is the greatest NXT champion of all time? Is it Breakker, Hayes, Williams, or someone else? You let me know in the comment section down below. Number 16, Liv Morgan. Keep it in NXT for this next entry. Before fans were watching her beat Ronda Rousey and lift the SmackDown Women's Championship on the main roster, they actually first saw Liv Morgan pretending to be one of them, jumping all the way back to one of the first ever TakeOver events. February 11th, 2015's Rival show boasted a glamorous Tyler Breeze entrance, which involved a fan jumping the rail and hopping onto the selfie stick star. This fan, aka Liv Morgan, would then be taken away by security. But this wasn't the last we'd see of the future world champion before her NXT in-ring debut. Morgan, who had been signed to a WWE deal a few months earlier, would then appear in a Breeze entrance at the TakeOver Unstoppable show on May 20th too, this time as a person taking selfies with the Black and Gold worker before his match with Finn Balor. Number 15, Keith Lee. Keith Lee was always an absolute freak of nature who possessed the sort of limitless potential many felt would take him right to the top of the industry. And while he still hasn't quite managed to get his hands on a singles WWE main roster or AEW World Championship singles title yet, the lovable big lad did become NXT's top man in 2020. A whole decade before that triumphant night at the Great American Bash though, the eventual NXT champion was first seen on WWE programming as, you guessed it, a security guard. This time trying to stop Triple H, Shane, and Vince McMahon from getting to Randy Orton and the rest of his legacy squad. Along with eating a punch from his eventual boss, Lee would also later recall taking a nasty poke to the eye from Shane O'Mac during the brawl. Shane McMahon throwing reckless strikes? I'm as shocked as you are. Number 14, Lita and Victoria. WWE was a very different place in 1999 to 2000, and this could be seen in the fact that there was a bloke walking around by the name of The Godfather, who would often be followed around by a hoe train. Sports entertainment, eh? And among the many attractive women often seen accompanying Charles Wright to the ring were two future women's world champions, with both Lita and Victoria starting out life on WWE programming as, well, hoes. Lita was the first to appear, hopping on this train on the July 5th, 1999 edition of Raw is War, with Victoria later joining the gang at WrestleMania 2000, before eventually becoming the head hoe, and being involved in a Save the Hoes campaign. Most of that was forgotten though by the time these two eventual legends were making a name for themselves, as some of the strongest workers WWE's women's division had ever seen. And that's probably for the best really. Number 13, Bobby Roode and Mr. Kennedy/Anderson. As that man Bobby Roode himself put it a few years ago on Twitter/X, sometimes the road is long, but at the end it can be glorious. And while it may have taken him a whopping 18 years to finally sign his first WWE contract, Roode's spell under the Black and Gold banner in particular could certainly be described as that. In the time long before becoming Triple H's NXT champion or even TNA's World Heavyweight champion though, Roode did actually show up on WWE programming in a promo exchange/angle boasting his eventual boss. Going down all the way back in 2001, Rude took on the familiar part of police officer, beside none other than fellow eventual TNA heavyweight champion Mr. Kennedy/Anderson, in a segment on March 29th SmackDown involving The Undertaker and Triple H. And the two future world champions inevitably found themselves getting caught in the middle of yet another heavyweight brawl in the end. Doesn't anyone respect the damn badge anymore? Number 12, Charlotte Flair, Sasha Banks, and Alexa Bliss. Speaking of eventual world champions who also spent some time standing around Triple H as an extra, future WWE Women's Champions Charlotte Flair, Sasha Banks, and Alexa Bliss all did exactly that too. Only instead of trying to keep a dead man from beating up the game, they were tasked with making the King of Kings look like even more of a muppet than usual at WrestleMania 30. Going full bow down to the king, a Trips wearing a ridiculous skull mitt crown was joined by the future world champions on the epic stage, with each of the soon-to-be superstars donning their own masks and helping the eventual head of WWE Creative with his big red cloak. It was all kinds of dumb, but must have certainly been an unbelievably cool experience for all three of the gifted then NXT workers. Number 11, Tommaso Ciampa. He may be classed as one of the greatest NXT champions of all time, and still one of the most intense workers on the WWE roster to this day. But there was once a time when the fierce Tommaso Ciampa was anything but on WWE TV. 13 years before lifting Goldie for the very first time on the black and gold brand, Ciampa actually found himself stood opposite the Phenom inside of a WWE ring. Not as a wrestler though. Nope, instead the up-and-coming worker was thrown into a suit and told to pretend to be one of Muhammad Hassan's lawyers. Why? Well, this all went down 1 week on from the infamous terrorist angle involving The Undertaker being targeted by Hassan's masked men, which aired a day after the 7/7 London bombings, with UPN eventually calling for the Hassan character to be taken off TV. So to get around his absence, WWE had Ciampa's Thomas Whitney Esquire explain why Hassan wouldn't be appearing on the Blue Show. That segment obviously didn't end too well for the future NXT champion, with the lawyer receiving a chokeslam and tombstone for his troubles. Thanks a ton for checking out this video today, folks. Now go and hit that subscribe button down below for more of this WhatCulture wrestling stuff in your day. Number 10, Sheamus. This Irish star would eventually go on to not just produce banger after banger after banger on the WWE stage for an impressive 15 years, but also lift World Championship gold on a number of occasions throughout his time on the main roster. A few years before conquering John Cena for his first WWE Championship though, Sheamus would become one of the latest hungry performers to appear on Raw as a member of security, with the violent powerhouse ejecting and eventually clashing with D-Generation X on the November 13, 2006 edition of the show. Joined by Wade Barrett that night at a then Manchester Evening News Arena, with both men going through a tryout that day, the two future WWE superstars would try their best to keep Triple H and Shawn Michaels under control later on. However, Shamey ended up eating his first of many pedigrees from a star he'd eventually fight at WrestleMania 26 in the end. Interestingly enough, it turns out another eventual world champion in Drew McIntyre was actually supposed to be involved in these segments that night too. But after being told he looked too much like a wrestler and would need to chop his hair off, Drew refused and was kept in the back. Number 9, Johnny Gargano. Johnny Gargano's first ever WWE appearance has become the stuff of hilarious legend. The year was 2007, and as a warm-up contest for his upcoming WrestleMania 23 bout against Chris Benoit, MVP decided he'd test himself against the champion of Liechtenstein himself, Cedric von Hausen. The United States Championship challenger swiftly defeated a hat and lederhosen wearing Gargano on the night of March 23rd. But this wouldn't be Johnny's last WWE cameo before eventually going on to become the heart and soul of NXT. In 2010, the future NXT champion also went full security guard on the May 25th edition of the show. That would eventually become the developmental brand we know today. Number 8, Diamond Dallas Page. Starting out life in the wrestling business as a manager and color commentator, Diamond Dallas Page, who had been working for the AWA and FCW, eventually ended up being given a tryout for an announcer role in the WWF. It wouldn't lead to a job in the end, but Page still appeared at that year's WrestleMania 6. Instead of being stood with a mic in hand, the man who would one day become WCW World Heavyweight Champion was plonked behind a pink Cadillac that night, driving Rhythm and Blues themselves, the Honky Tonk Man and Greg Valentine, to the ring for their eventual interaction with the Bushwhackers. And this would turn out to be his last WWF/E appearance for a decade, with DDP going on to become the adored Hollywood People's Champion in WCW in the years that followed this brief Cadillac cameo. Number 7, CM Punk. Who could have ever known that the bloke first seen on WWE TV fanboying over Brock Lesnar backstage in 2003 would eventually go on to become one of the most iconic and must-see wrestlers in the history of the business, eh? With the former ROH World Champion eventually lifting WWE, World Heavyweight and AEW World Championship gold as the years roll by. It's his second cameo appearance before officially arriving on the main roster, which most likely remember best though. Following on from agreeing to join the biggest wrestling promotion on the planet, and threatening to leave ROH with their own top strap, the then OVW talent eventually ended up playing one of the gangsters hanging onto the side of a car during then WWE Champion John Cena's WrestleMania 22 entrance. Fast forward 5 years, and Punk would trade the fedora and machine gun for a legendary Best in the World shirt and pipe bomb, as he collided with Super Cena over the top strap in an all-timer of a main event at Money in the Bank 2011. Oh, how time flies, eh? Number 6, the Hardy Boys. It's been a whopping 30 years since Matt and Jeff Hardy first showed up on a WWF show. That's one way to make someone feel painfully old, right? The Hardy Boys would obviously end up becoming one of the most adored tag units of all time over the decades, winning numerous pieces of tag gold as they launched themselves off of many a ladder. But both of the Fearless brothers have also gotten their hands on singles world titles on multiple occasions too. Jeff CV boasts WWE World Heavyweight and TNA World Heavyweight Championship reigns, while Matt contains a few TNA World Heavyweight title victories too. The latter also lifted ECW title gold if you want to count that as well, before either man ever heard the words "and new" after a high-profile world title bout though. They could be seen jobbing out to WWF stars in the mid-90s, and even appearing as humble extras on the company's 1995 edition of the King of the Ring pay-per-view. After pretending to be a royal guard / doorman with his sibling here, Jeff would also notably struggle to carry the winner of that tournament, Mabel, to the ring during one of his royal entrances, the first of his many daring risks on WWF/ETV. Number 5, Damian Priest. The latest performer to join this fascinating list of names. Current World Heavyweight Champion Damian Priest may have only officially joined up with WWE in 2018, but sports entertainment fans actually saw him on screen 4 years before putting pen to paper on that deal. Going through the typical up-and-coming wrestler rite of passage that is playing a tough-looking member of security, and then Punishment Martinez showed up in the background at Money in the Bank 2014. This particular segment saw a Stephanie McMahon in full belittling every talent who got in her way mode, with Nikki and Brie Bella's reliving of Steph's recent mudpool bath courtesy of a fired Vicky Guerrero, leading to the McMahon having the latter Bella, who had quit WWE around this time as part of the ongoing McMahon, Kane, Daniel Bryan storyline, escorted from the building. It's as painful a watch as you'd expect, folks. Number 4, Braun Strowman and Becky Lynch. For a time there, the party animal known as Adam Rose would routinely dance his way into NXT and main roster shows, followed by a long line of fellow jolly souls known as his Rosebuds. And as you'd expect, that lineup of flamboyantly dressed kindred spirits contained its fair share of future famous wrestling faces. Easily the most eye-catching names to have been a part of that particular conga line, though, were none other than future multiple-time women's champion Becky Lynch and former Universal champion Braun Strowman. Both the man and monster among men hilariously went nuts backstage with their party king following May 26th episode of Raw, with that Fallout clip showing off a Lynch looking like a princess / predator alien hybrid, and Strowman channeling his inner mighty gladiator. 2014 was quite a year for eventual world champion cameos, wasn't it? Number 3, Bryan Danielson. It's common knowledge that Bryan Danielson's WWE career started all the way back in the early 2000s, with the legend who would eventually hold WWE and World Heavyweight Championship gold on numerous occasions, famously locking up with John Cena on Velocity back in 2003. And this all went down after the star had already been signed on a developmental deal and released by WWE a few years earlier. Around the time of that well-known Cena showdown though, Danielson would also add another respected accolade to his ultimately impressively long list of accomplishments within the business, appearing as a security guard, of course. The eventual AEW star could be found doing his best to keep a streaking Brian Kendrick under control on February 6's SmackDown. Yep, you heard that right. You see, Kendrick had been challenged to perform this act by Sean O'Hare in the middle of the latter's Devil's Advocate run, and it was during the surreal few minutes that involved him sprinting through the arena in the buff both prior to and following an A-Train match, when a comically animated D-Bry dressed as security tried to step in and stop him in his tracks. And as it turns out, one of Danielson's all-elite rivals would follow in his footsteps too. Number 2, MJF. Rather than getting in the way of a naked sprinter, the soon-to-be AEW World Champion known as Maxwell Jacob Friedman had a far more intimidating object in front of him than his Revolution 2023 rival did. His eventual World's End 2023 opponent and the man who would take away his Triple B, Samoa Joe. In a beat that would eventually brilliantly play into the pair's rivalry last year, the Salt of the Earth was once humiliated by the then NXT champion as he made his way to the ring for a bout against Shinsuke Nakamura at NXT TakeOver Brooklyn 2, shoving the yellow-shirted security Friedman out of the way. It was that little moment of bullying from Joe after MJF's WWE tryout that day, which would only make that chip on the 19-year-old's shoulder even bigger, using that embarrassing push as fuel to fire him right to the very top. Number 1, Jon Moxley. The man who would go on to become the undisputed ace of All Elite Wrestling, Jon Moxley made his WWE main roster singles debut as Dean Ambrose against none other than the legendary Undertaker in April 2013. Not a bad first night at the office, right? But weirdly enough, this wasn't actually the first time he'd made a main roster debut alongside the Deadman. Let me explain. Jumping all the way back to 2006, a Mox fresh off of a tryout appearance on Velocity was given the chance to be a part of the Phenom's chilling return entrance at that year's Royal Rumble. And it was here when he appeared as a druid holding one of Taker's torches, before the spooky big man fired out lightning from his hands to freak out Kurt Angle. A few more tryouts and years later, and this hooded extra would finally be handed a developmental deal, kicking off a WWE run which would ultimately lead to WWE Championship glory. It may not have fully worked out for the one-time druid following the Shield's breakup, and a WWE exit eventually went down in 2019, but it was here when the purveyor of violence rediscovered who he really was, a violent force to be feared, and one who would also lift AEW and IWGP World Championships in the years to come. Raise a torch to the ace, folks. Did you enjoy this fascinating WWE extras who became world champions list? Then tap on this 100 fascinating facts about WWE in the 2000s one too. It is just as interesting, I promise. Oh yeah, and if we missed any extras who became top champions on this list, then feel free to throw them in the comment section down below, you lovely lot.